All right, guys. Good to see everybody. We're getting all the panelists up, getting started here, so just bear with us. Good to see you, Salon. How are you?
Yeah, good. Thanks. How are you doing?
Good, man. Good. Just finishing out my day. It's 3 p.m. my time here, so I know it's a little bit different where you're at.
Yeah, it's 11 p.m. here.
Yeah, so yeah, no, just finishing out the day. And Easter.
So we're ready for this. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No. I'm ready to get back into this again. Been kind of looking into it a little bit more. I still can't get my hands on what seems to be other documents they're saying are out there, but I think so far I've been able to find 6.
Yeah, that's been annoying. Like some of the documents the original source documents I've not been able to find. I found reporting on it, but not the original source documents.
Yeah, I shared the 6 that I had to the group, but that's pretty much all the reporting has been on as well. So it's like, I know there's more out there. We'll see what happens. Going to be keeping an eye on it, that's for sure. So kind of give a few more minutes to let people get in here. I know we're still bringing people up, so I'll give me one second. I'm gonna grab some water.
Oh yeah, guys, we're just bringing people up, so just give us a few seconds.
All right. Looks like we're getting some folks up. Looks like Mickey's up. Skip, so good to see you. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, doing good. Really, very interesting day for sure.
It is. We are going to be talking about this, but there is some news out of Philippines, which is interesting, kind of related to another topic that we were discussing before. So maybe if it depends upon how the news breaks, what goes on there. Maybe we'll make a switch a little bit later on.
Yeah, doing good. How are you guys doing?
Great, man. Great. Looks like we're getting. Go ahead.
I definitely share your frustration on trying to find all the documents. I did my best to kind of catalog and sort all the documents I could find. Like I've seen some comments out there or statements that there's hundreds of these documents leaked, and I've only been able to find a handful. I don't know if anyone has a better source than I've been able to find. I think I have like 5 or 6 or something like that. The documents, and a couple of ones that like seem to be the Photoshop version, and some seem to be the original version. But I haven't found a big treasure trove of leaked documents. I don't know if they were leaked somewhere else, or I checked 4chan and that sort of stuff, but I haven't been able to find that treasure trove that people have been talking about.
Yeah, so I mentioned it last night. Eric with an A, Toller over at Bellingcat, his Twitter page, he's been documenting a lot of it. Unfortunately, some of the screenshots he took from Twitter was like a screenshot of the original post. So there's like 10 pictures in the picture of if that makes sense. So you don't really get super clear details on each one, but he's done a pretty good job screenshotting as much as possible. And if you go through his Twitter timeline over the past, 5 days at this point, or 3 days, he's got a lot of the pictures from various sources, whether it's 4chan, Telegram. That's where I've been going to see the differences between each platform in the timeline.
Yeah, no, and I've had some other people going to look on 4chan for me, trying to get to that Discord server to see what we can get our hands on. It looks like we've got most of the panel here. It looks like we do have a full panel. So, Suleiman, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and recap, and then we'll kind of get into this and touch base with everybody. So,
sounds great.
Okay, cool. So, for those of you guys that don't know, basically highly classified military and intelligence documents appeared online with details ranging from Ukraine's air defenses to Israel's Mossad spy agency. U.S. officials are scrambling to identify the leak's source, with some Western security experts and U.S. officials saying they suspected it could be someone from the United States. Now, officials said the breadth of topics addressed in the documents, which touch on the war in Ukraine, China, Middle East, and Africa, suggest they were leaked by an American rather than an ally. And so, quote by Michael Mulroy, this is in Reuters reporting, the focus now is on this is being a U.S. leak, as many documents were only in U.S. hands. He's a former Pentagon official, told Reuters in an interview. So that's kind of what we've gone through. We went through a lot of the documents yesterday, and there's some questions out there whether or not an image or two has been doctored, specifically regarding the casualties / deaths between Ukraine and Russian forces. They're saying that one is possibly. And the thought had occurred to me on that one. It's like, okay, well, they can't deny that these documents are authentic. There's no denial of that, it seems like, but they can challenge them, I suppose, is what it seems to be.
Yeah, can I address that right off the bat? Yeah. So, number one, I don't think the way to put it at this point is that there's a suspicion or it's suspected that it would have to have come from a U.S. source, because some of the documents bear classification markings that expressly prohibit the dissemination of the documents to any non-U.S. person or entity. So they would have to have been in the possession of the U.S. in the first place solely, unless there's been some wider breakdown in the classification regimen that we don't know about, which seems implausible. So just to clarify that. And then secondly, on the issue of there having been some portion of the documents that were doctored, I kind of think the way that's been characterized has been a bit dubious, because there's no really claim coming from anybody in any official position that the documents themselves, meaning the source images, are inauthentic. What happened was, around the time when they first started gathering circulation, some random Russian Telegram channel posted some random version of a file, of one of the files, with a partially manipulated, photoshopped portion. And yet that sort of almost irrelevant production of one particular document continues getting cited as evidence of some wider manipulation going on that everybody has to be mindful of. So it seems as though that's being done to sow doubt as to the general authenticity of the documents, which again is not even being disputed. So I think the way that's kind of been framed is a little misleading, because if your reputation now has been undercut, and if you're in the Pentagon or something, by the dissemination of the materials, it could be to your benefit to at least have this doubt circulating in the ether as to whether or not the materials are real, when we have every reason to believe that they are real. I mean, the New York Times reported over the weekend that the Pentagon is in a, quote, panic over the documents, and they're being treated and spoken of and referenced in every relevant news outlet, including the New York Times and Washington Post, as though they represent genuine material. So that the thing about there being some doctored portion of them, I think, is a bit of a red herring.
I think something to share that I'll put into the nest. There's a TV show. Think of it like sort of like the maybe Fox News of Russia, Mesto, and I can put a link in there. This is sort of Russian state television, and I think rumors were circulating on Twitter that these leaked documents indicate Ukraine had taken far more casualties than it had let on. And Alexei Naumov, you may have seen him on a number of sort of Russian talk shows. He's the head of the Russian International Affairs Council. Has come out on Russian state TV to basically refute that, which is much to the chagrin of his fellow co-hosts. He basically states categorically that that according to these documents, Russian casualties are much higher than Ukrainians, and by some margin. And he goes on to say that that is actually the most likely scenario, which is a very surprising thing, I think, to hear from Russian state TV. I'll link to the full video for people to watch, and I also have a translated clip that I'll put in the nest, which is something very interesting. Just to reiterate, like the original, there's one document that circulated, that the one that Naumov mentions, which indicates that 35,000 to 445,000 Russians have been killed in action. and the Ukrainian numbers are around 16,000 to 17,500 Ukrainians killed in action. So very, very interesting, and I'll put all links to this all into the net.
No, I think it's interesting. Yeah, please do that. So I definitely want to go take a look at that. Doc, you threw your hand up here, and then I'm going to kind of move it around here a little bit on the panel. But go ahead, Doc.
Thanks. I just want to address what Michael said. And Michael, nice to speak to you and followed your stuff for a while. You know, the assumption that because these papers were released through as I understand it, the Washington Post first, and maybe collaborated or additionally referenced in the New York Times, doesn't give.
Well, they weren't released. Sorry to interrupt. But they weren't released through the Washington Post and New York Times. The Washington Post and New York Times reported on them.
Okay, so I'll grant you that that's what's being said, but we know from Russiagate, we know from all sorts of different recent events that the CIA and the other intelligence communities work very, very closely, particularly with the Washington Post and the New York Times, to put out narratives, documents, stories, people, agendas that they're sympathetic to. We know that there are a number of employees that travel back and forth between the intel community and the media. So I guess that, you know, if you can deep fake, well, imagine any deep fake that you've seen and just been impressed with the advances of artificial intelligence, because there are top security markings, and I'm trying to quote you, quote unquote, top security markings.
Well, I don't know that. There are some with top secret markings, though. Yeah.
Okay. So I think we're making the same point. If they do contain these markings, and that's proof positive, I mean, can't those markings be faked? I mean, should we just assume? And I will assume, for the purpose of the discussion and for the reasons why I was invited, to assume that. But finally, I think it's hard to do that, and not. And have it be confirmed, I guess. I'm sputtering.
Doc,
you guys know what I'm talking
Well, I don't think. I mean, I wouldn't say that the existence of top secret markings on these images that we can view is proof positive that they're authentic, but the totality of the evidence in the public domain at this point points toward the authenticity of the documents, barring some unforeseen development. I also don't think that Russiagate's a very good parallel to invoke here. Like when there was a manipulative story that would come out in the Washington Post or the New York Times that framed something in a deceptive manner, it wasn't that deception arose as a result of anonymous U.S. intel officials feeding selective tidbits of information to journalists who would then use this kind of shady tactic of supposedly corroborating that information by talking to other quote unquote officials. And it had nothing to do with any primary source documentation by and large, or at least any that was in the public domain and was able to be cross-checked by just individual citizens who weren't privy to these background conversations between the New York Times or Washington Post and the sources. So this is far different. I would liken this instead more to like how the Washington Post and the New York Times and others and Guardian reported on the Snowden files, even though they were not the ultimate source of the Snowden files.
Yeah, but they're called.
So,
Michael,
so one second, Doc. Sorry, Doc. 1 second. I just want to bring in Intel. So Intel, I mean, you did explain the pathway to how these documents came to the public yesterday. From my understanding, it was initially in Discord and 4chan, and then essentially was sat there for a week or two before it was picked up by the New York Times. But if you can just elaborate, Intel.
Yeah, so this wasn't like other cases that were mentioned, say like some of the Russiagate stuff, right? It wasn't some unnamed source or a document that.
Let's compare them to the Pentagon Papers 1.0, which is what they're being compared to just by name, right? And Daniel Ellsberg was a source. We had a source.
Doc, though.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at, though, so this wasn't like, say, Russiagate or other instances where it was a person who went to the media with an envelope and said, hey, I got a story for you, right? It sat in Discord in one server that we don't know the name of, but allegedly the name of the person is a racist account. I'm not going to speak it here. That's what we don't know. So this is according to, so it started on this unnamed Discord server. allegedly, according to the guy who posted on the other server, Mr. Luca. So Bellingcat, they've did a pretty good timeline analysis, seeing how this propagated. I explained it a bit yesterday, so I'll do a condensed version in case people weren't here. So pretty much late January, early March, Mr. Luca on Wow Mao's Discord server, and Wow Mao is a YouTuber. This Mr. Luca guy started posting all these documents. He alleges that he got it from a different Discord server that had allegedly posted hundreds of documents since January of this year, but we don't have proof because that Discord server apparently doesn't exist anymore. And the Wow Mao Discord server was taken down April 7th, some point around 3 a.m. So there's no longer access to Wow Mao's Discord server. It sat there in that server for over a month. And then within the past 2 weeks, it migrated from that server to 4chan, where it was some guy arguing with another guy and pretty much was trying to do a one-up. And the posts are quite hilarious of this guy trying to slam dunk another dude. And then from there, it migrated to Telegram in the pro-Russian accounts. And that's where we saw the documents change, as Michael pointed out. That's where we saw the crude Photoshop appear on one slide for the casualty figures. And then within really the last week, it then migrated from Telegram to the broader social media platforms such as Twitter and whatnot. So that's the timeline. In terms of deep fakes, I highly doubt that this was deep fake. I mean, could a person who had worked in the intelligence community, could they have made this on their computer and then printed it off? And, you know, sure, like they could have made it if you had a former Intel guy. It would take a little bit of work, but if you knew what you were doing, you could easily make up a slide. But that's not really what the government's been alleging. As Michael pointed out, they're going with that doctored aspect, talking about that one specific slide. And we don't know the veracity of the rest of the documents. We probably won't fully get a confirmation, right? The government's going to say we can't confirm or deny. They're not going to outwardly say, yes, these are 100% legit. Maybe in like 20 years with a FOIA request, we can find out. But that's pretty much the timeline of events.
And Russian state television, I mean, speakers on Russian state television are basically saying that that the documents you're referring to until indicating that Russian casualties are much higher than Ukrainian, those have been corroborated by Russian state television and speakers on Russian state television. So I think, there seems to be some broad consensus that the unedited, unphotoshopped version, they acknowledge the Photoshop and they acknowledge that the Photoshop is misinformation, and they say that the most likely scenario that the casualty information here is correct. This is from Russian state television.
So and by the way, when the Pentagon papers were first published, it was because Daniel Ellsberg gave them to the New York Times, or gave a portion of them to the New York Times. And Daniel Ellsberg wasn't cited as the source. He anonymously provided them at first. So, if you're going to invoke parallels, I think you should at least be a little clear on the facts of the matter.
Well, Michael, I can sit here all day long.
Can I interrupt for? I want to ask a quick question.
It wasn't I'm not saying they're perfect copies of each other. I'm saying there was a party that took responsibility for them. And here you got from Discord to this Discord to Mookie Mook making fun of this guy and it sat on that thing. Oh my God, you have to be willing to question the sources here. And we can go forward from there. But to assume that this is from one side or the other, I mean, I personally, I can't get there. But I'll stop interrupting the conversation.
Can I ask Mickey a question?
Sure.
Yeah, Mickey. So what you said, Russian state TV corroborated the numbers, right? I'm curious, and this is just for personal information. The people who are making these comments, are they for the special military conflict or are they opposed to it?
So I posted the link below. I mean, Alexei Navalny has been publicly sort of been making statements pro the special operation for a long time. There's also, I posted a link to the entire video. You can watch yourself. It's about an hour in length. They debate. I'd say it's two talking heads on on this one television show, which were discussing the document leaks. And yeah, of course, this comment was up for debate as well. I mean, some people highly doubted that. The one consensus they have is that the document states that the original document leaked states that Russian casualties outnumber Ukrainian casualties 4-1, and then some people within
that's pretty obvious.
Talking heads say, and then some people within and the fact that this is on Russian state television is very interesting, I think. But the people who are it's very interesting that on Russian state television people are starting to make comments that Russian casualties are 3 or 4 times.
They've always made comments like that. I mean, there have been for a very long time.
I mean,
there have been for a very long time people critical.
I'm not thinking about. What's interesting to me is the casualty numbers, right? To say, I'm sorry, the killed in action numbers. To say on Russian state television that the most likely scenario is that 3 to 4 times as many Russians are being killed in combat in Ukraine is a new development. It's definitely an interesting one to consider. I think that to me is quite remarkable.
The reason I bring that up, right? Yeah, I mean, the reason I bring that up is because if you're opposed to the war, right, then you are going to promote a narrative that this war is costing too many Russian lives, and that the Ukrainians are possibly winning, and that Russia doesn't have a chance, and that this is time to reconsider the SMO, right? I mean, that is what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
Naumov is certainly he's certainly not a dove. Naumov is certainly not a dove.
But and another way of looking at this, though, is that the casualty figures that are often cited come by the U.S. and Western quote-unquote sources come from the UK Ministry of Defense. And their casualty, their estimate of their stated estimate of Russian casualties is actually substantially higher, over 60,000 than was in this document. So that would suggest that maybe the Russian casualties are lower than you might have otherwise gathered if you're following.
I mean, the casualties are kind of the UK Ministry of Defense. So I've looked at all the various postings, right? So CSIS, the UK Ministry of Defense, the Pentagon, which doesn't really put out stuff that often, the Ukraine government, and then you have this leak and the Russian media, right? So the consensus, for the most part, for a couple months now, between the UK Ministry of Defense, the U.S. government, and the Ukrainian government has been 50,000 killed in action. So in January, the Ukrainian government said the verbiage was very confusing, but the verbiage was essentially the Russian army has suffered more soldiers killed in action than what America lost in World War I, and then they state 117,000 losses. And it's like, okay, well, how many troops did America have killed in World War I? 52,000 and change. So that statement from January 17th by the Ukrainian government was Russia has suffered over 52,000 killed in action, and the total casualty figure was at 117, but they used the word loss, which could make it a bit confusing. The British government, the UK Ministry of Defense, has said since February that Russian killed in action is over 50,000, with about 200,000 total casualties. CSIS has stated
UK Ministry of Defense says 40.
Yeah, may I speak to how irrelevant all this is, please? I mean,
Yeah.
Really,
So
I mean,
this is just because there can be confusion
the most low
in
rent
the verbiage.
psyop that can be done is just a bullshit about figures. I mean, the most important part of this document is looking at the number of battalions, number of brigades, and sort of combat force generation, because they admit in the document they don't really have the greatest information. There could be potential, even the numbers they get from Ukraine might be misleading. They don't have high confidence in that. So, but that's immaterial because the document is primarily concerned with equipping new brigades, shipping new equipment, and getting current field forces in the field ready to fight. Those guys who are casualties, they're already dead. Okay.
Dr. Snecko, just a quick one. But do you not think that the number of casualties is important from the wider aspect of the war?
I mean, if in the sort of media manipulation space, absolutely. But the thing is, we have seen so many wild reports from both sides, but the bottom line is like both forces are in the field. They have substantial numbers in the field, and both of them are ready to continue to fight. So that's what the casualty figure is for the home front. Is for the media talking heads. But in the terms of the Pentagon's analysis or whatever this document came from, the casualty count is actually the least important part of it because they're more concerned about getting weapons and vehicles into the hands of the fighters at the front right now.
So Samuel, I just
Yeah,
want to
that
bring
was
you in.
because the document in question, but
Samuel, I just want to bring you in.
Sure.
In terms of the numbers, which Dr. Sneck was referring to, I mean, I would have assumed the numbers are important because you need men to basically carry the weapons. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I
you
think
look
these
at this,
numbers
like,
are
you look
quite
at this, like,
significant. Yeah,
look.
because I think that also, it's in line with what we've been seeing from other sources, right? For example, in the Battle of Bakhmut, right, there was a NATO assessment that showed a 5-to-1 ratio of Russian losses to Ukrainian losses. And obviously, Bakhmut is a little bit of an exception because Yevgeny Prigozhin and the Wagner Group have put so many prisoners and so many untrained convicts into the armed forces. I've only recently been complimented by more trained paratroopers and assault brigades. But this is in line with what we've been seeing as something that's quite significant. Also, I mean, the differentiation is more important than just the raw numbers of casualties, particularly now that Russia's gotten mobilization. It was more relevant in the summer before that happened, is the number of elite troops who have died on both sides, right? And it does seem as if there was an uncharacteristically large number of generals who died on the Russian side during the first months of the war. There were 8 generals who died during the first months, whereas there were 5, I think, during the entirety of the Soviet war in Afghanistan at a similar level. I mean, there was a staggering number of casualties at the elite levels and at the high levels that are being seen in Russia. Also in Ukraine.
Why do they keep showing up alive if they're dead?
Why do they keep
showing
alive?
up alive if they're dead? Why do they keep
yeah,
showing up
so
alive if they're dead?
in terms of the document, so someone did bring up a good point. I'm sorry if I didn't. Was it? I think it might be Sam. In terms of the casualties. So the reason these documents.
5 minutes. I just want to say something.
Well, the reason
How
these documents
exactly
didn't
are they
focus.
tabulating the losses? I mean, how are they counting the number of dead when when they take over territory? I mean, the only way to count the number of dead, right, is to actually win a certain battle. Say for instance, a certain city, and then count. It's going to be the victors who do the counting, right? That's usually how it's
No,
done.
not at all. So there's
So
a couple ways.
counting that?
There's a couple ways.
They're probably
that
making
tried and
confirmation biased estimates, right?
No,
Because
no.
this is confirmation.
there-
Hold on, this is confirmation that
the
the U.S. is actively
There's a
spying
couple-
on Ukraine. The U.S. is actually spying on
No,
Ukraine.
so
Doesn't have
the-
access to their.
It was on Discord, Ian. It was
Guys,
on
this is
Discord.
unlistenable. This is unlistenable.
guys.
Right. Let Michael go, and then we'll go after that. Michael, go.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the methodology really around the casualty figures is all that important, or at least it's nowhere near the most important aspect of these leaks, because part of what the leaks have confirmed, and there have been allusions to this in the past, but this is like the first documentary confirmation that we know of, is that the U.S. is actively surveilling top Ukraine government and military officials in order to obtain information that otherwise is apparently not being provided to the U.S. I mean, for instance, the U.S. in one document is shown to have reported that there was talk among senior Ukraine military officials about an operation in February in Belarus where the SBU actually carried out a sabotage attack on an airfield. The U.S. seems to have got that information through a signal intercept, because if you look at the top of that document, it has FISA on it, meaning it used spying tactics were employed to glean that information from the Ukraine officials. So, of course, the U.S. is probably not working with complete information when it's making these overall assessments of casualties. But I think that casualties are kind of just an object of speculation anyway. There's a lot of hard information on here that is much more tangible and much more, worthy of making extrapolations about. Like, for instance, of 12 combat-ready battalions that the U.S. says are going to be used in the so-called forthcoming spring offensive, 9 of them are basically generated by the U.S. So that shows the hugely intricate operational involvement of the U.S. in this war, of course, which had already been generally known, but now it's been fleshed out in very precise detail that does away with any plausible deniability. On top of that, you have a legend in one of the documents that specifies the existence of U.S. and NATO special forces and other Department of Defense personnel in Ukraine, which is tantamount to, quote, boots on the ground in Ukraine, which had always been strenuously denied as would ever be the case. So I think getting kind of bogged down in the casualty debate sort of loses sight of some of the more important stuff.
Michael, when is the U.S. going to declare war? Is that in the Pentagon Papers? Or are we just going to skip that legal step here in the U.S.?
No, so the personnel. so people keep going off about these are, look at US has got troops on the ground, right? It doesn't even match up with a standard special operations group squadron, right? Like the people, if you look at the embassy staff, that is
It's not embassy staff.
it is embassy staff and embassy personnel. If a standard operations spec ops group is
Part of what's specified is the security, not
the
all
amount,
of it.
the amount of
specific Marine
personnel in a
units.
spec ops group is larger than what is purported in that report. So it doesn't add up. You're not going to deploy a fraction of a
Why do you
spec
have
op.
embassy staff being special forces? That doesn't make any sense.
Here, let me.
Wait, so you know
because it
the
doesn't
mission
say
parameters of the special forces in
It
Ukraine?
doesn't say
Hey, guys.
special forces. It says
Yes, it does.
personnel.
USSOF.
No, it doesn't. It says U.S. PAX, which is in personnel. It
It
says
says USSOF.
UK
Have you
PAX.
seen it?
I have. It says PAX as in personnel.
I'm going to read.
And also, in terms of the logistics, it's a good point on these documents, the logistics side. That's a good point. That's because these documents are clearly labeled as J3 and J4 and J5. These three sections of the military under the Joint Chiefs, the J3, J4, and J5, deal with operations, logistics, and planning. That's why these documents that were leaked, whether they're accurate or not, have such detail in the logistics and the training of the Ukrainian militaries, because these documents were specifically focusing on operations, logistics, and planning. And in terms of Ian's question about casualties, you can
Intel, I have
there's
to
a
say,
pretty
it says in
tried
plain
and
black and white
true
on the
method
document,
of
US,
calculating
NATO, SOF.
casualties. And there's
Right, Intel, let him answer because
I'm at 10 seconds. In terms of Ian's question, because it went unanswered about casualty calculations, there's a pretty tried and true method that's been around for a long time. It's called a daily muster. You do this multiple times a day. Anyone in the military can tell you about how you're constantly being rounded up and everyone's being accounted for, right? If you have a muster at 0600, you're supposed to have 100 guys. And then at noon, you have another muster and there's only 90. You can say, okay, we got 10 people missing. Another method is you find a body, you pull a tag off it, or you actually retrieve the body. Like casualty counting is not that difficult.
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
understand.
just for the record, hold on, Ian. This guy is just flat wrong. He made a factual misstatement on the document itself. I posted a link. I posted a portion of it. It says in black and white, quote, US/NATO SOF in Ukraine. PAX is just a military acronym for personnel. So I don't know what that guy's talking about.
Yeah. So Michael, real quick, I actually have your tweet thread pulled up because Zero Hedge reported on this today. I don't know if you saw this, but they actually used your tweet thread with the documents in their reporting. And I kind of want to shift the conversation a little. Hang on. Sorry, Doc. I had to mute your mic. You had your dogs. I'm going to shift the conversation a little bit because I want to get Dr. Sneck and Brian in on this. But one of the things on this reporting, and I thought they did a pretty good job. Number one, there's a great thread, Michael, by the way. But number two, they actually reported, so there's 14 more revelations. And there's actually some things that we know today that we did not know yesterday. So I'm going to read a couple of these revelations now because it's relevant. So Ukraine's robust Soviet-era air defenses, which have thus far minimized the participation of Russian aircraft, could run out of ammunition in several weeks. We saw that in the documents, right? By May. But also, this is something that I did not catch, and I went back to look at it. One report says internal discussions show that South Korean officials are wary of requests to hand over artillery shells to the United States to replenish their stockpiles out of the concern that they're going to actually end up being used in Ukraine. And then they're saying another report says Ukrainian air defense is in peril if it's not reinforced by Western allies. Another thing that we mentioned yesterday was that there was talks about whether or not Israel was going to be, offering support and assistance to Ukraine as well. And a lot of us had come to the conclusion, like, I just don't see why that would be valuable to them. Well, apparently today they have come out and actually stated that they're going to be starting to help. So, Dr. Sneck, we were talking about munitions running out of what they have, what they need. And it seems to be there's not a lot of support rallying behind that cause. Dr. Sneck, are you seeing anything different? Because you seem to be pretty much one of the panelist experts on the equipment that's on the ground there.
Well, I mean, the thing with this, the main thing is the air defenses, and you look at what's happening on the front line right now with VKS dropping glide bombs. Like, you need longer range air defenses to essentially counter that, because otherwise you just have, like, if people say, oh, you just fire artillery. One of those 1,500 kilogram bombs is worth 100 to 200 artillery shells. So it's like, so it really, I mean, like, unless Ukraine can have longer range air defenses, and there are various ways to do it, you know, from like supplying more, you know, Patriots from the US, more various like anti-ship missiles that can be converted into ground-based use. But the thing is, like, unless there's a long range, you know, 160 kilometer long range air defense option, like, you're not going to push away those bombers that are just gliding in bombs. The other thing that I want to just emphasize, like, the most important part of these leaks is actually the equipment, is actually the depletion rates, because there are things you can actually check. And I was actually able to figure out, you know, the names of some of these units based on the equipment that they were listed as having, the train time frames, and also and also corroborating what was reported on social media over the last 3 months when you had, like, you know, announcements of new brigades being formed. So I mean, that sheet where it talks about the fourth generation and the 9 new brigades that NATO is training, like, that's quite accurate. I mean, for me, like, if I look at this as being a psyop, it's like way too much work for it being a psyop, and 2 is revealing too much information, where it's actually allowing me to draw, you know, further inferences based on these like disparate dots of, you know, of open source intelligence. I think, like, if it was somebody who was trying to do something, like, there are 3 scenarios. Like, one is just that it was a bunch of people, like, who wanted very, very detailed maps and intelligence and just, like, leaked the shit. Or, you know, it could be, you know, highlighting the main problem, which is the lack of air defenses, depletion of air defenses, and try and rally some kind of cause behind that in the media. I mean, you begin to see a little bit of that, but I'm not sure if this has, like, you know, public widespread appeal. Or third, it might be some disgruntled person inside the national security establishment who essentially thinks that, I mean, as Michael Tracy pointed out, like, you know, there are, like, rogue elements, or, you know, or maybe the entire Ukrainian government is kind of a black box and they don't know what is going on, and they feel like they're overstepping and they want a way to wash their hands of it.
Well, on that point, really quickly, remember there have been leaks that have been more specifically targeted to the New York Times in particular. I believe this was in October, that showed that the U.S. had made a determination that some faction of the Ukraine military had carried out that assassination bombing on the outskirts of Moscow that killed the daughter of Dugin. And the way that the U.S. characterized why that leak was given to them by somebody within the U.S. intelligence community was as a warning to Ukraine, to the Ukraine government, to kind of tamp down on the brazenness of one of these particular factions that seem to have been doing very, you know, aggressive actions that could kind of jeopardize at least the nominal limits that the U.S. claims to have placed on Ukraine operations. I mean, I think one of the most important revelations here that I've seen so far is that the U.S. is spying on the entire top echelon of the Ukraine government and military, including Zelensky himself. That you could say, oh, that's not surprising, the U.S. spies on everybody. Well, okay, but when you have confirmation of it that's been concealed within classified documents and it's put out for public consumption and it's confirmed, that doesn't have an impact. I mean, when Snowden revelations showed that the U.S. was spying on Angela Merkel, or spying on Brazilian state entities, it created giant scandals within those countries and diplomatic, tensions of a great proportion. So yeah, there's something comparable here, especially if the U.S. constantly makes out Zelensky and Ukraine to be these warriors on the forefront of defending democracy. At the same time, it's, oh, by the way, secretly spying on them all. And I do think that's a bit of a dichotomy that the U.S. would probably prefer not to have out there.
Can I jump in?
Right.
Yeah.
And just one last point.
Yeah.
I mean, and to Michael's point on that, I'm just going to say this real quick. To Michael's point on that, like,
20 seconds, because I want to go to Brian.
okay. Michael's point on that, there's the part where it talks about the attack on Belarus. Basically, it says that these are rogue agents that did it. So there's already this kind of, like, we don't know what is going on.
They violated orders. That's how it's.
Yes, they violated orders. Yes.
Right, Brian, I know you want to jump in on this. Go for it.
Yeah, well, I have no interest in the interruption fest that's been going on for the last 30 minutes. So give me like 1 minute. I'll make my points and then people can jump in, okay? First of all, to Michael T's point, as I said yesterday, it is now crystal clear that the South Korean, the Israeli, the Ukrainian reactions here, just like with Merkel, are not about the fact that the U.S. intelligence community was collecting intelligence against them. Everyone knows that. It's in a public executive order. It's the fact that it has now been publicly disclosed, and it's embarrassing to them. So that's point one. Point two, these documents were United States intelligence documents. First of all, yes, Russia, probably North Korea, Iran, China are fully capable of faking U.S. intelligence documents. The markings on these documents are all over the internet, including the documents that were photographed at Mar-a-Lago. But here's why I believe these are authentic. First of all, the United States does a much worse job of protecting our classified information than the Five Eyes. So I think it's highly likely it came from us instead of the UK or New Zealand or Canada or Australia, which really are the only other candidates. But the most important reason, which somebody I think alluded to earlier, is the subject matter and the reach of these topics are so broad that really only the United States would have probably been looking at all of these things at the same time in a high-level Pentagon briefing. Okay, point two. Point three, what has happened today pretty much destroys the theory that was widely discussed in this space yesterday, and which somebody alluded to a minute ago, that this was an intentional U.S. government disinformation leak. First of all, there's way too much damaging information on our platforms, our systems, and our diplomatic relations than any responsible official would ever be willing to allow just to quote unquote distract, as somebody said yesterday, from bad situations in Ukraine. Secondly, it's clear now from a lot of what you guys have said, which is great, and the Bellingcat reporting, that these documents were sitting around on servers for at least weeks, if not months, before they became public. That's not how a disinformation campaign works. Third, the US government doesn't work this way. We don't do this kind of stuff. And if we did, we're not competent enough to pull it off without it being detected. Last thing, we will never catch the person or people who did this. I've been involved in dozens of leak investigations. They've almost never resulted in someone being caught and prosecuted. We have to do it. Justice Department has to do it. They're sincere about it. They're not going to get caught. Oh, I lied. This is not the last thing. This is the last thing. This trope that I've heard 5 times now on every space I've been on, that somehow the United States intelligence community is manipulating the New York Times and the Washington Post, is laughable fiction. You get Pulitzer Prizes by disclosing top secret code word information. I promise you. I'll tell you what, anybody who can prove that the New York Times and the Washington Post are agents of the Central Intelligence Agency, I'll buy your drinks for a year. Thank you. I'm done.
Brian, just a quick question before I give it to somebody to respond to your final point. You said that there was too much detrimental info for it to be leaked by the intelligence agency. Can you give us an example of something?
Yes.
That was something that was
good question.
Detrimental.
Yeah, good question. Good.
And wouldn't have been out there already.
Good question. So, first of all, as I read the documents that you guys sent around in preparation for the session, which is very helpful, there's a specific satellite platform that was named. And yes, probably Russian intelligence and Chinese intelligence know about that platform, but we don't routinely go around confirming sophisticated intelligence platforms just to bolster our disinformation. Secondly, and most importantly, is all the collateral stuff. So you got stuff about Israel, you have stuff about South Korea. There's no reason why President Biden or the Secretary of Defense or the CIA director would include all that stuff in a disinformation campaign. It makes no sense.
Thanks for that, Brian. So Doc or Michael, I think it was Brian who basically presented a defeater to your point in terms of the intelligence agency manipulating or providing information to the New York Times. So yeah, if you want to come back on that one.
Oh, well, I wasn't saying that this is an attempt by the intelligence agencies to manipulate the New York Times or Washington Post. I was saying the opposite. Somebody brought up Russiagate as a parallel as to why one should be skeptical of the legitimacy of these leaks, or at least leery of there being some ulterior motive.
Brian is saying, so I'll let you continue, but Brian is saying it's never happened. I think that's what he's saying.
Oh, well.
No, hold on.
That's not how I put it. I put it as with Russiagate, there were mutually advantageous relations between the New York Times, Washington Post, et cetera, and these intel sources to kind of furnish a particular narrative with a particular bent. The New York Times wasn't manipulated; it was willingly seeking out that kind of those snippets of information to further a certain narrative. So I wouldn't have put it as they were being manipulated. If anything, they were participating in a kind of mutual manipulation, not of themselves, but of the public.
Well, to be clear, I certainly did not intend to say that no U.S. government official in the executive branch or Congress has ever leaked anything to the media to affect a policy result. It happens all the time. It's many years of my life lost working on it. I thought somebody on this session, and certainly it's happened in prior sessions, was saying that essentially the American media, mainstream media, is like wholly owned subsidiary of the U.S. intelligence community and just sits around waiting to do their bidding. And that's what I'm pushing back against. That is
no, I think that's a vast oversimplification.
Okay, fair.
And I think
fair.
that's misstating what I said. What I said is I think both the Washington Post and New York Times have credibility problems. Even in the search, Brian, I got to say, I agree with 4 of the 5 points that you made, right? But to suggest they're doing this because they can get a Pulitzer, well, they can get a Pulitzer for lying about Trump and Russiagate too. So the truth really doesn't matter to these organizations from my perspective. And that's why I started out in the space questioning the legitimacy of either Russia or the U.S. being behind this. I think there's no way to tell that. So start with a conversation. I have to go forward. Rely on the reporting and to confirm it as the source. Well, at least Daniel Ellsberg was up there saying, yeah, I'm the one that got the papers, and I'm willing to go to jail to defend that they're legitimate source.
Oh, Doc,
he wasn't, though. He was an anonymous source to the New York Times.
Hey, Doc, I agree with you. I have been interviewed by the New York Times and deliberately misquoted. So I'm not in any way, shape, or form defending the veracity of the mainstream media. All I'm saying is the relationship between the Times, the Post, the LA Times, CNN, Fox, MSNBC with the U.S. intelligence community is usually much more adversarial than it is cooperative. And I thought you or somebody was suggesting that essentially we have, a state-controlled media in the United States like they do in China and Russia. And that's what I'm pushing back against.
I'm close when they're jailing reporters and attorneys for representing clients and issues. So, yeah, I mean, I'm just the guy that's not going to accept the legitimacy of reporting. I'm always going to question it until it's been proven. And we can't have that proof, honestly, guys. As IntelSec delineated the history of these documents. I mean, we can infer that they're legitimate based on the actions that come as a consequence or a sequela to the release of these documents. But we're reading, in my opinion, we're reading tea leaves here, and that's fine. That's what spaces are about, right?
Brian, could I just ask you a follow-up question to something you were saying? So, Brian, it seems like, and this is my reading the documents, and this is sort of dovetailing something you were saying. It almost seems like that the United States government or the United States intelligence community knows more about what's happening in Russia and Russian strategy than it does Ukraine. I mean, it's sort of like there's instances early in the war where there'd be meetings happening in Russia, and then a few days later there'd be transcripts of these meetings in like Western outlets. And now this information you were talking about where the United States is trying to gather intelligence on Ukraine and doesn't really have good information. Is that an accurate statement? Is it that Ukraine is just better at OPSEC than Russia? I mean, you did have these cases of these generals using their cell phones and dropping dead in the beginning of the war. I think someone was saying like 8 generals had died. So why is it that, is it because this is Zelensky's war and he's running the show and he's keeping a tight ship? How is it that the United States has seemingly more information on how Russia is doing in the war than it does Ukraine?
Yeah, it's a great question. And, I haven't had a top secret code word security clearance for 15 years. And so I'm just speculating. But it makes a lot of sense to me that the U.S. would have many, many more and more accurate sources about Russia than Ukraine, simply because they've been our adversary for 100 years. And we've directed, they've been target 1 or target 2 or tied for target 1 for as long as we've been alive, right? So we've been developing those sources and methods against Russia far longer than Ukraine. Point 1. Point 2, Ukraine's our ally in this war. And as has been amply demonstrated, every country spies on their allies, but we're not as much in the business of verifying the veracity of what's happening in the Ukrainian government as we are in the Russian government, because they're a strategic threat to us and Ukraine is not. That's my guess.
So Brian, I just want to come back on you.
That's
on
a
the
bit
point that you made.
nonsensical
One
what you
second.
just said about how America has been adversarial to Russia for 100
One
years.
second, Ian.
that they're
So Brian, I just want to
historical enemy.
come back to you on
That's
the
incorrect.
point of Brian. I just want to come back to you on the point about the media not being impacted by the government. So I mean, and nobody's arguing that they're like China or Russia and it's state control, but at the same time, there is clear evidence and clear situations where there is an incestuous relationship with the media and the government and the military industrial complex, and there's significant writings on that.
Yeah, I mean,
What's your
well,
thoughts?
look, just take Bob Woodward as an example, right? He somehow, this guy has gotten into the White House of like 10 presidents in a row of different parties. So every administration, we should do a whole show on this. Every administration thinks that leaks are going to happen, so we might as well leak when it's to our policy advantage, because we got to be in the game too. I'm not in any way saying that leaks don't happen. They do. All I'm saying is I think most of the media in the United States is motivated by getting scoops and getting eyeballs, and not by the agenda of the United States government. Sometimes those things line up, sometimes they don't.
I wouldn't just frame it as one second. I wouldn't just frame it as just leaks. But I mean, even when it comes to policy ideas, even when it comes to maybe going to war, there's a clear incestuous relationship between the media, military industrial complex, and the government, and you see a combined narrative.
Well, yeah, just look at cable news. I mean, half of the so-called national security experts that you see on MSNBC or CNN, or even Fox to a lesser extent, actually used to be more prevalent on Fox, but it's still there, are these supposed former officials, whether they're military or intelligence community or what have you, and those people tend to be in frequent contact with their colleagues who are still in government, and they are used to transmit certain narratives under some like kind of quasi-journalistic auspices. I mean, John Brennan, seemingly the minute that he left office as CIA director, became an employee of NBC Universal. So that's one example of like this incestuous relationship. But that's sort of like more of a broader point. I just want to mention something that Brian said about the relative lack of insight that the U.S. seemingly has on Ukraine versus Russia. I mean, since the beginning of the Ukraine war, Avril Haines, who's the director of national intelligence, has said in testimony before Congress exactly this, that the U.S., maybe counterintuitively to some, has much greater insight into the operational details of the Ukraine military than it does the Russian military. Now, I had initially thought there was at least some reason to be skeptical of that. I still kind of do, but at the same time, the U.S. national security apparatus, such as it exists post World War II, was largely created, yes, to counter specifically the precursor of the Russian Federation, which was the Soviet Union, and it's those sort of that orientation still persists to a large extent.
I just wanted to clarify,
and that is corroborated by the U.S. having to
I just want to
spy on
clarify
Ukraine.
the claim that Russia and America have been opposed for over 100 years or whatever, right? Okay.
We invaded Russia in 1918, Ian. We invaded Russia in 1918, the 1920s.
Yes. Listen,
13,000 American
Russia
troops.
with help in 1917.
No, we landed 13,000 American troops in Russia.
A big deal.
No, we 13,000.
When were the U.S. and Russia allies?
No, we weren't. We invaded Russia.
Enemies of them.
Hold on.
Right, guys,
hold on.
In World War II, we were allies.
Hold on.
And
Hold
don't
on.
forget, World
We're
War II,
also
we were
allies in
allies
World
with the
War
rest.
I.
right, guys. There's like 5 people speaking at the same time. Ian, finish your point, and then I'll go to Intel.
Yeah, I would speak, but everybody just speaks over me today for whatever reason. Just saying, Russia sided with Britain, France, and Serbia against Germany and Austria-Hungary in World War I. So this idea that America has always been enemies of Russia, that's a bullshit that you've been fed. You watch too much Red Dawn and 1980s movies and you think Russians are the enemy. You go to Russia and ask them what they think of Americans. They do not think of Americans this way. This is a narrative that's being perpetuated to manufacture consent in a war against Russia. That's all it is.
Any chance I can respond?
Yeah, you can hear that.
Absolutely.
I think that's what you were upset about before. So he's finished now. You can respond, Brian.
This is probably the most irrelevant thing that we've talked about in the last hour. Let me amend and revise my remarks as they say in Congress.
You want to get the facts straight, right?
Let me revise what I said. Yes, in many ways we've been enemies of Russia for 100 years, but if it makes you feel better, let's say we've been enemies of Russia since 1950. So that's only 73 years. Okay, let's move on.
When did we declare war against Russia?
You don't have to.
But Brian, is it fair to say that the U.S. national security apparatus, as it was constructed post World War II, was largely geared toward the specific goal of combating and countering the Soviet Union?
100%.
American people, and it suppressed the American people. That's what our intelligence communities have been doing. Thanks.
Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah, well, in terms of the history, so yeah, we invaded Russia in 1918 to 1925 at behest of trying to keep the Bolsheviks out of power. It failed, right? And then we had the Red Scare throughout so pretty much the end of World War I through the Roaring 20s. There was the first Great Scare where a bunch of the early anti-communist laws were initially formed. And then World War II happened. Initially, we weren't BFS with Russia, and we only we only started giving aid to Russia after Germany invaded them, right? The Lend-Lease only kicked in after Germany declared war on Russia, and the second that Germany was defeated, that friendship was over, and then it went to 73 years of pointing nukes at each other. So Brian's 100% right when he says that Russia and the United States have had adversarial relations for a century. That's 100% true. We invaded to keep the Bolsheviks out of power. We formed laws in the United States. The first Red Scare went for almost a decade. And then you had the Great Depression. We forgot about it. And then at the end of World War II, we had another Red Scare with McCarthyism.
Right, okay.
And then you had the Cold War.
Okay, right.
With regards to the first Red Scare, that was more to suppress unions, right? Unionists. It's not to suppress Russians. It was used to suppress anyone who was opposed to the capitalist system, which was collapsing at the time, which is what led to the Great Depression to begin with. They were trying to stave it off, right? Because workers' rights were a big thing, and they are now, right? America is a very different country from what it was back then, which was a purely corporatist state, right? And they moved away from that. Eventually, the quote unquote socialist, scary boogeyman, got their way, and workers had rights. Wow. Like what a wonderful development that we should not look down on. I mean, it was a good thing that workers got rights, right? I mean, I think we can all agree here that workers deserve rights and that corporations shouldn't be allowed to starve small children to death by forcing them to work to death in the mines, right? So,
guys,
Ian, what's this got to do with the leaked documents?
Guys, my only point.
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing
to do with the document.
Guys,
I just want to get the facts straight. That's all.
Guys, my only point was the question was posed: why do we know more about Russia than Ukraine? And the answer is because Russia has been a tier 1 target of the U.S. intelligence community for decades. Let's just move on. We don't need to rehash.
But Brian, isn't there something peculiar about that? Ukraine was part of the Soviet Union, right? So wouldn't there have been a lot of surveillance and other national security oriented resources also geared toward ascertaining surreptitiously stuff going on inside Ukraine? So I'm not 100% clear on why there would have been such a clean break between the level of access that the U.S. had on Ukraine versus what it had on Russia. If anything, you'd expect that to continue given the U.S. efforts to bring Ukraine closer and closer into its own orbit.
First of all, I don't know. I don't have a security clearance anymore, but I'm not saying we don't have any intelligence resources in Ukraine since the fall of the wall. I'm just saying that Russia is target 1 or tied for target 1 with China, and Ukraine would be, way down the list up until the conflict. That's all.
Yeah, and real quick. I kind of want to touch off what Brian's saying because I actually see what he's saying here. The fact that they have been by far a tier 1 target for a very, very long time, and a lot of our resources have been dedicated to that. Ukraine's a mess, right? So, let's say post-Soviet Union, right? And then we had 2014 and the current government that we have now. I think a lot of the comments that have been made about this situation specifically is that the way that they're operating the government and how many defense ministers they've lost,
I mean, keep in mind, guys, that government has hemorrhaged people since this war started, if you guys don't remember. So I would imagine that it's completely disarrayed.
Wait, defense ministers or generals?
There was a defense minister, and then there was not losses as in death. I'm talking about like resigned from the government or kicked out of the government.
Shoigu's been the defense minister the whole time, hasn't he?
No, there's other. Julio was in here talking about it yesterday about a specific case that they were talking about from 2 years ago, year and a half ago, and then they've lost, I think, like 17 officials out of the government. I'll pull that up. I had the report.
Okay, well, Shoigu's been the defense minister for the past year plus. So
I think it was an assistant defense minister, something a high level, but lower than.
I'd be curious on how much of this is related to operational security. I mean, we've seen, Russian generals, Russian soldiers using their cell phones to communicate, on the battlefield, and sort of these precision strikes to take out Russian generals. I wonder how much of this has to do with, sending. I forget who was mentioning these sort of untrained troops being sent into, vital war zones. Untrained troops with their phones in their pockets, making phone calls, and generals making phone calls using their cell phone because they didn't have logistical supply.
So,
yeah,
I can jump in on that, Mickey. Very
Regarding the generals, right? I think somebody in the space mentioned that 8 Russian generals have died in the war. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I could speak to this quickly. I just have another couple of points also about the actual leaks themselves. So what I would say is that Shoigu's been in power, at least in defense, since 2012. It wouldn't have been him. He's been, reprimanded and kicked around by Putin for his pretty shoddy craftsmanship. It was probably one of the deputies, but basically what's happened is because of the Russians' use of artillery and the way that they basically, when they entered the second phase of the conflict, so around May, you had a flurry of senior officers, not just generals, but lower subordinates, who were basically having to go to the front lines because there was just so. I think Piotr's got a call. He's broken up. Yeah.
I mean, the reason I brought up the
I have another thought.
Killed was because
let me speak on that.
Generals
I
were
can
killed
say
by,
something about
according to Russia. And now, if you actually Google this thing, you have Ukrainian sources claiming in July that 14 Russian generals were killed, and then in May 2022 there's 12, and then another one claims there's 20 that have been killed. Including 160 generals, according to NDTV in last November. Yeah, 160 generals. So what fucking number is it exactly? I mean, you have these numbers all over the place. It's either 4 generals, which is what Russia's claiming, or it's 8 generals, is what I heard here, and then you have 12, 14, 20, and 160. So essentially there's 6 million Russian generals were killed in the war, is my understanding, right?
Well, here's another pertinent point, okay? And this has to do with some sort of foundational questions about the current nature of Ukrainian state capacity that really have been open, at least as I've seen it, for quite some time, especially since the wars began last February. Now, as president of Ukraine, Zelensky has delegated a huge amount of war-making authorities to other persons. So the nature of his actual power has sort of not been very clearly defined, and the command structure is not very clearly delineated in Ukraine, which is pretty understandable because Ukraine, as a non-subject of the Soviet Union, has only existed for about a little over 30 years. And then post-2014, essentially there was a massive new state building kind of operation that was undertaken in Ukraine to kind of transform the moorings of that state itself. And so it's hard to really say to what extent Zelensky controls certain government actors or who's reporting to who in the military, given, for the one thing, again, the newness of the state itself, but also just the ambiguity around how different facets of it are structured. And that sort of is underscored by some of the stuff that's in these documents. For one thing, you have in the document that reports a U.S. intercept of high-level discussions happening about that operation to bomb the airfield in Belarus in February, that the SBU, the Ukrainian Special Forces agents that carried out the operation, they, quote, were violating orders. Now, the question that popped into my mind is, so were they actually violating orders? If so, who? Or whose orders were they violating, in other words? Or is it just kind of a bit convenient to sort of state that they're violating orders when the kind of complexion of the state is already so fuzzy that it's not even clear whose orders there are to violate?
Michael,
we've had indication that there's been these sort of quote unquote rogue operations in the past that kind of get chalked up to some government unit or military unit that Zelensky doesn't have control over. Well, if Zelensky doesn't have control over those units and they're not actually responsive to democratic control, that actually says something fairly fundamental about the Ukrainian state.
So what I would say, Michael, is that there's been a couple of examples where there was questionable whether or not Zelensky was directly aware of what was happening in the Ukrainians' intelligence circles. Much like there's been discussion, you can make comparisons to what was happening with the Chinese balloon, right? Did President Xi directly know that the balloon was being sent? And it was, of course, did he directly authorize those actions? You never fully know. The difference there is the CCP and the PLA are one and the same in the sense the PLA is directly authorized by the CCP, but in Ukraine, because it's meant to be more of a democracy, there's meant to be a distinction between the military branch and the political. But you know, there are questions around Dugin and his daughter. I believe it was Dugin's daughter who was blown up in that car bomb. Then quite recently there were some drone attacks into southern parts of Russia's airspace about 2 months ago, 6 weeks ago. Are those directly authorized by Zelensky?
St. Petersburg,
yeah, exactly. St. Petersburg, one around, I think it was Yekaterinburg as well. There was about 6 or 7 of these cases that were going on. But again, it's not clear whether Zelensky really has direct knowledge of that, and if he does, whether he gave the green light. I mean, one can also talk about the Moskva and the sinking of that back in April, May of last year. So there's a few interesting intelligence points to this.
So if Zelensky actually does not have control over those operations, then again, that points to something fairly profound about the uncontrollability of the Ukraine state, because Zelensky was purported to have given assurances to the U.S. that Ukraine would not undertake operations that entailed bombing targets inside Russia proper. That was at least nominally supposed to be a condition of the U.S. provision of various weapon systems. And Biden himself has repeated that he has received those assurances. But if those assurances don't mean a whole lot, in the sense that Zelensky can't give an assurance one way or another over what elements within his government will do, well, then that really ought to be taken into account, you would think, from a policy perspective, as to how the U.S. conceives of its role in subsidizing and operationally coordinating the entire
I can give you another example. So very quickly, was do you remember when the missile landed in Poland in the fall?
Well, yeah, and the Ukraine officials admittedly blamed Russia without any evidence.
That's information warfare. But yeah, they wanted to make it out that it was a Russian missile, but it was Ukrainian because of the registration number. But the point was that it wouldn't have been fired if the Russians hadn't been firing artillery earlier that morning. But more specifically, the point I'm getting at is that the Ukrainian government were pretty insistent that they wanted access to the crash site. But the Americans and Polish were both basically like, well, no, we've got this, we've got this. And there was actually quite a public bit of disgruntled sort of statements from, I can't remember which department, I think it was the Defense Department of Ukraine, basically saying that, we should be given access to this, but it's in Polish territory and so on.
For days, he was mad on Twitter.com, right? On
right.
The
so
raging.
Yeah. So
But Peter, so if the U.S. is subsidizing and operationally coordinating the war effort of a state for which operational responsibility of significantly consequential military actions cannot be traced back to a single source of kind of authority, then that's sort of an issue. I mean, that ought to be taken into account as to how the plausibility, how the prudential, that's a prudential concern that ought to be taken into account by U.S. policymakers, one would think.
Well, yeah, no, Sean, this is why I think you're seeing a degree of hesitation amongst Well, let's put it this way, right? So the reason that we've seen a willingness by Western policymakers, specifically the US, just for this case, to increase the type of equipment that they're willing to give the Ukrainians is because the Ukrainians are seemingly showing competency on the battlefield, right? No one expected Ukraine to last this long, and then when they did, they were given the javelins, they were given the different rockets, and then they did even better, so they were given the HIMARS. Now they're being supposedly receiving all these tanks, but now they want jets. And this is where you are seeing a bit of a red line, right? Meloni, the head of Italian government, she was there about a month ago, and she was basically saying, look, you know, I want to support you wholeheartedly, outrightly, so on and so on, but we're not giving you aircraft. So there is a limit that some states seem to be going to, and as you say, there have been a couple of instances, maybe Intel can speak to this more, but where there were concerns, I think, even from the US government about Ukraine's actions in Russian territory, because if you begin making more and more covert strikes into Russia, that can potentially escalate this conflict from being purely contained in Ukraine to cross-border conflict, and then that really does escalate to a level that we don't want.
But the point is, nothing's actually changed about the underlying policy. The status quo has prevailed. Whatever concerns are sort of gently expressed, whether it's through a leak or some other means, it's not as though anything about the sort of fundamental nature of the U.S. policy in particular has been altered on account of the recognition that there appear to be some factions within the Ukraine government who are just operating autonomously and are not going to adhere to whatever strictures.
I would say that it's changed in the sense of, if you look at like military, the allocation of funding and the willingness of certain, I don't know, well-known, you know, people, public speakers, politicians, members of Congress, to outrightly state, we'll give Ukraine everything, right? The idea of giving jets is definitely something that less people are 100% behind, because that does take the conflict to a whole new level.
Well, Poland just announced the provision of jets.
Yeah, MiG-29s, which are like third generation antiquated.
They're still jets.
Yeah, but that's the same thing that the Ukrainian army is already utilizing.
Real quick, guys.
And in terms of the technology, these jets are old, they got high mileage, and they're probably just going to be used for spare parts more than anything.
Real quick,
they're
guys.
still fighter jets. I mean, and the U.S. is helping to backfill the supply of them.
Real quick, guys, I got some breaking. I think this article came out fairly quickly because the team in the background is always working on this. If it's 45 minutes old, it's too late type of mentality. So the Washington Post, and I want to get to some of the hands as well. So the Washington Post is reporting that Egypt had secretly planned to supply rockets to Russia in a leaked U.S. document. So President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi of Egypt, one of America's closest allies in the Middle East and a major recipient of U.S. aid, recently ordered subordinates to produce up to 40,000 rockets to be covertly shipped to Russia, according to a leaked U.S. intelligence document. A portion of a top-secret document dated February 17th summarizes purported conversations between Sisi and senior Egyptian military officials, and also references plans to supply Russia with artillery rounds and gunpowder. In the document, Sisi instructs the officials to keep the production and shipment of the rocket secret to, quote, avoid problems with the West. Washington Post obtained the document from a trove of images, classified files posted in February and March on Discord, a chat app popular with gamers. The document has not previously been reported. So I actually included the reporting down in the chat, and I've got it pulled up here. And so that they basically are able to get this document. What I'm actually looking for right now is to see if they've actually included the document in this.
No, they don't seem to be actually posting the documents themselves, which is a bit annoying. But I had the first time hearing that's a big deal of truth. That would be the first known example of like a defection of a country within the U.S. sort of sphere.
Well, I mean, Michael, remember historically Egypt's been, you know, supported by the Soviet Union over the past 70 years. So, I mean, Egypt's been a bit of a swing state in the international relations sense for many years.
Sure, but recall, in 2013, the U.S., you know, more than tacitly supported the coup that brought Sisi to power and ousting Morsi.
No, I know. I'm just saying, I'm surprised though, because also from the grain deal perspective, I had a conversation with someone about Egypt before, and you know, Egypt receives about 60% or something of its grain, like Libya, from Ukraine and Russia in the form of the sunflower oil and the wheat and so on. So, I mean, maybe they feel that the Ukrainians are more of the arbitrator of the food insecurity now. If that really is the case, that's pretty significant. But that confuses me a little bit. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, when I read it, I was like, wow, this is actually a bigger deal as you start playing through it in your head, right? I mean, we've had, conversations about people breaking from the West, the BRICS conversations, and there's kind of seems to be a realignment happening. Maybe it's short term, maybe it's opportunistic that's happening in the Middle East. But we saw today with the conversations with the government.
Well, I would actually stress, that's a good point. I would point out that about a week ago, the Saudis and the Egyptians were having a meeting. I can't remember what level. I think it was foreign ministers about improving their relations, and Egypt and Turkey have been talking about it. So you're seeing this general shuffle of power in the Middle East with the Chinese brokered, Saudi Iranian one. So maybe Egypt is seeing it as an opportunity to levy their own interests, but whether or not that plays directly into the conflict and their motivations, I'm not sure.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, right.
So if that reporting is true, then I think that's just another nail in the coffin of the theory that this is some sort of intentional disinformation by the United States. That is extremely sensitive. I can't imagine any U.S. policymaker wanting that to be leaked.
Me either.
Me neither. I think it's
and just as a reminder,
not
John Kerry, who's in the Biden administration in some climate change czar role, was the Secretary of State of the Obama administration when Sisi came to power. And I just pulled up the quote. He declared that notwithstanding it being a military coup, support of which is supposed to be illegal per U.S. law, that Sisi was, quote, restoring democracy when he ousted Mohammed Morsi, the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, who was democratically elected. So just a lot of ironies layered on top of one another here.
Right, but even more, I think that just reinforces the point that the U.S. administration, especially under a Democrat, would not have intentionally decided to leak that.
Or anyone who speaks Russian,
here's
Sisi causing problems is no surprise to anyone.
That's also true, though. So let me read a response. I got a little further down in the article here. It says, in response to questions regarding the document and the veracity of the conversation it describes, Ambassador Abu Zaid, spokesman for Egypt's foreign ministry, said that, quote, Egypt's position from the very beginning is based on non-involvement in the crisis and committing to maintain equal distance with both sides while affirming Egypt's support to the UN Charter and international law and UN General Assembly resolutions. We continue to urge both parties to cease hostilities to reach a political solution through negotiation. Yeah, that's fine. That's what you've been saying. But if this reporting is true, if this document is accurate, which drives me nuts, they won't post the document. This is a big deal, considering, again, that was brought up earlier, how much aid that they actually get from us, and the status, like what they mentioned right here, the UN Charter. Like, this is I think the implications of this are a little bit darker than I really want to consider at this point. But if this is true, Marcus, I haven't had a chance to get you in here on this conversation yet. Did you want to follow up on that, or was there something you wanted to respond to earlier?
No, I'm totally agree with your point. I think that this is really a psyop, because for me, all the information which is leaking all together and just being secret. I mean, for something being secret, this is too much. Less and less people have to see it actually. The higher the classification, or the more matters are coming. Normally it should be top secret or something like that, to me. There are too many points, and a lot of things are framing and pointing to a new conflict. For example, relatedly, other intelligence reports say that China could use the Ukrainian strikes to target deep inside Russia and so on. They are preparing for the people who actually get to know now about all this to be behind the next matter. This is 5G warfare. And to me, this is all disinformation. And it is more clear for me if you take everything in the context, what is leaking at the moment, what's the reason why it is leaking at the moment. And this is just to support the Ukraine war more. You have more casualties of the Russians, which I don't think is true, than the Ukrainians. So you have to bring in some more force and some more fighter jets and so on. And you have to understand, the US is demilitarizing whole of Europe, everything. And this has just one goal. And this is to sell the new fighter jets, the F-35 and so on, because all these new weaponry is actually acting together over the internet for a next round against Russia. And the US is trying to freeze this. And I don't think this will happen because from the Russian viewpoint, I mean, they got fooled so many times now, even with the expansion of NATO in 1999. I mean, they got told and they agreed then on it that there are stationed troops around, but they are always fluctuating, you know, they are not always there, but they are just moving around, you know. And it is not like the US and NATO actually promised. And then Merkel and the French actually declared that Ukraine was, this Minsk agreement was just being used to weaponize Ukraine. I mean, what do the Russians need to think about it? It is, and this is just to bring the people behind the matter because, for example, in Germany, a lot of people are getting mad about this conflict and don't support it anymore. They're losing the support for this conflict, for this proxy war all around the world at the moment. And that's why it is coming out.
I think that's a possible supposition. But let me read a little bit further. This actually has more detail in the document, but I agree with, I know where you're going with that. And Valina, I'm actually going to come to you. I know that you're well versed in these politics, but let me finish off some more details about the document. So the document describes Sisi issuing instructions on February 1st for keeping the supply of rockets secret in order to, quote, avoid problems with the West, telling a person referenced only as Salah al-Din that factory workers should be told the projectiles are intended for the Egyptian army. Salah al-Din is likely Mohammed Salah al-Din, the Minister of State for military production. The gunpowder offered to Russia would come from Factory 18, the document said, which is the name of a decades-old chemical manufacturing plant. The document quotes al-Din as saying he would, quote, order his people to work shift work if necessary because it was the least Egypt could do to repay Russia for unspecified help earlier. The document does not make it clear what the earlier Russian help was. The leaked document quotes al-Din as saying Russians told him that they were willing to buy anything. So I'm not sure exactly what the help was before either. I'm going to dig into that a little bit, see if I can get some kind of clarity on that. But Valina, it seemed like, did you agree or disagree with what Marcus's summation was, or do you have any comments on that?
Hi again, thanks for the invitation. No, I'm not going to comment on Marcus because Marcus is simply not informed and he's having his opinions, which are simply personal opinions. Two remarks, general remarks on my side. I think that it's really too early to assess the leaks. We have, all of us have little to no information. But two things I found extremely striking. The first, obviously, is related to Ukraine, and it is the timing, because around 30% of the leaks, so practically the 30% of the leaked documents are related to Ukraine, not so much to Russia. And the timing is critical because we all know that the counteroffensive, the military counteroffensive of Ukraine is coming. It's just a matter of probably weeks. And it's very, very important because in the leaks, we have a lot of information that is exposing positions, weapon systems, and so on. And actually, the Ukrainian military had already undergone certain changes based on these leaks. So that's quite revealing how, let's say, critical and how important these leaks were for this decisive phase of the war from Ukraine's point of view. Second, I think that they mixed a lot of other documents just for the sake of, showing how authentic they are. But I think that the main purpose was still very much related to Russia's war against Ukraine. I mean, most of the things, most of the information is actually already known among military, security, and geopolitical experts. Let me remind you that, for instance, the last summit of the European leaders was all about providing Ukraine with ammunition. In fact, the European leaders decided to spend 2 billion on this topic alone, on providing Ukraine with ammunition. So, in a sense, the leaked documents actually confirm a lot of what we actually already know, and how we base our analysis, specifically when it comes to the anticipation for the next phase. Of course, striking moment is, and that is another confirmation for me personally as a security analyst who has been pointing to the realities on the ground when it comes to the air defense system. Ukraine has a lot of problems in that field. And this was actually one of the main issues why some European states, such as Poland, have been propagating the idea of providing military jets. Now, we've heard from some participants in the space discussion something about the military jets, but the MiG-29 are actually critical for Ukraine in this phase of the war to provide air defense system. These are not battle military jets for ground battles. So you need to understand that right now, and I think that we can place some of these leaks now in the context of the realities on the ground. You also understand why Ukrainians were so cautious not to reveal any numbers or actually to share all the information with the Americans. Now you understand why. Because this kind of leaks will not only result in more lies, but actually can be critical, can be decisive for this particular phase of the war, because Ukraine needs more success, more victories on the front lines to prepare for the first negotiation round cycle. And let's be clear that negotiations will be coming this year, not late than November, because as we all know, it's not only election campaign in United States, it's also in Russia. In fact, 17th of March, 2024, Putin is running to become the next president, the next president. So in a sense, what Ukraine is striving to achieve right now, and the next, let's say 3 to 6 months will be absolutely important, is to conduct successful counteroffensive, or let's say counteroffensives. Probably we'll see even more, and then to convert this military success into a better negotiation position. And yes, seen from this perspective, these leaks are bad news for Ukraine. When it comes to Egypt, by the way, I've seen similar information. Of course, we all have to refer to the media coverage. So I saw another media coverage related to Turkey, and practically it was about the Wagner group trying to also get some weapons from Turkey. So this kind of information, let's not freak out about it. When it comes to Egypt or Turkey, these are important regional actors and important geopolitical actors, and they are currently trying also to maximize certain gains. For instance, when it comes to Egypt, Egypt has been receiving a lot of military equipment and weapons from Russia. And as Piotr already pointed out, is also dependent on the imports of Russian wheat. So you understand that right now, given the circumstances, Russia is also, of course, trying to get as much of equipment as possible, as much of ammunition as possible. You know that it is already operating the Iranian drones on the ground, has been also reaching out to China for military aid, but so far China has been very cautious to provide any military aid. And this is probably the only remark that I will do in connection to Marcus. This war is not a proxy war yet. But the moment when China decides to overtly supply military, or let's say, provide military aid to Russia, this war will automatically turn into a proxy war between the United States and China. That is the final remark on my side.
I appreciate that. Patrick, I mean, what's your thoughts on Valina's comments? Do you agree that this isn't a proxy war?
No, I have to respectfully disagree with that, and in the most vehement fashion. This is the best example of a proxy war in modern history. There's no doubt about it. And for the simple fact that as soon as the funding spigot is turned off, as soon as the arms deliveries stop, there is no more war. It's over. Immediately negotiated ceasefire and deals have to be cut, period. So by definition, this is a proxy war. U.S. reconnaissance, satellite targeting, all sorts of AWAC support. We have special forces on the ground, have had special forces on the ground for the duration of this conflict. And then in years prior, arming to NATO standard, the Ukrainian armed forces. So to say this isn't a proxy war, you could say this as a semantic way of describing it, but it is the best example of a proxy war, possibly in modern history. So, yeah.
And ironically, it's already being described as, in addition to that, a proxy war with China. I mean, look at what Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, is saying. Look at what this guy Mike McCall, who's the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, is saying. He's saying that the U.S. is currently must ensure quote unquote victory, whatever that means, in Ukraine, in part because it's a front in the wider battle against China. So they're even expanding it out.
Michael, what
whatever
a lot of people I think disagree on that element, and I don't want this to become this back and forth on this, but it's people argue that Ukraine would fight even if they didn't have the support. Now, yes, you can argue they would have been steamrolled. Well, they would have. Well, they do have relatively decent equipment.
They're going to use shovels,
No, but that's the point. That people argue that it isn't a quintessential definition of a proxy war. What I do think is more interesting is your point about the sort of greater power politics going on behind, in the sense of US, pressuring the Chinese indirectly, or the threat of secondary sanctions against even India and other countries if they consider buying Russian oil. That's more of an interesting element, I think, to it.
But Peter, a prerequisite for labeling it a proxy war, it doesn't have to be that, but for U.S. support, Ukrainians wouldn't be fighting. Or in other words, Ukrainians are motivated to fight with or without U.S. support. That's not a prerequisite for whether it's a proxy war. That just is an observation about the nature of Ukrainian motivation. If anything, part of what could make it a conflict of proxy war is that the U.S. already has a largely willing combatant force that it can vastly fortify the combat potential of.
I mean, real quick, guys. Real quick, guys. Thank you so much, Brian. I'm coming to you 100%. I'm just going to answer a question. I like to try to keep the audience engaged. It's not on stage, and many people are asking, what is the U.S. intel or response to this? Let me just read that statement, Brian, then I'll come right to you.
Thank you.
So the U.S. government officials speaking on the condition of anonymity to address sensitive information said, quote, we are not aware of any execution of that plan, referring to the rocket export initiative. Quote, we have not seen that happen. So that is the official statement so far, that they're saying that this is not really a plan. Not really sure what this is. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Well, so first of all, I immensely respect this space for trying to be as non-ideological as possible. Having said that, I think we're simultaneously making this too complicated and also leaving out morality. It is the stated position of the United States government, and by the way, the NATO Charter, that countries do not get to invade other sovereign countries in a hostile
only America
action.
gets to do it.
Let me finish. This is exactly what Russia did. Russia invaded another country without provocation for conquest. The fact that
come on, man! Without provocation.
I'm not finished.
Bullshit.
I'm not finished.
Bullshit.
I'm not finished. The fact that
you're gonna spew more nonsense. All right, carry on.
The fact that some people on this space are ideological and submitted to Russian propaganda does not change the fact that Russia violated the sovereign border of another country, and the West responded, period.
But Brian, even if you think it's morally justified, it could still be a proxy war, right? I mean, morally justified or not doesn't really bear necessarily on whether it could be said to be a proxy war.
Well, it's a battle between authoritarianism and democracy and Western values. If you want to call that a proxy war, that's fine. That's what
Brian,
it is.
but Brian, Ian, I'm going to come to you, Ian, real quick. I will come to you, Ian. But Brian, real quick, I understand what you're saying.
I'm just laughing. It's just hilarious to hear people say
Well,
that.
just hang on. So, like, I understand what you're saying, but one of the things that I do have concerns with is that the all peace talks have been thwarted. We know Boris Johnson got right in the middle of it.
No,
we know
Trust, that's never been proven. That's just that. Sorry, but that's your conjecture on that. There's no evidence to suggest. Sorry, as someone who actually comes from Britain, I can tell you that that's just not based on 100% guaranteed proof. That's a lot of hearsay.
Were you at Boris Johnson's meeting in Kyiv in April?
Well, were you, Michael? Do you have any access to what was?
No, I mean, you're saying you know with absolute certainty.
You say it was so does Trash. So you guys
Piotr, your opinion. Piotr's opinion on Boris Johnson not breaking up peace negotiations is not the definitive truth.
It doesn't matter, Patrick.
There's plenty of security experts in Britain.
I want to actually have a constructive conversation, but I do think it's a little bit.
Piotr, I'm in Britain, and I can tell you there's a bevy of security experts that say that Boris Johnson did exactly that.
Yes, and I also have friends in the security areas of London, where I am right now, that would refute what you say.
My friends tell me that 2 million Russian generals killed in the war.
Guys, come on, seriously, talk to me about etiquette. Like, let's have some.
It sounds like you're gatekeeping that talking point.
Really.
Hold on, Peter.
Brian, I have a question.
It's really hard to ever finish a statement with everyone talking over each other. Like, goodness me. Anyway, so what I'm saying is, you guys are saying 100%.
I mean, you actually interrupted there, so I hate when people complain and then just do the same thing. But anyway, continue.
Yeah, because I was interrupted in the first place, Suleiman. My point I'm making to Trash is that, like, such sort of categorical statements that it was Boris Johnson that came and tore it up and was like, right, we're going to fight until the bitter end and Russia's destroyed and defeated now in Ukraine. But where's the evidence to say that he did do that?
That's the British policy.
Hold on, Peter.
That's the British policy,
Peter.
1 second, guys. 1 second.
Stated British policy. Rishi Sunak said there'll be no negotiations until we achieve victory. That's the British policy.
Right, Peter. On that note, it doesn't. Whatever precisely happened with Boris Johnson's visit to Kyiv that day, it's sort of beside the point. The point is that look at the constant public statements of policy posture that are coming out of the U.S. and to a lesser degree of significance, the UK. They're expressly rejecting that any negotiations now ought to be pursued, and they've been fervent in demanding a military resolution.
Yeah, but Michael, there's a difference.
That's actually not the U.S. policy.
There's a difference.
What's the nuance?
The difference being that one is the removal of Russia from the 1991 borders recognized by most countries in the world of Ukraine versus your insinuation that it is the West's desire to go offensively to the eradication and destruction of the entire Russian either state or military. Those are two different things. Those are two different
things.
They're different things, but either way. But hold on, Peter. If those are different things, but if you're questioning this idea that the U.S./NATO forces have been opposed to negotiations as such, that doesn't square with reality. Even if the ultimate objective is merely to restore Ukraine's control of the 1991 borders, then pursuant to that objective, there's been a flat rejection of diplomacy. It comes out of Antony Blinken's mouth constantly. They use this refrain that, it's only for Ukraine to decide their strategic imperatives, and as though the U.S. has no kind of role in determining the viability of those imperatives. And the incessantly stated objective of the Ukraine government is that they are not going to countenance any negotiations so long as there are still Russians to expel from Ukraine territory. And some of them actually go quite a bit further and do say that the ultimate aspiration is eventually the dissolution of the Russian Federation. But we don't have to bother with that. Even if it's just the 1991 objective, rejections are being disclaimed in service of achieving that objective. When China put out its proposal, whatever you think of the merits of that proposal, it was,
Michael, there was
again,
no
roundly
substance
denounced
to
because
that.
it involves negotiations rather than perpetuation of warfare.
No, but there was no substance to the Chinese peace deal. It was half of it was about Chinese.
Yes, there was. You can reject it.
Zero
There's
substance.
to it.
Yes.
All
Only
right,
Biden
guys.
has substance.
May I?
All right, guys, real quick, one at a time. Let me get back to Brian so he can respond to this. But then I need to get to Mickey as well. You've been very patient, and Dr. Sneck as well. But Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. Michael just stated it. U.S. policy, as has been stated dozens of times, is not there will be negotiations. It is that the country whose sovereignty
Will be
was
no
invaded.
negotiations.
God, can I finish? The country.
Well, no, because you misstated what I said. They said there will be no negotiations.
They didn't say that ever. They said the country whose sovereignty was invaded, who is the victim of crimes against humanity, gets to decide when there will be negotiations.
I love how you use those
That is
terms.
the
You
U.S.
just throw them out
position.
there. You know, crimes against humanity, war criminals. I mean, this
Talk
is
to
why
the
you
Right,
cannot
and then
have
and what is
Don't talk to
Ukraine's
me
position
about
on
it.
that?
That's the ICC, not the U.S.
And what is Ukraine's
Ukraine-
position on it? And what is Ukraine's position that the U.S. is referring to?
Nobody's been convicted of this, guys. You cannot just claim that this is a thing that's happening
Brian.
when it's not even gone to trial.
Brian, what is this Ukrainian position that the U.S. claims it's deferring to? What is that position? It's not a pro-negotiation position, right?
Well, if my sovereignty was violated and my children were deported to the east, I wouldn't be negotiating either. But that's
Okay,
not
so you
the
think it's a
US
justified position, but the
US
position is
position
is against
it's up
negotiations.
to the Ukrainians to decide. That is
Right.
clearly the position.
And their position is that they're opposed to any commencement of negotiations.
That's their
Whether you
call.
think that's right or
That's
wrong,
the
that's the
call
position.
of the invaded country, not of us.
Well, here's what's worse, Brian. This is what really bothered me. So I saw where Zelensky had come out, and so it's not even that they're negotiating the eastern territories and then part of the north that Russia's occupying, that some make arguments that they wanted to be part of it to begin with. He's actually drawing a line at Crimea. So so even if Russia decided to make a deal and pull out of from the positions that they're in Ukraine, which I highly doubt, they need the land bridge to the warm water port in Crimea. He's made the line today or yesterday, whenever he did it, that it's the Crimea is even off the table. So like they would have to leave Crimea as well for this to even work. Like it just I do not see anyone willing to make peace deals here. And I know, Brian, your argument is you're saying that they invaded their sovereign territories and they have every right to defend themselves and determine what kind of peace deal that they should have it. But I'm just going to say this: throwing Crimea on the table now in this situation, because this was not just done recently.
Oh, no.
So
and also, let me just give you a quote. Let me give you a direct
Brad.
quote from Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State. Okay, that's what he said. This is what he said in February of this year before the UN Security Council. Quote: "Council members should not be fooled by calls for a temporary or unconditional ceasefire. Any peace that legitimizes Russia's seizure of force will blah 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 blah." I mean, he's saying that he's opposed to the imposition of a ceasefire and negotiations.
That's the UN Charter.
Whatever it's because of, that's the position.
No, that's
That's
not.
the
No,
UN
you're
Charter.
simplifying a nuance that is there. It's the Americans will support negotiations if the Ukrainians so wish to pursue negotiations. They're not against negotiations like flat out. That's just a simplification deliberately spun by people on. No, Ian, that's exactly what's up here.
No, it's a summation of what their position is as of today. They're against negotiations.
Not 100%.
Are they for or against the commencement of negotiations as of today?
No, because it's not black and white.
Okay, so they're against it.
No.
There you go.
There is a variation of negotiations. Negotiations over what? The entirety of Ukraine.
Right, and they're against any of
over
them.
Just Crimea, over the eastern Donbass. What negotiations?
They're against them, period. They're against commencing
Where did you
negotiations
say that?
as of today,
Where
period.
did you say that so specifically? You are taking a very blanket statement and thinking it to mean every single scenario, when there are more than a dozen scenarios that this could be. The Ukrainians could keep Crimea and give over Luhansk and Donetsk. They could give over the other two oblasts and they could still keep Crimea. They could give up Crimea and give up the two oblasts and keep Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, as the Chinese have suggested in one
But in
scenario.
order to figure out what the contours of the setup
are
would be, there has to be negotiations. They're opposing the commencement of the
But that's
negotiations.
important distinction.
Piotr, can I ask you a
But
question?
you can't
One
even
second,
arrive at
Michael.
what the distinctions would be unless there's negotiations that are underway.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
against the commencement of them.
Marcus is here. I hope we can get Brian back, because I think he was bringing. I mean, I know it was a contention with some people, but I liked the balance of the conversation that we were having.
Brian, what's his last name?
It's Brian. He's with the CIA. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
So bear with us, guys. Okay, I got Marcus back up. Mickey's here, obviously. There's Piotr.
Was Ian on?
Ian was on, yeah. Michael Tracy.
Yeah, I've invited Michael.
Okay.
Piotr is back up. Vaughn is up. Mickey.
Marcus. Lev is up. We've been trying to get Lev up and rotate to get him up. So good to see you, Lev. Glad you're here.
We crashed the space. We crashed
Yeah,
the
well, it's
space
the
just to bring
Pentagon
you.
files. The people who were doing the files probably took it down. It was the same people.
I wasn't on the previous panel, so I might be stealing someone's spot now.
No, that's fine. We had room.
And you're on the list anyway, Vaughn. Like, we have a lot of people on this list, prepared. So we've been rotating through anyway. It's fine.
I'm gonna drop soon anyway. It's late here in the UK. So, you can have another space soon.
Well, Piotr, either way, I appreciate the conversation we were having. I do like the back and forth a little bit. So it's been really cool. It's been a good one.
Do you enjoy my color commentary, Trash, or do you hate it?
No, you're just you're just Ian. I expect it. You're like, false. Absolutely not. That's ridiculous. I just hope people don't take everything too personally, because this can be a heated debate. But I like to have it,
Yeah, me too.
I mean, going back to
we were getting too close to the truth. That was national security.
The CIA attack.
Yeah.
CIA attack.
That's
maybe,
what happens.
Maybe Piotr pressed a button and got the space console. Nah, I'm joking.
Yeah, it would be me, wouldn't it? As soon as I speak, the space is.
Ian Miles Chong is seen as a severe national security threat.
I'm looking to be honest. It's either Ian or Marcus.
It's definitely not me. I am not an Intel undercover asset as a raccoon.
You're just a raccoon, mate. You're just a very smartly dressed raccoon.
Yeah, exactly. I've been called
a raccoon. He's a trash panda.
I've been accused of being a Fed.
I mean, the only
so I don't know, Peter. You and I were in a sort of.
I want to, Michael. I want to ask Piotr a question, and then you guys can continue your debate because it's about the same issue. So Piotr, I mean, I know you don't accept the reporting about Boris Johnson basically stopping the peace negotiations. There isn't literature out there, but I understand your point. Another reporting that was out there was Naftali Bennett also saying that negotiations were halted when Ukraine wanted to do it by the West. So in terms of that, do you hold all those reports to be fake and it's essentially just Ukraine's own decision? Or what's your thoughts on that? And you and Michael can continue your debate because you both disagree.
I thought your question as you messaged me was going to be about debating, but okay, nice little spring of surprise on me. As I say, I don't 100%. It's the same with the Nord Stream pipeline, and I'm not going to open that can of worms too much. But I just think it's difficult for us to fully discount the role that Bucha played. The fact that there was some of the worst fighting at around the same time. That's why Boris Johnson went. In some people's eyes, yes, you can take it at face value and say, "Oh, it probably wasn't true. It was actually at the behest of the Americans that Boris Johnson, because he was the sort of front man and the person most motivated in the West to support Zelensky, that he went over." I just think it's difficult to discredit that there was a genuine support there, and it wasn't all because the American war machine wants to continue this war out for the sake of making more money and destroying the Russian economy and threat as a security opposition. I just find that a bit of a difficult thing to fully accept. Is there an element to it?
Why?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Why is that?
But hold on, Peter.
Because I just don't think it's that simple.
Wait, what is?
But also, Peter, the specifics of whatever happened again in that Boris Johnson meeting are really not that material. In that you don't need to have any sort of comprehensive data about that particular event to recognize what is just stated bluntly as the current U.S. position. I mean, Biden has repeated it consistently.
But Michael, there's a difference.
Hold on, let me finish. Biden has repeated it consistently. What is the basic U.S. position that is maybe phrased a little differently here and there, but is very much a consistency that you can glean through the statements of Biden, Blinken, etc. It's that it's only for Ukraine to decide when they will commence negotiations, right? That's the thrust of it. And so what the U.S. is essentially saying is it's deferring to Ukraine to decide when negotiations are going to be on the table, if they're even a viable thing to pursue to bring about a resolution at all. And okay, so if that's the case, what is the Ukraine government stated position? Well, it's not that hard to find. Look at the decree that Zelensky issued himself as a presidential decree last September. It was then published in October. It says that there will be negotiations with the Russian Foundation are a quote impossibility so long as Vladimir Putin remains in power. Now that's a pretty much as unambiguous as you can get as rejection of negotiations being a viable scenario. I was at the Munich Security Conference. I talked to the speaker of the Ukraine Rada. He said that there will be no negotiations unless and until those negotiations are about Russia's payment of reparations to Ukraine for the damage it's caused over the course of the war. Or in other words, negotiations are not going to be countenanced by Ukraine as a means by which to stop the warfare, because Ukraine is dead set on there being a military triumph, not a negotiated settlement, a military triumph, and the U.S. is backing that goal through its little logical formulation about how only Ukraine is in the position to decide what it is.
On the the Ukrainian defense minister declared that he is fulfilling the matter what the U.S. wants. The Ukrainian defense minister declared
100%. Ukraine will do what America says.
So there's two things I would say to that. Number one,
well, again, I don't think the U.S. position is actually a fully honest or transparent one. Of course, it's the U.S. that has the decisive role in the arrangement with Ukraine. If the U.S. tomorrow decided to withdraw all material support from Ukraine, there's very good reason to believe that Ukraine as a state would cease to exist. So when the U.S. makes that public claim about deferring to Ukraine for its strategic prerogatives, that's just to basically kind of hide the ball in terms of the U.S. being the
100%. U.S. is a decision maker.
One, when we're talking about post-war reconstruction or whatever, what I can tell you is that when I was in Ukraine doing a contribution, a bit of work towards the very report that was co-authored by the World Bank, the Ukrainian government, and the EU Commission, you spoke to a lot of Ukrainians, and be them NGOs, stakeholders, interest groups, whoever. And the one thing that was pretty clear was that they were realistic, maybe more than the government was, in what's really possible. Is it really likely that you're going to see the Russians forcibly made to pay reparations? No, of course not. Now, moralistically standing, to Brian's point, that's a different argument. But can you forcibly make the Russian state pay Ukrainians reparations? No, of course you can't. So there are Ukrainian people, that are realistic with what can be achievable. But to your second point about what's the realistic position of the governments and their statements and so on, how many times have we seen something? I feel it's a bit weird that we're suddenly dismissing the fact that people may say one thing as a statement of intent for effect, optics, but actually the policy behind it might be a little bit more nuanced. So if you take everything that is said at face value as exactly therefore meaning Ukrainians are going to be supported by the Americans 100% outright no matter what, I feel that that's a little bit naive, isn't it?
Well, you can only go within the public record. You can only go within the public record. And by the way, I don't know who exactly you dealt with when you were in Ukraine, Peter, but hold on. I don't know who that you dealt with in Ukraine in terms of NGOs and so forth, but I would invite you to take a look at sustainablepeacemanifesto.org. This is a collection of fairly prominent Ukraine NGO leaders and other kinds of think tank officials and politicians and academics and all kinds of people. It's a pretty robust cross-section of Ukrainian civil society, which is largely, by the way, funded through the U.S. through various vehicles. But that aside, and this is what it says it is intending to advocate in terms of a resolution to the war. In the very sort of preamble, it says that it is presupposing that the, quote, the victory of the armed forces of Ukraine at the front lines, combined with the international isolation of Russia and Western sanctions will lead to the collapse of Putin's regime. So it's saying that the collapse of Putin's regime is a prerequisite for even beginning to come up with some sort of post-war settlement that, yes, will include a huge amount of reparations. I mean, they even say that there should be imposed on Russia a new constitution. I mean, they're calling for regime change. Okay, so I don't know who you spoke to. Maybe they represent a different tendency within Ukraine civil society, but there's a lot of good evidence that Ukraine civil society is highly radicalized. No, by the way, the people who helped drafted this peace manifesto, they were just in Washington D.C. on a lobbying trip and met with senators and the White House and the State Department and so forth. So this is far from a fringe position.
Why are
It
you
seems like a
so
mainstream
surprised? But you make it sound like this
I'm
is
not
sort of
surprised.
such a shocking
Who's
revelation.
surprised?
Well, you are, seemingly.
You just said that you met all kinds of Ukrainians that are much more realistic and like are more of a moderate sensibility. Okay, well,
Yeah, but you're
Piotr, what else
conflating.
would any
You're deliberately
Ukrainian-
conflating that the entirety of the Ukrainian government represents all of the people, and vice versa.
No, I didn't
It's
say
not
that.
way. Well, no, you are conflating a little bit. Anyway,
Piotr, you're down. Piotr's down 5-0. You're down 5-0.
Oh,
Let's move
thank you,
on.
Patrick. I didn't
Let's
think-
move
I don't
on.
watch football, so
Michael's
never
just
mind.
crushed you.
I was
He's
crushed
crushed you in a way that I've
in,
never seen anyone
in English.
crush anybody.
Look, so to the point I just want to make as well, because
wait. So Peter, is Zelensky not representative of Ukraine?
Like, I didn't interrupt you, and then you didn't.
But I gotta ask you though, is Zelensky not representative of political opinion at all in Ukraine?
He represents
Yes, but
the
that
U.S.
doesn't
more
mean
than
every
Ukraine.
single government person agrees with them. Not all of the parliament agrees with the government. There are variations in the sense of, do we give certain bits of Ukraine to Russia as a way to end the war? Some people might think so. Again, you're just sort of taking it. Most Ukrainians want to continue to fight. Yeah, but there are some people who are
Just make it the Ukraine government then. As
there are those.
Zelensky
There's a
presides
difference.
over.
Again, we're simplifying this. There's a difference between the Russians leaving Ukraine, but versus Putin being removed in an internal coup versus the entire utter collapse of the Russian state. These are all different scenarios, and we're sort of combining them
Sophistry.
together.
That's sophistry, Piotr.
No, it's not. Patrick.
You're word
It's
salading this
silly,
thing to death.
basic, simplistic interpretations.
You make Kamala Harris.
So what is your basic claim here, Peter? It's that the Ukraine government over which Zelensky presides is not staking out a vociferously anti-negotiations position at the moment, and is instead adamant that a military victory must be achieved, including the expulsion of Russian forces from Crimea, which Zelensky has repeatedly proclaimed as part of that calculus. Is that not an accurate description of what the Ukraine government believes? I know other people in Ukraine might have other positions on things, but all we can really go on is what could be ascertained as to what the Ukraine government is advocating. That's what they're advocating.
Final point, because I want to pass it back to other people, which is that I find it kind of ironic that we're talking, we sort of, some of us are seemingly taking what the government say at face value, and that every statement that's ever been made public is exactly 100% where the government stands, and that there's not maybe some grey areas.
Where do they stand then?
We're talking at the same time about a bunch of documents that reveal the nuances and complexities behind decision making, and maybe may not be the full picture of the statements that are shared publicly. Like, this is
well, if you have evidence that when Zelensky declares that the Russian military must be expelled from Crimea before there's any even entertainment of some kind of settlement, if there's some kind of countervailing evidence being deceptive when he makes that proclamation, I'd love to see it. But if you don't have anything to cite, it's just a matter of speculation.
Can I ask?
Whereas there's plenty that's in the public record that he said.
Most people are doing. It's all speculation.
I'm not speculating. I'm going with public statements that are in the record.
Again, you cannot take what Zelensky, what Biden.
I'm not taking a face value. I'm just saying this is all we have that's in the public record to go on.
But you're taking what Sunak has said, who's only been in government for 4 months, I might add, so he's a little bit under pressure from his own government.
Well, he was in the previous government too.
No, but he has to maintain a strong leadership after Boris Johnson in the eyes of the British, either be it intelligence services, his other party. He's got a lot of people he's got to keep happy. And unless he makes strong statements, it doesn't necessarily mean he 100% agrees we will give Ukraine everything until Russia is destroyed.
We can't mind read him.
No, but you're taking his statement and basically thinking that it's 100% exactly what.
No, I'm just taking his statement as the statement that he's made.
Okay.
His statement is policy, Piotr. The statement of the leader is policy.
No, it's not, because
What else? What else is policy
say
then?
that
Is there no
words
such thing
lead
as
to
policy, Piotr? Is it like a figment of our imagination, or is
So
it just
you-
like
so-
something that's
so if I say
ethereal?
that
And also, Peter, how, I mean,
No, no, this
I
is
wasn't.
so-
I was referring to a presidential decree issued by Zelensky himself. That's in black and white. It's a document. You can go look it up. I'll send you the link if you like, where it declares, again, on the orders of Zelensky, that it's, quote, an impossibility for the Ukrainian government to engage in any negotiations with the Russian Federation so long as Putin remains in power. That's not a state. That's not like it's just a public statement that's open to interpretation. That's a policy document. So is that we just can't have to like sort of pretend that doesn't exist, or maybe like there was more nuance to it than there actually was. Again, at a certain point, if you're going to be empirically driven in your analysis of this, you have to just go within the public record rather than some kind of vague possibility that you're talking about of, you know, them saying not what they believe.
One second.
The difference between-
I want to go to Von now because you
Sorry.
guys are making similar points. Von, I mean, I want to come to you about this in terms of possibility, and because I know you've got expertise in, you know, war game analysis or whatever. And I guess this might be a certain aspect of it. Is when it comes to negotiation, first of all, what do you think the outcome could be based on the current positions in war? And secondly, do you agree that Zelensky has complete autonomy to make the decision?
I'm not sure that Zelensky has complete autonomy. I'm not saying that as a statement of 100%, but I don't believe that he does. It's tricky because we're not in an assignment where negotiations are possible, given the positional rhetoric. If capitulation is your precondition to negotiation, you're not willing to negotiate. So Russia must. If the precondition is Russia must leave and withdraw completely and then we negotiate, that's not negotiation, that's capitulation. And I don't think that Zelensky would be making taking such a hardline stance if there wasn't someone behind him, if you catch what I'm saying.
The US.
I don't discredit any of that. I think that's very fair. But my point I'm getting at is that I just think it's a little bit daft to be saying that because statements have been said in the past, that's 100% what the policy is.
Policies have been decreed.
They're not decrees. These are public.
It's literally called a presidential decree.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Zelensky, but I'm also talking about we've conflated Rishi Sunak, we've conflated Biden.
I meant Zelensky.
100%.
Because
this is
Peter,
what it
again,
is.
try to follow the logic here, okay? Biden says, at least nominally, that the U.S. is deferring to Ukraine as to the strategic imperatives of the war effort. I don't think that's the accurate summation of what the U.S. posture actually is, but that's the public statement, right?
I
So
mean,
you're
you got to
deferring
read
to
between the
Ukraine.
lines on
You got to
that.
look at them what the Ukraine position is. The Ukraine position that you would think is contained within the presidential decree that the president issued. The president says in that decree that there shall be no negotiations with Russia. They're, quote, an impossibility. He's legally prohibiting them so long as Putin is in power. It's a pretty simple and straightforward sort of logical sequence that you infer there, and unless you want to seem arbitrarily more ambiguous when it's all kind of staring you in the face.
Okay, so
Michael, we should go one step further because
there's something to add to that.
Marcus, 1 second. I just want to go to Von because I just feel like you guys have finished the topic quite well, and I just don't want it to like drag on and become boring. So Von, specifically to you then, in terms of this issue, though, what would be an appropriate? Let's say now, hypothetically speaking, there was some negotiations based on the level of land that Russia's taken already. What would be a possible solution that Ukraine would be looking for? Logical one, something Russia would be looking for, and something which is probably more possible to occur.
Russia would be looking for maintaining the status quo on the ground at a bare minimum. I mean, I don't think, because keep in mind we're arguing a hypothetical here. I don't think they'll go to the negotiation table until the claimed oblasts are completely under control. But assuming they go to the table now, they would want to keep the status quo on the ground as a bare minimum. I'm not sure that's acceptable to Ukraine, but
Von, what about the scenario of
sorry, go on, Peter. Yeah.
But but anything less wouldn't be acceptable to Russia either. So it's going to be they're going to have to compromise somehow around that. But I guess a minimum below the minimum would be retaining a land bridge to Crimea. If
Ron,
hypothetically,
I mean, there's 6 demands. Do you not think that the Russians would be willing to accept maybe the return of the existing mainland if they kept Crimea and there was a guarantee that Russian language, culture, and so on was
you can't
solidified?
Never,
never.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
This is
Didn't ask you.
You know this as well as I do. That is unacceptable unless neutrality is on the table.
Well, okay, so the Russians have already, in my mind, from what I remember, the Russians were relatively okay with the idea of Ukraine joining the EU, but NATO was off the table. Personally, I think that's
an economic alliance and a military. A military bloc and an economic bloc are two very different things.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, Peter, do you deny that both the Ukraine position on the potential negotiations and what a theoretical settlement might look like, and the Russian position have, in synergy with one another, gotten vastly more hardened, and you might even say radicalized, to the point that there's a giant gulf between them that they're not even giving any indication could conceivably be bridged anytime in the future? That just seems like basic reality. I mean, compare today, April 2023, versus the posture in March, April of 2022, and it's that exponentially more hardened in terms of the irreconcilability of their respective positions, hence why you haven't seen any negotiations whatsoever for now almost a full year.
I think that we forget that Ukraine was actually more likely to be neutral prior to the events in the past 10, 12, 13 years. They were quite open to a Finnish model,
and they've abandoned
an Austrian model. But it was the actions of the Kremlin in the eyes of a lot of Ukrainians.
Right, they've abandoned that amenability to it.
Guys, you asked me a question, but then you don't let me answer. Like, seriously. Do you want me to answer, or shall I just let you?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, so largely speaking, in some people's eyes, the Ukrainians were going to be neutral. They were going to be a bridge state, a buffer state, whatever you want to call it. But they didn't want to become a client state. They didn't want to become a vassal state, right? So personally, people think that the actions of the Kremlin have pushed the Ukrainians further towards the West. Before this, if you were Ukrainian, you were able to go to Moscow and study for 6 months. You could live there for a year. The amount of cross-border visa-free travel was pretty impressive. The Russians wanted to invite the Ukrainians into the EAEU, which was their equivalent of the EU, which never went anywhere. So there is a fear about that. So personally, yeah, the polarization that has existed between the two sides has definitely gotten worse. But I don't think it's only down to, and this is the last I'm going to say of it, was down to the behest of the West to make the Ukrainians no longer up for that. I never believed the negotiations between the two at the beginning of the war were genuine. I think the Ukrainians were in the belief that they were going to be steamrolled, so they were doing it because they were concerned about that and they wanted to minimize loss, whilst the Russians were doing it because they wanted to pretend that they actually had that intention when they never really did.
Again, just to be clear, Peter, I don't think it's solely down to the behaviors of the quote West and Ukraine that these mutual positions have gotten exponentially more irreconcilable, hence the impossibility of negotiations, to quote Zelensky in his decree. I think Russia also obviously plays a role. I mean, when Putin in September of last year declared that Russia would be annexing those provinces, that was an escalation on Russia's part in terms of their, again, mutual irreconcilability as to what the ultimate outcome of the war would be. So I'm not going to say that it's, again, exclusively due to Ukraine, but whatever the genesis of the hardening of these positions, the positions have plainly hardened, hence why negotiations are being explicitly disclaimed as something that Ukraine would countenance. I mean, that's just the state of affairs right now, whatever the reasons for it and whatever the historical sort of lineage of it, that's the state of play as we speak today.
I feel like the things you're saying, Michael, are not like largely controversial, although it sounds like from the emotion in your voice, it sounds like these are like controversial opinions. But I would say, like as someone who worked in Ukraine 7 years, lived in Russia as well, I would say that by and large, and I know hundreds of people in Ukraine, I would say by and large, Yeah. Maybe I'm getting it wrong, but I felt like what you're saying is that it's a controversial opinion that it's Ukrainian policy not to negotiate with Russia. I would say this is a widely held view, at least with all the Ukrainian people. I know hundreds of Ukrainian people talking to them every day. Intention to space.
That's exactly the point. Peter was denying that that's the position. That's what I was.
Okay, yeah.
contesting.
I don't anything that's common
There's-
sense. You know, I mean, you point
I'd
out
just
something
like to
common
add
sense.
something
Like,
here.
I've been
You're
waiting
gonna
for a
get some
little while
posters on
here,
your ass
please.
claiming that you're totally wrong
yeah.
and that Ukraine is totally not what you say it is. Sorry.
So Mickey, I mean, whatever emotion you perceive in my voice, the point was that Peter, who I was having this exchange with, was denying that it could be fairly stated that the Ukraine position is a rejection of diplomacy at this point.
Michael, I've been trying to message you for a while now. I've been trying to bring this up because I wasn't speaker. I was disconnected for a little while, but if you look at the way Ukraine politics has been heading, I mean, before this special military operation, in 2021, remember how Zelensky leveled treason charges against Poroshenko? Why did he do that? He used the excuse that Poroshenko bought coal from the Donbass, and therefore, because of that, he was funding terrorism. So the thing is, this hardening has already been in place before this thing even happened. The kind of Zelensky's position against any kind of contact or business relations with Russia has been a point of his anti-oligarch campaign. And he's been using
Poroshenko
this,
is corrupt as they come.
Right.
There's more oligarchs in Ukraine than Russia these days.
The point is that he's established a precedent of being affiliated with Russia in any way marks you as a traitor. And this logic of not being able to negotiate is a natural extension of policies going back a couple of years.
You know what's funny
he took
about
control of a bunch of
Zelensky is that
state-owned
guy never
enterprises.
spoke Ukrainian, not a single word of Ukrainian, right? He spoke Russian his whole life until he wanted to run for president. That's when he started speaking
That's
Ukrainian.
most Ukrainians, Ian. That's most Ukrainians.
Yeah,
most
I know, but I'm pointing out
before
this guy in particular, right? This guy in particular.
I mean, that's a good point, Doctor. I'm not sure what your name is, Dr. Sneck something. Yeah, I mean that's actually a decent point in terms of the genesis of the intractability of the current policy posture being evinced by the Ukraine government. It's funny how it just got kind of stricken from the record that not long before the onset of his war, Zelensky had, like you said, levied treason charges against his predecessor, which is kind of not what you'd expect for this oasis of democracy to literally try to throw your political opponent into prison on treason charges. And if I'm not mistaken, if my memory serves, Poroshenko actually fled the country on account of those treason charges and only came back when it kind of shifted and he could be seen as sort of participating in the war effort and was sort of reached some sort of accord with Zelensky given the overriding sort of, again, imperatives of the war effort. And the whole treason thing got kind of brushed aside, and that sort of doesn't play into these platitudes we're all supposed to repeat about how Ukraine is this, glorious bastion of democratic values and such.
But I feel like this sort of the sort of ethical test is so different, and I feel like I respect everybody up here, but especially from you, Michael, and Patrick, Ian, who I respect a lot. I feel like your distaste and displeasure for previous actions of the United States, abroad, their adventurism, their nation building, their proxy wars, has sort of put you into this position where you feel like it's almost unfair to criticize Russia and their behavior and their stated goals in Ukraine. That you feel like because you have such a strong distaste for the things that the United States has done historically, that it's impossible now to criticize the stated ambitions of Russia. If you were Ukrainian, I think it would make perfect sense for you to be very, very reluctant to make peace with a country whose stated ambitions is an imperialistic one, and is saying that you don't have a right to exist. A country that's threatening you with nuclear war, threatening the world with nuclear war. But you haven't done has Ukraine threatened the world with nuclear war? No. Has Ukraine attacked Russian hospitals, taken children? No. Has Ukraine invaded Russia? No. And these are Ukraine has agency in this case to make peace or war if they so see it. And I think what we discovered from these leaked documents, to bring us full circle, is what we're finding out is, Ukraine's running out of ammunition, but even Russian state television is now admitting to the fact that Russian casualties are 4 or 5 times that of Ukrainian casualties. And if you take this on the ground and you're Ukrainian and you see that for years, I mean, Crimea is the heart and soul of Ukraine. Every Ukrainian grew up going to Crimea. This is such a historical part of Ukraine, and to have them just turn it over like some bargaining chip, it's not going to happen. Ukraine is a warrior nation. These are people who are brave and they're going to fight. And they have every right to. I don't see why this is a controversial point of view. Why is it
Mickey?
so...
Mickey? How can you say that Crimea is the heart and soul of Ukraine? It was Russia before 1953. It's full of Russians.
Soviet Union.
It's part of it's historic Novorossiya. That's a ridiculous statement.
No, I promise you. Talk to anybody who's Ukrainian. Lev, back me up here. It is
and
Mickey's
100% right. He addressed me directly.
Mickey's right on that one.
He addressed me directly. I don't have any. I just want to make clear. I don't have any reluctance to criticize Russia. I'm not sort of bound by some sort of inability to recognize bad Russian behavior or whatever. The point I've always stressed in analyzing this conflict and reporting on it and opining on it or whatever from my standpoint is that I'm principally interested in U.S. foreign policy. That's just the prism through which I analyze these events and past events. So it just so happens that a focal point of U.S. foreign policy is, quote, supporting Ukraine. So that's why it would draw a disproportionate amount of focus for me versus Russia. It's not because I have some sort of ideological aversion to criticism of Russia. And when it has come up, I've had blowout, fights with people in like the actually pro-Ukraine cohort of commentary on this, where they think that I'm, not acknowledging the sacred legitimacy of the special military operation as morally justified.
I mean, it was Ian who seems to be very hot on the mic tonight. Who's
well,
just like,
Ian can speak for himself. He addressed me, so I spoke for myself.
As soon as you make a point that is sort of relatively of decent value, everybody was like, well, what did America do in Iraq? And it's like, guys, that doesn't mean that what Russia's doing in Ukraine or what is happening in Ukraine is justified.
Yeah, and like Peter, I've literally never won. This is why I can always. I have to insist on only speaking. I have to insist on only speaking for myself, and what you just said there gets exactly to why I've never made the case that anything justifies the Russian war. It's just not an argument I've ever made, and so I'm not going to be held accountable for it.
So I mean, making that comparison, obviously, I can see your argument. But if, for example, Mickey's argument that Russia is threatening nuclear war, on a number of counts, of course, some people within the Russian administration have done so. But similarly, if we all accept, or maybe some people don't, but for those who do accept that this is for some form of proxy war, we've had similar threats from the United Kingdom, from the United States. There's a well-known video where Liz Truss says that she's ready to use nuclear weapons. In addition to
what?
Yeah,
where?
It's on. Just type it in Google. It's well
she
known
said
in UK.
she's Liz Truss.
Of course,
Liz Truss said in one of the leadership.
Keep a government together for 30
She said in a hustings.
I mean, she was only on for 30 days
in August with Sunak prior to winning the leadership election for the Conservative Party, that she's prepared if necessary to press the red button and launch a nuclear war. I mean, you could read into that what you want, but that,
Thank God she has
actually did say that.
And may I add something to this as a German? May I add something to this?
This is a response to what he was saying.
Mickey, Mickey, I'll let you finish the point. That was one point. And the second point is this, and again, I think this is biased from either if you're on the Ukraine side or if you're on the Russian side. So those who are on the Russian side basically claim their casualties are low and the Ukraine casualties are high, and those on the Ukraine side argue the other way around. So again, when you're saying when you're giving these numbers, in reality, we have to just accept that we don't know when it comes to the numbers.
We don't have the
numbers. We don't have the numbers.
Way.
We don't know the reality of it. But again,
it's impossible to count.
For me, again,
some people,
if I could respond,
last place, you had people talking about doing head counts, right? Drills and stuff. It's like, how the fuck are you going to count your enemy's head counts? Like, that's silly. That's silly. Or you're going to walk up to them and be like, hey, how many of you guys are still alive?
Whether the West is a equal actor of equivalency to the Russians. What does any of this have to do? Guarantee you that Liz Truss might have said...
Russia. When you have
Liz Truss, what does that have to do with anything?
With all its trident missiles threatening to nuke Russia, what do you think Russia? How do you think they take it? How do you think Russia takes it?
Well, as Russian, I can tell you, but so what we've done there is again conflate, because someone uses Liz Truss as one specific example, but I guarantee you the majority of her military leaders.
Nobody is saying Britain wants to do it. But you're saying Liz Truss wants to do it. She's a leader.
Okay, I'm just going to keep talking.
Right,
One second, Ian. Let Piotr finish.
It's terrifying.
One second, Ian.
What you've done there is conflate, because Liz
It's bloody terrifying when you have a crazy leader out there.
Ian,
doing some dumb shit.
we're not getting a chance to hear others, and we'll give you the mic right after.
I haven't really had a chance to speak. I just want to make the point here. It's like when you.
Well,
and I'll let Piotr respond. I'll let him respond. I'll let you respond.
No, because I was talking before you.
Calm down. Let me speak
you
first.
Can respond
Peter,
to me.
Peter, I'm just going to keep going.
It's okay, guys. We'll keep it brief.
No, why do you get
Peter? Why can't I speak first? Why did you speak first?
Guys. Can we not argue who's going to speak first? I just jumped on, so I'm not sure who was speaking first, but Piotr, you'll get a lot more time right after if you haven't had a chance to speak. Go ahead, Ian.
Exactly. Yeah, I'll give him a lot more time. Yeah. No, I'm just saying that if you want to talk about who's saying what or why we should take something seriously, well, when you're the leader of Britain and you have access to all the nukes and you have the ability to launch all of them and you are threatening to use them against Russia, how do you think Russia's supposed to take it? I mean, this is, you can say, oh, she's just blustering, she's just saber rattling, and maybe that's true. But, you have to take it at face value because what she says is policy. She's the head of state. If Putin made similar remarks, if he started threatening the UK and said that he's going to launch a bunch of missiles at Trident bases, right, like the one in Scotland, for example, I mean, how do you think Britain will react? It'll be fucking terrified. People will be on the streets being like, oh my God, the Russians are coming, they're going to nuke all of us. The newspapers in particular, like the Daily Mail and the Sun and all these other rags, including the Telegraph, which is a piece of garbage newspaper apparently these days, they're all going to say that Putin is threatening nuclear war on the UK. Now, Russians are a lot smarter than that. They're not publishing news stories going on about how the UK is going to nuke Russia. They're not saying any of that, but they are saying that Liz Truss is fucking crazy enough that she just might do it. So we got to be careful here. That's all that's happening. So now, Peter, you have the opportunity to speak for 10 minutes.
Thank you for telling me about...
You should even go further because of the
Hold
US.
on, Marcus. Guys, let's just get each other to speak. Go ahead, Piotr. Piotr, you're muted, man.
Yeah, so thanks, Ian, for telling me about the two nationalities and countries that I actually come from. I know both of them quite well. I was in the country when Liz Truss was doing the complete and utter shit show that she was. But equally, point number one, I think it again is rather far-fetched to say that because simply someone states something, it is therefore a matter of immediately policy. I can text my mum saying that I need to go to the shop, but it doesn't mean that I've got the policy written down and I'm actually going to go to the shop. I'm just saying it. So I don't think that we should constantly say what the leader says as being immediately face value. She can't just go and press the red button. There's a bunch of rules and procedures that you have to go through. Second, what we did earlier was a great example of conflation, because Liz Truss is one singular person who was an idiot and was absolutely not informed about foreign policy. She was a terrible foreign minister.
She was the foreign minister.
Terrible development secretary. No, she was idiot. No, she was terrible.
Was she the foreign minister?
Yeah, she was the foreign minister. She went to Russia in February, about 2 weeks before the invasion started. So anyway, the point I'm getting at is that what you guys are saying is that she's a singular person, but it's unlikely that the majority of people around her, be they her policy advisors or her military counterparts, that would agree with just pressing the nuclear button. While in Russia, the large proportion of people that surround Putin are more on the side of maybe we should actually genuinely consider using a tactical nuke in parts of Ukraine, right? Shoigu and other people of the FSB, right, and the head of the Liberal Democrat Party, I forget his name, who passed away, they were more nationalistic than Putin is. So they're even more on the mood of like, yeah, let's launch nukes. So I don't think that's a false equivalency. Liz Truss was a one singular actor surrounded by other people who didn't agree.
You're obsessed with refuting. You're obsessed with refuting the equivalency between the two. That's not been asserted, at least by me.
But he's 100% right in that, Michael.
It's not directed to you.
I mean, Piotr, it was me who made the argument, not Michael. Piotr, I mean, I think it's, I mean, I don't agree with your assessment, and I'll explain why. I understand your point, but what I'd say is that both are terribly bad, and I get why people have these biases and think one side's worse than the other. And the reason I say that is because you could make your argument, which is a fair argument, or you could make the other argument, which is that to say that actually Liz Truss was the prime minister. So when it comes to the access to the nuclear button, she had significantly more access. She had more power to make that decision, whereas Putin's minions or people beneath him still have to have Putin make that decision. But anyway, that's the other side of the argument. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, just quickly address Mickey sort of leveled an accusation there that was a bit of a sideswipe, saying that some of us are ideologically motivated and that we can't criticize Russia or whatever. Look, I'm a realist when it comes to geopolitics and international relations. So I'm more the sort of John Mearsheimer school. I used to be a liberal internationalist where I took moral positions and I said, this is what should be done and this is more idealistic. I've shifted in recent years to be more of a realist. I know U.S. actions. I know U.S. policy. I know U.S. clandestine operations very well. I've seen the methods. I've seen the destruction. I've seen it up close. I've had my own experiences with it, enough to have seen the craven, the shallow, the arrogance of U.S. policymakers. I've debated them. I've I've interviewed them. I've witnessed them. I've sat in hearings. Okay, so I know the history of the U.S. and its foreign policy and its activities around the world very well. At the end of the day, as Americans, we're paying for this war. We are paying for every single bullet that's being fired on the Ukrainian side, all the kit, the outfits, and we're providing all the reconnaissance, we're providing the surveillance, the intelligence, we're processing payments, we're paying the pensions of Ukrainian government workers. So of course ultimately we have an opinion and we have a say in it. I can't speak for Russia and for Russians. However, from a realist analysis, I can see the events that preceded February 25th of 2022. And the world, and as much as some CIA analysts or people that previously, like Brian, he'll want history to begin at February 25th, 2022. And everything before that is null and void, doesn't matter, and is irrelevant. That's called narrowing the terms of the debate, narrowing the framing of the discussion. This is what some people do in order to make it easier for them to make their arguments. But the reality is you have to know how this started. And of course, this goes way back, not just to 2014, but even further before that. So to say that this is about, as Brian did, he's not here to defend himself, but he's just spouting U.S. government talking points, U.S. media talking points, that this is about the territorial sovereignty of Ukraine. No, it's much more complex than that. There are things that happened. There's an 8-year civil war. There was a beer hall putsch backed by the United States before that in 2014, and they egged on the worst elements of Ukraine in terms of the Nazi elements, the extreme right-wing nationalist elements, because that's what the U.S. does. It always partners with the extremist elements so long as they find them useful to achieve their ends in the short or the medium term, to get the results and the outcomes they want. And that's exactly what happened. And so the Minsk Accords were a roadmap of sorts, but like the Oslo Agreement was used to buy time to build Israeli settlements, the Minsk Accords was potentially sandbagged in order to have NATO arm and build up a force to challenge Donetsk and Lugansk. And so it was a ruse. Everybody knows it's a ruse. That they did everything possible to draw Russia in. Russia made every attempt diplomatically, including formal documents being delivered, asking for a response. The United States dragging its heels right up to the last point. I'm not excusing anybody's military action because that's their business, because great powers will act in their national interests every time over international law, every single time. The United States does, Russia would, I'm sure China would as well. But in terms of international law, the United States it has the most egregious record in terms of international law and respecting sovereignty. And for someone to say that as an American, at the same time, the United States is occupying northeastern Syria, squatting in northeastern Syria, not only that, but depriving the country of its own fuel sources just for a punitive measure, then it's beyond hypocritical. And that doesn't even need to go into talking about Iraq and Libya and the proxy war in Yemen, which thank God might be over now after 8 years. That was started by Barack Obama. So I know let's not compare Russia and the United States. Russia's in Russia's in division. Piotr, Russia is in the Vauxhall
Could I respond?
Can I add
better
something
than
quickly?
US.
I want to add something quickly to that.
I'm
because
just,
I
I'm
was
just,
addressed
I'm
by
just
Mickey
trying
in
to
his
have
remarks.
a realistic framing of what we're talking about here. We're talking about great power politics.
No, you're just doing
Yeah, let me add something really quickly, Peter. I promise it'll just be very quick. So Mickey, when he leveled the allegation that Patrick was just addressing, charged that because of my past antipathy toward U.S. regime change or nation building projects, I've been warped in my perceptions of like the moral dimensions of this current Ukraine conflict.
I didn't.
I just want to clarify something. If one is concerned with nation building being a faulty policy objective of the U.S., then that's exactly what's happening in Ukraine. I mean, I would recommend people go look at a report that just came out from USAID, which is run by Samantha Power, published in February of this year. They're looking forward to the U.S. continuing to play a central role post-war hostilities in, quote, building a modern state unrecognizable from its Soviet legacy in Ukraine. They're talking about state building. This is a nation building project. It's a continuation of past nation building projects. The USAID was the single largest funder of Ukraine NGOs and, quote, civil society organizations before 2014 and after. And it's playing an incredibly intricate, granular role in the construction of the present day Ukraine state, not just by funding it to it almost singularly, which it is, but by even in the planning of the finer points of how that state will function. So there you go.
Go to Mickey, because Mickey had his hand. 1 second, Piotr, because he mentioned Mickey and Mickey wanted to respond.
Yep.
Go for it, Mickey.
Thanks so much. First, I just want to, before I get to my point, I just want to say, you know, Patrick, Ian, Michael, respect you very much, and didn't mean it as a sideswipe, nor was I indicating that you were, you know, unable or that you were incompetent in any way. My point was really what I said. My original point was that I felt your distaste and displeasure for American adventurism abroad made you reluctant to criticize Russia, and then we spent maybe a good 5 minutes talking about how we weren't whataboutists here. We would see that Ukraine had sovereign reasons to not want to make peace with Russia for a large number of reasons, and then we just spent the next 10 minutes talking about the United States and how terrible they were, and that this was really a proxy war. And the reason that we can't criticize Russia here or agree with Ukraine is because America is such a terrible actor in the world. To me, it's incredibly confusing that we ignore, like, this is a Ukraine and Russia war, and we spend 99% of this time here talking about the United States and Russia. We never talk about what's happening in Ukraine and the Ukrainians, their sovereignty, their goals, their rights, their desires to see a free country. And I think most Ukrainians would argue that unless they have, one, energy independence, because every year while Russia had power in Ukraine, every year Russia would turn off the gas in the wintertime and negotiate with Ukraine and force concessions in Donetsk, Luhansk, and Kharkiv, getting percentage of coal, gas, and etc. Because if they didn't, your grandmother would freeze every year. So Ukrainian people, by and large, want energy independence. What about?
Right, sorry, I had to mute because about 4 people were talking. Let Mickey finish, please, and then I'll go to one. Go for Mickey.
Yeah, and then after that, they would. That's the first thing. The second, energy independence, and the second is to be able to have control of the Black Sea. Right, be able to export their grain, and this is very important for Ukrainian sovereignty and security. This is why they want Crimea, historically, for historical reasons and for economic and security reasons. It has nothing to do with the United States. It has nothing to do with Iraq or Syria or Yemen and all the horrible things I agree with the United States has done abroad. This is because the Ukrainian people want to be free, and if you talk to Ukrainian people, you would understand that. I don't understand why every single time a valid point is brought up on behalf of the Ukrainians, we have to talk about the United States. The United States is supporting Ukraine.
Well,
Ukraine has the right to defend itself and has the right to
up Crimea.
What?
Thank you, Mickey. Amazing points, man. 100%.
I brought up Crimea.
Mickey, Ukraine has very little sovereignty left. That's the point.
In your
They're
opinion,
subsidized. They're on the dole of Washington D.C.
Peter.
and the U.S. taxpayer and the EU. They have no
Peter,
sovereignty.
they exist only at the behest of the United States right now. They can't even pay their
so
own
the
pension.
Ukrainian nation that has existed longer than Russia.
It doesn't
You're
matter.
both right. You're both right. Mickey's right.
Eroded.
Guys, I'll let you. Just by the way, it just came out. I don't know if you guys know already, but Pentagon chief vows this 2 minutes ago. Vows to cooperate with South Korea following the leak. So Lloyd Austin held phone talks with the South Korean counterpart on Tuesday. But yeah, go ahead, guys. Less interruptions. I think
You
want
sound,
to
you
go to Von,
sound
Simon.
so over this,
Yeah,
mate.
go-
You
go
sound
to-
so tired.
No, I just woke up. That's all. Go ahead,
Gotcha,
Simon.
gotcha.
What happened, Mario?
One second,
Mario,
Quick.
what happened?
So
Oh, nothing. It's just
yeah,
yeah,
go ahead,
no, just
Mario.
US is talking to South Korea. That's all. Just they're communicating to try to they cooperate with South Korea following the leak. I don't know what they mean by cooperate. The documents included, so they're talking about the documents, but they're talking about the media reports. I think just how to present it, how to deal with it. So yeah, it
Mario,
just
okay,
seems
so
so
Trash, I think Trash got something to say.
Trash.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
go for it,
So
and then
what
after
that's
you go.
about, what that's about, Mario, is so South Korea, following the leak, actually stated that they were concerned about selling shells back to the United States because they were worried it would end up in Ukraine hands. So I think that's what that call's about. That's why Lloyd Austin is talking to him, because South Korea was supplying the United States with like shells, like like rockets and things like that, and they're saying that they don't want to give it to the U.S. because they're worried about ending up in Ukraine hands. It was a really interesting stance.
But no, that's not exactly right, Trash, because the whole idea was that South Korea was going to provide ammunition to Ukraine, but it didn't want to violate its policy preventing the provision of war material into war zones. So it was going to use Poland as an intermediary. The idea wasn't that they were worried about it getting into Ukraine; it's just they wanted to cover their tracks and abide technically by their policy that prevents furnishing material into war zones by doing it through that route.
That makes sense. No, I was simply going off the
Because it can't
reporting
do
that
now,
came
right?
out, Michael. Yeah.
Because it came out that it was like it's public now that that's exactly what they were doing, right? That their secret has been found out, and now they're like, don't worry about the shells, guys, we can't sell them to you because we oppose your efforts.
No. This is I'll push back a bit. South Korea has been public about this. So this is a piece on Japan Times. South Korea is exporting billions in arms, just not to Ukraine. So it has refused to send lethal assistance to Ukraine itself. Instead, it has focused on filling the world's rearmament gap while resisting any role in arming Ukraine. But I'm just saying this was public from before that they weren't arming Ukraine directly. And I think it does relate to their policy.
They have a remit there not to do that, right? They have a law there that says they can't support war zones, right? So they don't want to violate their own laws. It makes them look really stupid.
Add to this a little bit because so Japan and South Korea are undergoing a significant strategical shift in their policies, right? They're shifting from defensive, right? The Japanese
is China plays a big role in this
to do with China and Taiwan. I mean, what's happening with Australia and the AUKUS deal now? I mean, generally the Japanese and the South Koreans have terrible relations anyway, and the South Koreans actually quit their submarines with nuclear missile potentially capable means, and the South Korean public are more open to nuclear weapons more than ever, and this is all because also of North Korea. So the whole eastern and southeastern sub-regions are very volatile. So if this policy is beginning to shift, it's not only just because of Ukraine, it's to do with broader just self-interests of both countries. I just want to add one more quick point.
Briefly, and then I know Von wanted to jump in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so to close over this section, I think it's really interesting. I love what Mickey said. And Michael, I actually don't disagree with you, right? I agree with you to an extent, right? One of the things I asked Alexander Vindman when I interviewed him was about the hypocrisy of the West, the hypocrisy of NATO. So I 100% fall in line with that. But what I do think is...
I haven't really brought you up. I haven't even really mentioned that aspect.
No,
of this.
I know, but what I'm saying, what I do think is annoying is that, and I'm not going to name names, but like we shift. It's a classic tactic. People will shift, and I'm not saying you did it. Someone will bring up a point, and then someone else's response is to go, well, hang on a second, this was done by X, Y, and Z, and it's like, yes, that's very true.
They probably Peter.
Not you, Ian. Not you, Ian. Not EU, Ian. What I was saying is that basically just that it's a common tactic that people will deliberately use to pivot the conversation and either internalize it and make it about themselves,
or which I've done because I've gone heated on here, or they just go and, well, hang on a minute, what about what happened in 1982 with X, Y, and Z? And it's like, well, yes, that did happen. No one's denying that, but that's not relevant to the conversation we're having now because it doesn't really play into the Ukrainian context. So I just think it's a false equivalency and a bit of a poor debate.
But
let me ask you this.
But I should be allowed to finish, right? Because my rebuttal,
go ahead.
what Mickey was talking about when he said that, Russia was basically squeezing Ukraine in terms of energy, and it's true, they were, right? But we have to put that in context. Ukraine was doing the exact same thing to Crimea by cutting off its water supply, right? It's dam. Like, they destroyed the agricultural sector in Crimea, and all the food that was in Crimea had to be imported from Russia itself, right? They had no food. This was previously, and now it will be in the future, but previously a very prosperous agricultural region, and they simply had zero water. They had to import all their food. They had no access to pretty much.
But yeah, that was because the
all
Russians took them over. Yeah, I mean that's because the Russians took them over. I mean it wasn't. It wasn't because
Peter, Russia responded to it. Like, Russia responded by squeezing Ukraine.
No, they were squeezing. No,
Peter,
they were squeezing them before.
I got to respond to Peter's.
Do you think it's fair to the people living in Crimea to basically be forced to starve to death?
But they were.
Peter, hold on.
Michael, wait, because you keep jumping in and I'm getting a lot of complaints that you're basically dominating and not letting other people speak. So let me just go to Mike, Piotr or Mikey, and then I'll go to Michael. Sorry, Piotr or Mickey, and then Michael. So who wants to go?
I've got nothing
Mickey.
else to say.
Mickey.
I said my point.
Mickey.
I just, Michael.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to address what Peter said to me. If that's all right.
I wouldn't mind going.
Go for Vaughn.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go for Vaughn and then Michael. Go for.
Yeah, I would kindly ask that people not reduce the entire discipline of comparative politics, international relations, security studies, and strategic studies to whataboutism, because we use case studies to compare things, to build context, to understand that we live in an anarchic society and precedents and norms matter. So let's not be reductive and, the entire discipline is just whataboutism. It's dishonest, and you look like an idiot doing it, quite frankly. Next, about Russia squeezing Crimea on gas, or Ukraine on gas, that's true, but it's reductive. Ukraine was not paying its gas bill. That's why it's a gas dispute. Ultimately, this was resolved by linking the transit fee, the cost of gas to Ukraine, to the transit fees, so they can pay their bills. And yeah, sorry, with all the talking over each other, I forgot what else I had. So that's it for now. Oh, yes. And when you say that Ukraine has been a state longer than Russia, you are Russian. I urge you to read the Primary Chronicle and then come back to that.
No, I said they were a nation, not a state. As an identity, the Ukrainians have existed longer than the Russians have. That is a fact, mate. Come on. You're coming
read Mr. Chronicle.
I don't need to read anything. I know my history well on that front. Thank you.
Clearly,
okay,
you don't.
Peter, just to respond to what you were saying, that was, I guess, partially addressed toward me. Look, I haven't invoked the specter of some sort of U.S. Russian equivalency has to do with anything that I said in this discussion, but I do feel compelled to just observe that if one of the principal arguments for why, quote, supporting Ukraine is such a vital moral imperative is that Ukraine is upholding something called the rules-based international order. And you have simultaneous to the Ukraine conflict, in the case of Syria, but also preceding it in a whole variety of ways, whether it's Kosovo, Iraq, etc., brazen flouting of the so-called rules-based international order by the U.S., which is then going to turn around and cite that again as one of the main reasons why everybody has to buy into this perpetual warfare policy. I don't think it's simple whataboutism or changing the topic necessarily to question whether that is demonstrative of a certain inconsistency in the public logic for an action like this or for a policy regimen such as this, that it should call into question what we're being told by government leaders as to why the support is so unambiguous and in sort of its moral content, and why everybody has to kind of have this consensus around backing it to the hilt.
Marcus, you had your
Yeah,
oh, sorry, go ahead, Mickey. And let me go for Marcus first, and then Mickey.
Actually, yeah, we haven't heard Marcus. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for letting me speak. I have a few points. I mean, I've been waiting for a long time. So actually to Piotr, when he went to Ukraine to talk to these officials, I mean, they are paid from the US. Ukraine is bankrupt. And who pays you to go to Ukraine? I mean, it's what would the others say than support the Ukraine matter?
Why are you
If
making
the
this
US stops the money, then everything is gone. Everything has stopped. And to Mickey, you have to understand that the grain in Ukraine is actually 80% of the grain is grown on land which is leased or lent by the US, and it is manipulated grain. And they were always, last year when this fight was about this grain getting out, there was one ship going to Africa, all the others going to Europe and to the US. They were just bringing their assets out. It's not about Ukraine. It's, yeah. And I will step down now because it's very late. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, it's, I agree with Patrick and Ian and Michael.
That's actually a very good point. They don't even own their own land, right? The farmland is owned by Americans.
Yeah, that's right. And actually, the East is actually, without the East, Ukraine is nothing. I mean, in the East was all the heavy
Marcus,
industry.
what about all the natural raw minerals dotted around
That's in
western
the east.
and northern
It's on the
Ukraine?
east.
It's not only in the east. What
They're
about
in
the
the
mountains?
They're not extracting anything from the west.
Guys, you clearly don't know your geography.
Piotr, finish your point. Let Piotr speak. Go for it, Piotr.
So how are they
No,
extracting
it
things
just-
without factories in the west? Please explain. They lost Mariupol. Mariupol is the biggest industrial facility, right? The Azov Steel, right? It's an industrial complex. They lost it. So how exactly are they building anything? How exactly are they extracting anything?
So you're not aware of the very large tech industry that Ukraine has
Oh,
developed.
I'm aware of the
fact
tech
that
industry, but the
company
tech
like
industry has left.
Grammarly was
They have
created in
left.
Ukraine.
They have left.
No, but
They have
Grammarly
gone
was
to Poland and
created in
Hungary.
Ukraine. Yeah, but that's
I
not
know.
how Capital Flight
I'm
works.
aware of the large audio industry that's there. I buy a lot of their products. I buy a ton of their products. Okay, so I understand it quite well.
Grammarly
However,
is a lousy app.
Oh,
yeah, it's not
okay.
very
Well,
good.
that's a
But
strong
a lot of their
argument.
industries are leaving, right? That's just a fact. You can produce software anywhere. You don't have to make it in Ukraine. The video game companies, where are they going? They're going to Malta, of all places. Malta, right? For a
I think we're getting
studio. That's
slightly
a
off
big
topic
one.
now.
And Ubisoft, that was previously in Ukraine, right? They have Ubisoft Kiev. Where did they go? They went to Poland. They went to Hungary, right? They went to Sofia in Bulgaria. So they don't need to be in Ukraine. A lot of the people who work there, they're directors, the studio directors, the artists, the programmers, they don't need to live in Ukraine. And many of them have already been relocated. There was this massive push by CD Projekt, which is a massive, it's the largest Polish video game company. They relocated a lot of these guys. They helped them relocate to Poland. They reestablished the studios there. They funded them, right? They're investing in them. So there is no need for them to
Yeah,
even
the
be
brain
in
drain
Kiev.
is happening across all of Eastern Europe. Look at Russia and the amount of
No,
brain
I
drain.
just
You've got
mentioned
an
that they're
entire
moving to
generation.
Bulgaria, didn't I? I just mentioned that they're moving to Poland, didn't I? So no, no. In Ukraine, it is a particularly acute thing. It's like half the population has already fled. They're not going back to Ukraine.
All right, okay, guys, I want to go to Mickey because you've had his hand
Because
up
of
for a
the war.
while.
Yes, I'm
Right, Ian,
well aware
Ian,
of that. So
Ian.
you can't just say that they're very super active. It's like how are they going to be active when their whole families have left?
I know. One second, guys. One second, guys.
I'm kind of
Right,
over it.
Piotr. Ian, Mickey.
We're talking
Ian.
about facts here, right?
Yeah, Ian, that's fine. I want Mickey to respond because he's been shaking his hand, so I think he wants to respond to you, and then you guys come back. Go for it, man.
Yep, I do. And just a response to just generally, we'll get to the whataboutism in a bit, but let's just generally like back up a bit and talk about like the relationship between Russia and Ukraine historically, like culminating into, I talked briefly about, Russia turning off the gas. And what happened pre-2014 was that, basically Russia started cutting off the gas and negotiating with Viktor Yanukovych. Basically, the Kremlin goes to Viktor Yanukovych, I want more money from you and from Donetsk, Luhansk, etc., Kharkiv. Viktor Yanukovych goes to Eastern Ukraine and he says, "Hey guys, I want 50%. I want to increase the tribute, so start giving me a piece of the pie." They said, "Go fuck yourself." And the one thing led to another. He was thrown out of office, right, for corruption. And like this sort of longstanding issue in Ukraine and Russia like goes back so many years. What my point about whataboutism, to return to Vaughn, is not that we can't discuss broadly, like political issues. It's that like when we're talking about the reason, the impetus for this conversation was like, why doesn't Ukraine want to have peace with Russia, especially given what's happened in recent years? like none of that has to do with Syria. None of that has to do with Yemen or Iraq. Like Ukraine, for its own reasons, doesn't want to make peace with Russia. And this argument that Ukraine has no sovereignty, I just completely reject that idea. I think like any country has the right to defend itself, and any country has the right to make alliances to defend itself and its territory. This is like nothing they're doing is in any way against like historical rights of any state in the world. And this is what Ukraine is doing, that any state should be doing, defending its territory and its people.
Okay,
and
you're making a moral argument here.
It could, okay, maybe it's a moral
It's
argument.
a liberal argument. He's making a
It is the
liberal
liberal argument. It's not a
Okay,
realistic
so
one,
you're-
right? It's
okay,
not
so you say
utilitarian.
that-
This is not reality. You are
that-
not living in reality. And I don't mean to disrespect you. I'm just stating the facts here.
I understand. You're saying that a country does not have the right to defend itself? That every country does not have the right to defend itself? That's your point?
It doesn't, Mickey, it doesn't matter what their rights are, what you think a country's rights are. In the world, all countries are not created equal. Some are bigger than others. Some have nuclear weapons, and they dictate the terms of international
Then how
relations.
can you criticize the United
Period.
States? How do you
Period.
if they say that there's no moral issue, how can you criticize the United States? If might makes right and everyone has the right to do as they're able to do, how can you criticize the United States?
It's not a question of right. It's not a question of right. It's a question of what is. This is how countries behave.
To be
This is
honest,
how countries behave.
Mickey, I agree with Patrick. I actually agree with Patrick. I can't believe I'm saying it, but Uruguay is a perfect example of this. Uruguay exists only and solely because during the 1800s, when the Brazilians and Argentinians were fighting over a specific bit of estuary, they had to create Uruguay out of both countries' bit of territory so that the two wouldn't continue to fight. So Uruguay's entire existence is based, unfortunately, on the might is right kind of narrative. So,
and Nikki, if it is the case that today that the Ukraine state only exists given the continued largesse of the United States, then the source of its supposed autonomy resides in the United States, not within Ukraine itself. It doesn't mean that Ukrainian people can't have a sincere desire to achieve certain war objectives against Russia. But if you're talking about the power dynamic of just how the state itself continues to persist as a coherent entity, that's completely contingent on the U.S. So in terms of who would make an autonomous decision as to Ukraine's fate, that decision-making power is going to be within the domain of the U.S., not Ukraine itself. It's not as though Ukraine can make a decision in that respect without U.S. countenance. I mean,
you're 100% right, Michael.
And the U.S. is providing 9 out of 12 of the Ukraine battalions for this upcoming counteroffensive. That's not. So the counteroffensive is clearly not solely within the autonomous discretion of Ukraine. It's the U.S. on which it is contingent.
Correct. That is absolutely correct. Yeah. Without
100%. Without the U.S.,
it's a protectorate. Michael, would you argue that Ukraine's unofficially a U.S. protectorate?
I guess that's a potential word for it. I'm not sure. Client state you throw around. There are different terms in sort of international relations theory that you could maybe use to characterize it. I prefer to think of it more as that Ukraine is completely and unambiguously subordinate to the U.S. Again, I think sometimes people misconstrue that as meaning that means that there's no autonomously held or felt beliefs that exist within the Ukraine population, the Ukraine government, and they're just kind of like stooges of the U.S. in every respect and have no independent beliefs about anything. No, that's not the case. It's merely a function of Ukraine currently exists as a state in relation to the U.S., and that is in a indisputably subordinate role, which is why the U.S. is basically the one who has purview over the larger strategic imperatives of the war, notwithstanding what they say rhetorically about deferring to Ukraine on those matters.
And Michael, would it stand to reason then that if that is the case, that the U.S. being there in the background is going to distort any possibility for Kiev to negotiate with Russia in any meaningful way, because the relationship that they will have with their neighbors completely distorted by the fact that the United States and NATO are standing behind it and calling the shots and paying for this and dictating terms of this and that.
But that whole narrative.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious just from a basic power dynamic diagnosis that if it weren't the case that the U.S. were providing the support for Ukraine that it is, that Ukraine wouldn't be in a position where it could so enthusiastically refuse to engage in any negotiations because their continued existence would be threatened. So that's just a statement of fact. Whether it's good or bad, or wish something else were the reality, is sort of not relevant. It just seems like that's a basically true rendering of the current facts as they exist.
Yeah. You mind if I just respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just someone want to respond. Who was it?
Sorry, I just
Intel's got his hand up. Intel, you want to respond?
It was Mickey.
Yeah. Do you mind if I just respond? No, I'm
Yeah,
happy to
jump in, Mickey, before Intel.
Just
Go
so
ahead.
I understand. Yeah, just so I understand. Like, you know, I'm hearing from the panel that basically you believe that a nation doesn't have the right to defend itself. That sort of might makes right, and I understand the perspective. I don't agree with it, but I understand the perspective. I just think that, you know, based on what we're learning from these leaked documents, you know, I guess would you concede the point that if Ukraine defeats Russia on the battlefield, retakes its own territory, protecting its own nation, then it has the right to its territory, and that we have yet to see whether or not might make straight, because we don't know who's really winning.
But it's not that Ukraine does or does not have a right of defense or a right to defend itself. It's that whatever right it wants to exercise at the moment is wholly contingent on the United States. So it's not just like some autonomous right that it's exercising independent of any other variable. It's that its right is a function. The right that it's currently exercising through the military effort is a function of its subordinate status to the U.S. That's the point.
You're saying because the United States is arming Ukraine, it no longer has its rights. Its rights originate from the United States, and it doesn't have inherent rights. That those rights are coming from, because those rights are coming from another country. It has no inherent rights.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by inherent right, but to the extent that Ukraine is currently fighting to defend itself, as they would put it, against Russia, that's done because of the U.S. backing of the Ukraine state and the operational coordination and the weapons provisions and so forth with the Ukraine.
Mickey,
it's not just some autonomous decision that it makes.
Mickey, can I ask you a tough question?
From the U.S. role.
Mickey, I'm going to ask you a really tough question.
Yeah.
You ready for it?
I'm ready.
So, making an argument, you said mate, man, is a Australian or British? Making the argument.
Trying to make you feel good.
Yeah, I feel like I'm at home. Making the argument that Ukraine is fighting for its territory, for its independence, and they have that right is an easy argument to make, and it's very hard to refute that argument. Now, I've got a question for you. When there's a risk of a global nuclear war, if, let's say, Ukraine takes back Crimea, but Ukraine has that right, you know, ethically speaking, legally speaking, and that argument is, again, easy to make. How can one argue both points? How can one argue like, hey, Ukraine has the right to fight, Crimea belongs to Ukraine, and I don't want to get into that debate because I know this is a very touchy topic, but let's just skip that debate. But at the same time, if they do that, they could trigger a global conflict, and it's already impacting the world, and obviously trigger more, lead to more deaths, etc. Do you understand the tricky position that many people are in?
Yeah, I definitely do, and I think it's reasonable. It's like, do you have the right? One, and two, should you exercise that right? Like, it's there's many occasions that can be problematic. I just and I think I'm not here to convince, or I respect the other panelists' opinion here completely. I of course disagree with it, but yeah, I can understand why.
Forget other panelists. Like, but then how can one make a decision? Like, if you're an allied country, if you're one of those Western European countries, how do you make a decision whether to get involved or not? Because you can get involved, you're supporting a cause, you're preventing, let's just say, a common enemy from taking more territory, getting closer to your territory, you're protecting another European country's sovereignty. This is the first invasion in Europe since World War II, as far as I know. So there's a list of reasons on why getting involved makes sense, especially when it comes to ethics.
There's any Serbian people, if there are any Serbian people in the
oh yeah, true. Yeah, I missed that one. But yeah, so there's the first major one, like massive territory. But the point is moving away from Serbia, and I know Serbia. I've been there. I've been to Croatia. I've been to. I've never been to
Bosnia is amazing.
Kosovo or Bosnia. Yeah, I haven't been to Bosnia, but I've got friends there. But yeah, I'd love your thoughts on this particular point, Mickey, and Marcus as well. How do you make a decision considering all those circumstances? This is a very complex and delicate position to be in.
I think you can see, like the closer you get to Russia, particularly former Soviet Union countries, how much more adamant they are in opposing Russia directly. And the further that people get away from former Soviet Union countries, the more unlikely they are to support. Like you look at the support from Russia, it's always people who are very, very far away from the Soviet Union, who didn't experience life under the USSR, who feel like less threatened by this behavior and more concerned about the specter of nuclear war. But people close to Russia, especially who grew up in the Soviet Union, understand the existential threat that a restoration of the Soviet Union represents, which is the stated goal of the Kremlin. And you have to understand that this specter of a nation continuously threatening nuclear war on your borders is an existential threat to you, and therefore the calculation, in my opinion, from these former Soviet Union countries is that better to drain the resources of Russia now from afar, so we don't have a war on NATO territory sparking a nuclear war. And in their opinion, this is stated calculus from people in Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, that better to have this fight now and weaken Russia than to have it on our own borders and risk a greater global conflict. Like if you
I've
want
got
to,
one. And Mikhail, one more question to you, and Marcus. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. I saw a report that was just literally as I was going to bed yesterday, so I don't know the source or anything. And it was from a biased YouTube channel. Just a disclaimer. It came up on my shorts. But if someone, I forgot the name. It's an old YouTube channel from the early days of YouTube. The guy speaks quickly, makes a lot of shorts, and he's very, very, very pro-West. But the video was about now I forgot. Shit, Ian. As a question, I'm like last night, like I want to ask this in the space the next day. Okay, it was China, and I'm guessing it's in their discussions with Macron. So I'm gonna search it now. But they said, and the video says the following: China admits that the claim that their alliance or their friendship with Russia has no borders is just cheap talk. It doesn't mean anything, and that they vehemently opposed the invasion. They've said this to Russia, and they will not be supplying Russia with weapons. Now, I haven't verified any of this information. I want to know what triggered that. So I'll find the clip again. I'm not sure the source, but generally, you know how people will take some fact and they kind of take it
incredibly biased.
Yeah.
Take, right? I don't
Well, I've made that clear. But if someone, no, it's not. So what I want is what triggered this. So you know how people take a fact and then take it way out of proportion to kind of make a point. It's confirmation bias. Does anyone know what that fact is that triggered that take? So Mickey, I know I've asked you two separate things, and then we'll go to Marcus.
It's just from one ambassador in Europe. That's it. Like it was actually not actually endorsed by the main central government.
If you remember before the invasion, Mario, if you remember before the invasion, Vladimir Putin visited Xi Jinping in Beijing, where they discussed a number of things. And like many people believe in that meeting, Vladimir Putin made assurances that Russia had no intention of invading Ukraine, that they were posturing. And I believe that, many people would argue that perhaps China or India are the greatest beneficiaries of the war in Ukraine because they're able to get commodities which fuel their economy at a significant discount. But I actually agree with the perspective that it's not really in China's interest for Russia to be threatening nuclear war. And following conversations recently with Putin and Xi, a statement was made, I believe, from Beijing, where basically nuclear weapons were use of nuclear weapons and threatening of nuclear weapons were off the table. And since then, Putin himself has never made threats of nuclear weapons, although his sort of cabinet members have made comments. But he himself stopped making nuclear threats. Some people argue. I think I read something on Twitter from Zihan, who I don't always agree with, but his argument is that the reason Putin stopped making these comments is because America scared him because of their intelligence. I doubt that. I think more likely that some guardrails were put on him by Xi Jinping in order to give him public support. One of those guardrails is to stop threatening nuclear war on the world because it's very destabilizing.
Michael, I know you want to add to this, and another question for you, Michael, is wouldn't the U.S. continuously antagonizing China with Taiwan? Isn't that pushing China more and more? It's like they're telling China, "Hey, don't supply Russia, but we're gonna keep fucking with you with Taiwan."
Yeah.
What's the strategy there? I'm sure that they've thought of.
Exactly. I mean, first of all, China has consistently rejected the use of nuclear weapons throughout the entirety of the conflict. So it's saying that now is not necessarily new. It just was reiterated jointly with Russia in their communique that came out after the meeting with Xi and Putin in Moscow last month. So it's just continuity as to China's public posture on that. I wouldn't read much into it. beyond it, unless people have some kind of good reason to think that it represents some kind of shift. I don't think it necessarily does. But quickly though, and I'll answer the question that was just put to me. But Mickey's has said before that Ukraine has this right to self-defense, and he's questioning if I'm denying that right. I'm not really talking about some inherent right of self-defense that exists somewhere, but you can't just invoke self-defense as this all-encompassing justification that is infinitely elastic and therefore justifies any policy decision. I mean, Russia claims it's acting in self-defense in Ukraine. I don't buy that necessarily. Ukraine claims it's acting in self-defense. So if you affirm Ukraine's right to self-defense, that means you're affirming the necessity of the U.S. furnishing Ukraine with basically a new military over the course of a year. That's just a strictly self-defense move. I mean, firing off rockets that hit outside of Moscow on one of Russia's strategic nuclear bases, that's self-defense. I mean, self-defense is not just this, permanent justification for anything that might happen over the course of the conflict. But in terms of Taiwan, I mean, I'm amazed that this doesn't get as much attention as it ought to. In the National Defense Authorization Bill that the U.S. Congress passed last year, they provide for measures to accelerate the militarization of Taiwan, whether it's training of Taiwanese forces, by the way, which U.S. troops are doing as they're deployed to the island itself, whether it's the expedition of weaponry, whether it's the positioning of greater numbers of U.S. naval assets in the vicinity of Taiwan and the Philippines and so forth. They're basically using the Ukraine model of so-called that was a smashing success and actually deterred the conflict that they're saying that they want to deter. Whenever anybody talks about deterrence, and it's such a fashionable thing to invoke to, again, rationalize anything that the U.S. wants to do, it's about preventing war, not actualizing it. Assume that deter actually means provoke or instigate. They're not going to say that overtly, and maybe they're deluded enough that they actually do think it's about deterrence. But anytime that the U.S. really tries to undertake some sort of deterrence strategy, it has the effect of heightening tensions to such a degree that a military confrontation is provoked. And Ukraine is the perfect example of that, because everything that the U.S. did policy-wise in Ukraine from 2014 up until February 24th of last year was ostensibly in the name of deterrence. And I think the facts bore out it actually accomplishing the exact opposite.
Mickey, I'll let you jump in again just for balance before we go to other speakers. Oh, and then we'll go to Schizo and then Marcus. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I think just first point, I think, it's fair to say that like the right to self-defense has limits. I think that's not controversial. And of course, every country who's aiding Ukraine has to set those limits. If you look at the chart of aid, like for example, Japan is giving non-lethal aid, the United States different, Germany different. Like every nation is acting in their own interests or in their own preference. I think that's perfectly fair and perfectly reasonable, and it's perfectly reasonable for Ukraine to have limits on its own self-defense. I think that's fair. I don't think at any point Ukraine has done anything far beyond the limits of own self-defense. That's my perspective, and I think this intelligence leak indicates that. So
I want to add, another Mickey, another thing the leak indicates, and Marcus, I'll actually go to you before Schizo, just again for balance. But Marcus, another thing that the leak mentions is that during the 2014 war, Ukraine knew that Russia is supporting the separatists, yet Ukraine tried, and again, that's in the leak, Ukraine tried to downplay this to avoid a greater war with Russia. So just something worth noting as you respond, Marcus.
Well, I actually wanted to talk about the military stuff, about the nukes. Just I wanted to reply.
Yeah, sure, man. Of course. Like let's ruin everyone's sleeping pattern with some nuke talk.
Talk about nukes. Yeah,
Mickey,
go to Julia.
no, Mickey, I agree with
sure.
I agree with your viewpoint, Mickey. But you have to acknowledge that, I mean, USSR wanted peace contracts after 1991 about 3 times. And even Russia asked about 3 times for peace contracts, and the US always denied. And the Cold War was ending in 1991. Everything looked good. In 1994, the nukes were retracted from Ukraine and so on. The progress was was going on. And what you all don't know probably is in January last year, the US installed hypersonic weapons in Germany. And what does Russia think if everything is de-escalating and so on, and you're building up weapons at their borders? I mean, just think about the Cuba crisis. How would the US
So what
react
point,
about
Marcus?
it?
What point?
And-
Just, I'm trying to
and
understand your
even
point,
about
Marcus.
the nuclear.
Marcus, so what point? Just want to understand your point. So you're saying that the NATO's expansion to the east is the reason that Russia was forced to invade Ukraine. Is that the point you're making? Was there another
This
point
is
you're making on
one
top of that?
the 3 points that
Okay.
Russia was talking about. And
Okay. What are the
about
and
the
what
nuke,
are the
and
what are
about
the
the
other
nuke.
two? And what are the other
Germ-
two?
The denazification and
one-
that
that one-
Ukraine does
the-
not
okay.
get into NATO.
Okay, so I these are 3 points. I genuinely think, and I want to dig into. I don't want to dig into. I don't want to debate point 2, but point 1 makes a lot of sense. Point 3 makes a lot of sense. The denazification. I'm not saying there's no Nazi sentiments, etc. I just genuinely think the policy that could impact the world of invading a massive neighbor, killing thousands of people. I'm sure the denazification is not a valid reason, Marcus. It's not a good reason. I'm not saying
Ukrainians
It's a fantastic
killed
reason, Mario. The
2,000.
Nazis are terrible.
Nazis are terrible, but there's Nazi
were
sentiments
pushed.
in multiple countries. I can give you a list of them.
There's
They
quite
were
a bit of
Nazi
a
groups.
description
everywhere
of
Nazis, but
Nazis.
just let me finish my point.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
Let me finish my point about the nukes. Last December, the Americans replaced, they say they replaced the nukes, renewed the nukes in Germany. And the Germans voted on it 2010 that this should not happen. And even last January, they talked about it again, and they just did it. So what would you think? And the US is the only country which has nukes outside of their own country. And the Russians—
That's a very interesting point.
they-
That's a very good point, Marcus. The US
they
has
need
only
to defend themselves. And the NATO is getting closer and closer, is cheating always. And the policy is since the First World War, or even before, they want their resources. And they are after the Russians.
Let
And
me
this
jump.
is the biggest problem.
It's all valid points. I want to go to Schizo. Schizo, I'll let you respond to the points, but also, and maybe you and Mickey can together respond to this. The whole denazification argument. I don't want to go too deep into that rabbit hole. I've always dismissed it. Again, I'm not dismissing how horrible Nazis, any Nazi sentiment is. So I want to be clear before any words are put in my mouth. And I don't want to dismiss that.
Mario.
Say that again.
I said the Nazi issue is a big deal for Russians due to.
It is.
World
I
War
just,
II.
I understand. But
like it's not a big deal for say you or me. I mean,
I just think it played. I think. Okay. So let's say there's 3 reasons. The 3 reasons that Marcus mentioned. NATO. I'll rate each one of them out of 10 in terms of how big of a reason it is to invade Ukraine, a neighboring country, because they could have done a lot more things to kind of remove that sentiment. And I'm sure Ukraine would have done whatever Russia needs. If Putin goes to Zelensky and say, "Hey, bro, I'm gonna fucking invade your country if you don't deal with the Nazis in your country," you watch Zelensky freak out and do anything it takes to get him out of the way. But let's get Mickey and Skitto to respond to Marcus's points. I think some of them are very valid as well. And if you want to really touch on that denazification argument that was
But
made.
Mario, the Nazis, do the Nazis have in any other countries brigades?
I don't look. I'll be Marcus. I'll be Marcus. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to argue that there isn't a vast Nazi sentiment in Ukraine because I haven't looked into it. What I'm just going to say, Marcus, is my response in like there's other ways to deal with that. There's other ways of dealing with Nazis in a country than invading the country just to get rid of them.
Well, they've tried this, right? Previous Ukrainian governments have tried to denazify their own country, but to little avail because the Nazis are getting support from the outside, and by outside I mean the United States. That's why they exist.
So I never, right? But Ian, I never heard. It was never really discussed as an issue until preparation.
Because nobody
for
wanted
the war
to talk about it, right? No one took it seriously because people don't understand sentiment, the anti-Nazi sentiment in Russia is not the same as anti-Nazi sentiment in the United States. In the United States, I mean, whenever you talk about Nazis, you think Trump supporters because they abuse that term. But in Ukraine and in Russia, it is a very significant, very real issue. It's a day-to-day thing because the Nazis in Ukraine, they're not, Nazis walking on the street doing a Sikh Heil. It's more than that. They're in government, right? They are the chief of police, for example, the police forces, the military forces, the intelligence agencies. It's run by Nazis and staffed by Nazis, right? So they're significant in the sense that they actually control a lot of policy. They may not be politicians necessarily because I think they only got less than 5% of the vote because they're not popular, right? But they're a big deal when it comes to the actual function of government. And think of people are afraid of the deep state in the United States, right? They're concerned about it. Now think of if the deep state were run by Nazis, how would you feel, right? This is why there's such a serious and pressing issue in Ukraine.
Understood. And Mickey, Schizo, I'll let you guys respond to the points. Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you guys respond. Whoever would like to go first.
Yes.
And maybe go. I want to go back and forth with Patrick on this point and a few other points. But go ahead, man.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah. Just first the points around this Nazi thing. It's complete fucking nonsense. As someone, I'm not Ukrainian, but I lived in worked in Ukraine for 7 years. No evidence. If you look at elements of the Russian military, including the founders of the Wagner Group, you'll find them, including people like Dmitry Utkin and etc., with Nazi tattoos on them. So I think this whole thing is extremely overblown and mostly in misinformation. I think a lot of people getting their facts from these Telegram groups and then repackaging them and putting them on their social media has led to a huge influx of misinformation around this area.
From the Guardian,
I don't know, Ian,
Guardian,
I'm not talking
the
about you.
BBC, the United Nations,
Listen.
The Office of Human Rights.
Ian,
They wrote about
Ian,
this. They did a massive report in 2019 about Nazis.
Ian, we're
The
not
OSCE,
arguing
yeah,
that
that's
Nazism
right.
doesn't exist in Russia and Ukraine. We both agree they exist in Russia and Ukraine.
Nobody's
But the
saying
idea
that Nazis don't exist in any country. You can find fucking
Exactly,
Nazis
so
in Japan if you look hard enough.
Exactly. So Ukraine is not a Nazi nation that needs to be denazed.
Oh my God, that's not what I'm saying. It's like
It's
you
ridiculous.
ignored the facts of my argument to make this silly point about how Nazis exist everywhere. Nobody's denying that Nazis exist everywhere, but they're not a fucking problem, are they? They don't run the government, do they? They're not the
They don't
deep
run
state
their
in this
Ukrainian
country,
government.
do they?
This is ridiculous. Okay, so but to touch on Marcus's point as well
No,
about
but Ian, Ian, one
NATO's.
second. Ian, are you saying that they run the government? But how do they? I mean, I know there's the Azov Brigade.
They run the military. They when I say they run, right? I mean they have significant influence over the military policy. They have significant influence over policing, and they have significant influence over their intelligence apparatus. This is the concern, right? The intelligence apparatus
How
is
is that?
extremely powerful.
And this is genuine. Like, I understand the Azov Brigade, so I understand if you stay from the military point. But
Yeah.
what about influence over the government? Can you give me an example of that and how that is?
As governors, yeah. I think a number of the governors are openly Nazi.
And the Nazis lean on parliamentarians.
The last couple election cycles where
They
this has
lean
been
on them.
tracked.
Hold on, Schizo. Before we go to Patrick, yeah, Schizo, go ahead.
They've only gained it since this was starting to be tracked, right? These metrics of how many far right people are elected in positions of government, right? Over the past decade, they've had a grand total of, drum roll, 3 people in the far right parties elected over the past decade. 3 out of 1,000.
Hey guys, just 2 seconds. Schizo's mic doesn't work when someone else speaks. Schizo, you need a new mic because as soon as someone speaks, your mic all muffles up. Go ahead, bro.
No, it doesn't. And the last point, the last election cycle, the far right parties got less than 2% of the vote in all sectors, whether it's presidential, the parliament, local elections. They got less than 2%. That's not a fucking problem. That's no different than any other democratic country, right? I'm sure if you looked at the United States, you probably get a similar percentage of votes of people that vote for Adolf Hitler every election cycle.
Yeah, so Patrick, I've got a question for you, Patrick. Because again, Marcus made 3 points, and I think 2 of them are extremely valid. Just the Nazi one, I want to try to.
And go to Julia as well. She's got a hand.
Yeah, I'll go. I can't see Julia's hand. Oh yeah, of course. I'll go to Julia afterwards. So Patrick, just about the whole Nazi support argument. So you'd agree, Patrick, and I want to get your thoughts whether you agree with this potential scenario. When 2 countries are at war, it's also an information war, and it would make sense strategically for Russia to negatively paint Ukraine's image and to destroy Ukraine's reputation, and it would make sense for Ukraine to do the same to Russia. So the whole Nazi argument isn't can't that be seen? And I know that argument could be made for a lot of things, but I want to use this in this case. Can't that be seen as a just successful information war strategy by Russia targeting Ukraine? And do you agree that it's not as important as the other 2 points Marcus made, the expansion of NATO east and I can't remember what the second point was.
But Mario, it's U.S. policy. It's like with ISIS. That's how they do it.
So de-radicalization. De-radicalization.
True, but there's ways to de-radicalize other than invading a country.
That's not the sole reason why they launched a special
Also,
military
invasion wouldn't
operation.
de-radicalize. Invasion.
So, like, I'll tell you.
Invasion increases radicalization.
Let me, Patrick. Let me hold on. Schizo.
Because
Mario.
Yeah. So, Patrick, I'll just read out some more. I know, bro. I know. I've given you the mic just before Patrick, man. I'll give it to you in a bit. But yeah, Patrick, just to add a bit more as well, Patrick. So I was just looking at the countries that had the most far right groups, so Nazi far right groups, and the most Nazi support in their governments. I was looking at that, and that was prior to the Ukraine war. So the number one here, and that's looking at various sources. The number one was Germany. Despite its efforts to suppress far right extremism and neo-Nazi groups, Germany has seen a resurgence of far right movements. And there's the National Democratic Party, and two more: the Alternative for Germany Party, and one more called some German name. The US is used as an example as well, and they give a few groups, and then Eastern Europe. But in Eastern Europe, they mention Hungary, they mention Poland, they mention Ukraine as well. So I'm not saying it's not there. And I've been to some Eastern European countries, and you know, I agree there is some sentiment there, but I just don't think it's a reason to go to war with a country. There's other ways to de-radicalize a country. What do you think, Patrick?
Let's be clear, Mario. The denazification issue or Nazis in Ukraine, that's not the sole reason why this war is happening. It might be a contributing factor, and I don't think it's.
Would you say it's a very small one?
I would say it's not the main contributing factor. The main factors are to do with Russia's security envelope. It has to do with NATO expansion. It has to do with hypersonic missiles in Germany and Eastern Europe. As Marcus said, and also you have to remember that this NATO expansion, these missiles being placed, this threat to Russian national interest, this is coming at a time where there is no INF treaty, there is no ABM treaty, there is no Open Skies treaty. The United States has bolted from every single one of these agreements that have stood since the Soviet Cold War days, but so that balanced the situation between East and West. That's all gone. So this is why it's an existential problem and a threat to Moscow, and they're taking it very seriously. Now, on the issue of Nazis, I've followed this issue very closely for a number of years. I probably started paying attention to it, to be honest, in 2013. Before that, it wasn't a big issue, and I was very preoccupied with the war in Syria at the time. But having interviewed one of the survivors of the trade unions massacre in Odessa, and seeing how that unfolded, and also the filmmakers that did some amazing documentaries on it, and seeing the footage, this is a major thing. This is a cultural thing. This is a political thing. People don't realize that it's not the number of Nazis, although mounting an Azov battalion that's categorically Nazi in ideological terms, with 6,000 men or another 6,000 and 12,000 over there, it's not insignificant. But when you see parliamentarians in Kiev being thrown into dumpsters, okay, and lustration, the policy of lustration, no one's talking about this, that the eastern provinces in Ukraine, after the coup, the US-backed coup, the Maidan coup, the eastern provinces were shut out of the democratic system there, and the newly arriving president, who was US-backed and endorsed, Petro Poroshenko, corrupt as the day is long, nobody can argue with that, he launched what's called an anti-terror operation, and more or less declared the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republics, or provinces at that time, they weren't People's Republics at the time. He said they're all terrorists, basically. Now that's called a civil war. Okay, so I'm as an honorary visiting fellow of the von Klaunowitz War College. I will point out that it's a very important thing when a country cannot, as a federal state, cannot balance different ethnic groups, different languages, different oblasts under one national banner. When this starts to fail, that's when a state becomes a failed state. If you come out the other end of a civil war, like the United States did, for instance, in the mid-19th century, and manage to retain the Union, that is a rarity in some cases. Many times states will break up as a result of internal civil war. So what we're seeing, this conflict now, is a continuation of an 8-year civil war. That's how we got here. And the government in Kiev, the NATO-backed government, the US-backed government, they bear the ultimate responsibility for the current crisis, because there is a series of events and plenty of off-ramps in the last 9 years to exit this terminal situation, and they didn't, and mainly because it was not in the interest of the United States, of the European Union, or NATO partners in order to take any of those off-ramps, because they had an agenda. It's very clear what that agenda is. So, you know, that Russia is going to demilitarize Ukraine. They're going to denazify it, like it or not, and they're going to shore up their national security envelope. And there's red lines that Russia is enforcing those red lines. And some people might not like that, but that's just the way, that's what we're seeing right now.
So before, Julia, I've got a couple questions for you,
right
but
now, Mario. It's got nothing to do with the space at all, but Twitter.com is no more. There's no more Twitter Inc. It is now X Corp.
What?
For real. Yeah. It's happening, guys.
Like when Facebook became Meta?
Yeah,
Hold
but
on,
like,
hold on. So
not really, because like this is Elon Musk, and X has been a thing that's been in the works for ages, right? So this is huge. Yeah, we gotta do a.
where do you? Can you send me? Can you
The
send
parent
me?
company's changed, right?
Can you send me the link to this?
Yep, I'll put it in the top there so you can look at it. The filing is just there. Yeah, it's just passed it. Yeah, in the United States District Court of the Southern District of Florida in Miami. Huh. That's where he filed it.
Well, I mean, isn't that like how, you know, the parent company of Google is Alphabet and so forth? Or is there a different structure here?
I'm not sure. You have to look at the whole thing. So it just came out. Yeah, it's going to be incorporated in Nevada, and it's based in San Francisco. That is the new company. Very interesting.
I'm just
He's not changing the name of like Twitter, the platform, right?
Let me ask you a question to that comment. That's fascinating, by the way, Ian. So I'll we'll look into it. If it's worth covering it, doing a space about it, we'll let everyone know. In the meantime, Mickey, I'll let you respond because I know there's a lot before going to Julia. There's a lot of points made by Patrick, so I'll let you respond to them. And my stance on it, Mickey, just so you know, like the argument of NATO's expansion to the east and the ballistic missiles, the nuclear weapons in Germany, that all makes sense as an argument on a way to invade Ukraine. I'm sure there's been discussions between Putin and the West about, hey, can you stop your expansion? And maybe promises made that were broken. All this is valid, and they're all valid points. I just think the whole denazification argument, purification of Ukraine, saving Ukraine from itself. And I've been to Ukraine. I've got a lot of friends, family in Ukraine. But again, my anecdotal experience doesn't really matter. I've really looked into it. I've tried to look at the evidence. It just didn't add up for me. I don't want to dismiss it completely. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. I just don't think it's enough of a problem to warrant a war or even a reason for war. There's a lot of other countries that have significantly worse problems. Look at Africa. No one gets involved. But
Mario, quickly, the difference is those Nazis in Ukraine are being armed and trained by NATO. They're even taking them out of Ukraine to take training in the U.S.
But Patrick, I'll tell you, Patrick, I'll tell you this: like NATO, if Putin goes to Ukraine or to NATO, say, guys, this is a significant problem for us. Stop training them, assuming it's true. Which again, that can be debated itself. And they go to guys. Okay, I'm not okay. So let's say it is true. Okay.
Nazis.
Yeah, but a picture for me. Okay, I need to be clear, guys. If someone tells me a picture is proof of a whole if a picture of one guy in 10, 100,
bragging about it, Mario.
Mario, let me make a quick point on that. I think this will be illuminating, maybe.
Maybe quickly, Michael. Do you mind? Quickly, and then we'll go to Mickey. Go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly. Okay, so in 2018, Ro Khanna, the Democratic congressman from California, along with about 40 of his colleagues, sent a letter to the State Department stating the following, quote, "It's particularly troubling that much of the Nazi glorification in Ukraine is government supported. And the point of this letter was that they were saying, these members of Congress, that the U.S. government, the Trump administration at the time, ought to be far more scrupulous about ensuring that U.S. aid in Ukraine was not going toward any sort of pro-Nazi initiatives. And it was also Ro Khanna who introduced an amendment to the omnibus spending bill that year that expressly prohibited the provision of any funds to what was then called the Azov Battalion. Now it's the Azov Regiment, if I'm not mistaken, which is hugely valued in Ukraine society because of its role in the war. And not that long ago was being cited by U.S. policymakers as an example of why the issue of of Nazi valorization was so troubling in Ukraine, and how that had specific policy implications for the U.S. role there. So I'm not saying that there's some unique level of sort of right-wing or fascistic sentiment in Ukraine that makes it wholly separate from any other country in the world. It's just that there used to be these concerns expressed as to what elements of Ukraine society were being subsidized and emboldened by U.S. Subsidization, and got all washed away given the need to kind of rally around Ukraine as having this image of this trailblazer for democracy and a rules-based international order and so forth. And I don't know, I mean, there aren't that many other countries that I'm aware of. And again, I'm not really that wedded to this argument necessarily, but I don't know of many other countries for whom a regiment has been incorporated into the command structure of the military and are heralded as some of the most skilled and dogged fighters, meaning the Azov Regiment,
quickly, Mark,
right sector, and so forth. Yeah, but I'm not aware of really any other parallels as to the Azov Regiment and its role vis-a-vis the official command structure in Ukraine.
So, Mickey, I'll go Mickey and then Ben. Yeah, Mickey, guys.
Can I add something to that?
Not yet, Julia, just because the reason is, the only reason.
Fair, Mario. Like Mickey
there's a reason.
Three times.
Ian.
Go first. Let Julia go first.
No, man, I have to keep. Yeah, I know, but there's people that have waited much longer.
Go first, and
Ian,
then you can go to Mickey because it's a short thing. It's a short thing. I talked to her about
okay,
it, so.
short. Okay, please quickly, Julia, because there's a lot of points made on the whole Nazi movement in Ukraine by two other speakers that no one has had the chance to respond. So, Julia, I'll let you quickly make your point, and then I want to give the mic for a while to Mickey, just to kind of, and Ben, to kind of push back on the other side of that argument. Go ahead, Julia.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, I just wanted to add that a lot of people misinterpret the way Nazism or Nazi problem in Ukraine has been used by the West. A lot of people think for some reason that it's a bug. Actually, it's a feature. The Nazi problem was precisely the weapon the West used against Russia to turn Ukraine essentially upside down. Think about this way. So collaboration with Nazis by Ukrainians in early 20th century, right? Orchestrating massacres, killings were done by nationalistic Ukrainian they killed Poles. If you remember what happened in Volhynia, they were violently killing men, women, children. They used these sadistic tactics and they did it with joy. So what happened in USSR, that movement, that idea was toned down, but not eradicated, which was a mistake because Khrushchev gave amnesty to Bandera followers in 1955. And when in 1991, when Ukraine left Soviet Union, that ideology started to be cultivated with the purpose of using it at the right time to instigate the conflict with Russia. So you have to grow the entire generations on these ideas, which exactly what happened. So these nationalistic, this is Azov battalion, members and all that, they're about my age.
Julia,
I was born.
So Julia, the issue though is that you're talking about, and it gets too technical for me to answer. I'll give Mickey the mic next, but you're just talking about an issue that you're like, all right, cool. There's that issue. So let us go to war with one of the biggest superpowers. Let us jeopardize our entire economy, hurt our relations with the West, piss off China and the East. All this because of denazification. Now, Patrick will probably push back and say,
"No, it's not."
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
not
I was gonna say, Patrick will probably push back and say, Mario, it's only one of the reasons. Let's, Julia, let me go. So I'm gonna let me go to Mickey and Benjamin. Now I'll go back to you, Julia, to kind of move on from this Nazi discussion.
Benjamin first, because he actually was making an interview I posted just in the nest. You should look.
How many people?
No, yeah. Mickey, okay, guys, can anyone just stop telling me who to go to next? So, Mickey, I'll let you go, man, because there's been a lot of speakers
Thanks
that
so
talked
much.
about the whole Nazism movement, and I really want
Yeah.
someone to push back against that.
Talk to Boneface. You should
Thanks,
actually
mate.
talk. You should talk to him. You know, like for real.
Okay, so
Yeah, so I know him. I know
hold
him.
on.
I sent you. I sent your
Ben,
team a message.
All
Yeah.
right, cool. Fab, beautiful. Yeah, we'll go to you right after Ben. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think there's been some comments made here by a few people, Patrick, Ian, Yulia, Michael, about Nazification of Ukraine. I think first of all, like the historical argument, right? I think Yulia was saying that with joy, Ukrainians were sending people to concentration camps in Nazi Germany. Look, nobody sent more people to concentration camps or killed more people than Joseph Stalin. So like this is a ridiculous argument. First of all, second of all, if you want to talk about, I think Michael was asking, are there any other nations that have formal military units integrated into the command structure with Nazis? I point you simply to Dmitry Utkin, the founder of the Wagner Group, who has neo-Nazi tattoos. So I think like this whole argument is such a distraction.
But whose founding ideology is Nazi?
Guys,
What's
please,
that?
Mickey, go on.
Like this whole argument about like it's like a complete farce. It's a complete farce and misdirection.
It's not a
that
farce,
has been
Mickey.
adopted. It is a farce. It is a farce. Like
No, it's not a farce.
previous
But we can
speakers
agree to
have said,
disagree.
Less than 2% of elected officials and any form of government from local, state, and national in Ukraine are Nazis. And this idea is completely nonsensical. Like one, two. I wanted to just address
How many
Patrick's point
progressives
about
are
this,
in the
about
U.S.
history.
Congress? Probably a very small
Ian,
amount.
one
right?
second,
We're
Ian,
talking about local
Ian,
progressives.
let Mickey finish because I think everyone got.
And yet they have so much power.
Ian, listen, I often disagree with things you say, but I don't interrupt you out of respect.
Fair,
I'm
that's
going to
fair.
talk to.
Carry on.
I'm going to talk about Patrick here. He gave a timeline, historical timeline about Poroshenko, and he claimed that that Ukraine's revolution and Euromaidan is an American coup. I think again, this is something we've been talking about again and again, not in this space, not just in this space, but in many spaces. It's this Amerocentric point of view that everything that people do in Ukraine or Taiwan is about the United States and they're simply puppets. I can guarantee you, I promise you that the reason for the revolution in Ukraine against Viktor Yanukovych, not Poroshenko, had nothing to do with the United States. Viktor Yanukovych was completely corrupt. After he left Ukraine and fled to Russia, you could see his like palaces that he had all over Ukraine, where he had like these gold toilets and money stolen from the Ukrainian people. He had pushed for Donetsk, Luhansk, Kharkiv for 50% of all the profits from the coal and mineral wealth of Ukraine. He did that because he was pushed by the Russian government for more support following their desire.
Where's that
support
documented,
Ukraine.
Mickey? Mick, that's a big claim. Where is it
I
documented? Can you
Patrick,
post
Patrick,
it in the nest, please?
Patrick, listen again. I don't interrupt you.
You're saying
I
things
listen to you.
as if they're historical
Patrick,
facts.
I will post in the nest. I will
But you
post
can't.
everything in the nest.
But I
Patrick, I promise you.
there's
when I
few,
finish
and then just
speaking-
complete the argument as well. It'd be good as well. Like others
Yeah,
have
sure.
made claims as well, and they've never posted anything up in the nest.
I
Fair request,
absolutely
Patrick, but
will post it.
we'll just get Mickey to finish as well. Go ahead, Mickey.
Look, Poroshenko came after Yanukovych, after Maidan. Patrick, you have your timelines confused. And Poroshenko himself, as
I
you
did
said,
not.
was
I
corrupt
did
as
not
the day
say,
is long.
Mickey. No, I don't have my timelines confused, Nikki. You're screwing up what I said. Of course, Poroshenko came after Yanukovych. Do you think I'm an idiot?
No,
I don't
If
like
I'm
the way
wrong-
that you're
okay.
twisting this, Mickey,
Okay,
because you're
okay,
gaslighting. You're
Okay.
gaslighting. You're doing
Let
it
me
very
say that-
politely. You're doing it very politely, but you're gaslighting.
Okay. If you understood the timeline, then I'm incorrect, and I apologize for that. Okay. But Poroshenko was kicked out of Ukraine again, not because of the United States, because he was corrupt as the day is long. He made big promises. He was an extremely successful businessman. He, as soon as he came into power, got his son into all sorts of business in Ukraine and helped increase his wealth. As you know, Poroshenko has disappeared. Like he briefly was in Ukraine wearing camouflage and has disappeared again. You know, the reason people in Ukraine want to reduce their ties to Russia isn't just for their own security, for their own energy security, for their own physical security. It's also from the freedom of influence from the outside, which I think every person in every nation wants to have, and everyone is entitled to. And you know, I think it's perfectly reasonable for them to not want to have outside interference from Russia or the United States if they so choose to have that. In my opinion, every nation has the right to not be interfered with. But those things, it is these. I agree with you. Again, I completely agree with you on that. That the Palestinians have a right to make their own decisions. I think the point I'm trying to make is that the reason Ukrainians do things is because of Ukrainian issues. Like again, we conflate this so much. We often in this spaces, especially everything. It's like the America bad, America is the cause for everything. But people act in their own interests for local issues. All politics is local, and it's no different in Ukraine than it is in any country, as in Palestine. So, you know, I think these pretexts for war is nothing more than a pretext for war. I think it's ridiculous assertions, and I vehemently disagree with it. Having spent a lot of time in Ukraine, never did any of these issues come up until these claims made by Russia. And this idea that it's a Ukrainian civil war that's been happening since 2014 again is ridiculous. Even Russia initially denied having soldiers in Ukraine in 2014, but then later admitted to it that they were using paramilitary forces. The little green man people were talking about, like. Again, this is like Russia's expressed desire for territorial ambitions in Ukraine, the expressed desire that Ukraine has no right to exist, that Ukrainian people have no right to exist. These are statements made by the previous President Medvedev and a leader, a member of Vladimir Putin's cabinet. And the expressed goal of the Russian state is to reestablish the Soviet Union. And I think you can see why former Soviet Union countries have no desire for this, and why the most vehement opposition to Vladimir Putin's empire goals are the people who were members of the former Soviet Union.
Okay, let's go to
Ben. I wanted Ben also wanted to jump in on this particular point.
Yeah, very briefly. There's a gentleman that was on Russia Today, New York Times. He's a very well-known American who went over to join the Azov. He was in the Azovstal. He was extracted from that. That's a very famous battle at the steel plant. You could get him on the stage very easily. I did interview him once. The interview's up there. I think Marcus shared in the nest. His takes are, you may not agree with his philosophy and so forth, but they are absolutely worth engaging. You know, I don't think there'd be anyone else on Twitter that could provide that much insight into actual Azov battalion mindset and their ideologies. It's fascinating. So I sent your team Mario's Twitter handle. It's legitimately him. We know it is him because he was in a space once, and he has very recognizable tattoos that when he was on Russia Today. And I didn't believe it was him. So I said, well, if it's really you, post a video on your Twitter saying, "Shalom, Ben." And 2 minutes later, he did. So that it's interesting. My second point is more a question. This was touched on briefly. So in terms of Russia and the likelihood of any type of nuclear warfare or whatever, does anyone on this stage know if Russia indeed does have a policy that is comparable to the Samson Doctrine of Israel? And if they do, at what point would they invoke it? Thank you.
Who would like to take that one as a tough question?
I just have something quick.
Can you clarify what the Samson Doctrine is in a TLDR form, please?
Sure. The Samson Doctrine is this: if Israel is ever a large part of Israel is ever invaded or destroyed, Israel will indiscriminately start bombing all of its neighbors.
Hold on, what is it? Sorry, Mickey, what is it again?
Wow, that's kind of big.
Benjamin, sorry. Say it again, Benjamin.
So the Samson Doctrine, which is in my mind has kept Israel safe for any further invasions in a long time, is this: if Israel is ever invaded or a significant part of it is destroyed by an enemy, Israel will launch nuclear weaponry to all of its neighbors. It comes from the biblical narrative.
Hold on, Ben. Whoa. Did you just say if any of Israel's territories invaded, they launch nuclear weapons to all their neighbors?
If it's unwinnable.
Right. That's right. So
that's create an incentive structure for all of its neighbors to prevent that from happening. So let's just say Egypt, for example, were to invade Israel and they conquer, say, 2/3 of it. It will literally nuke everybody else, even if they're not involved. So it forces everybody to get involved before that happens.
And it comes from the Book of Kings, I believe, or is it Kings or Judges, where Samson was in the Philistine temple as a slave, and he pushed the pillars apart, and his famous last words were, "Let me die with the Philistines." So basically, if Israel were to go down, a large portion of the neighbors go with it. So I was curious if anyone knows.
Benjamin, before you take it, Von, before you take it, this is insane, Ben. Like, this is a crazy. Is that part of the Israeli law?
So it's an unspoken law, but it is wide. It is widely
it's unspoken.
Known.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
they've spoken explicitly
about that in the early 90s. People were interested.
Right. So
that's crazy. That's crazy. Remember, for anyone that doesn't know, no Arab country, as long as I know, no Arab country has any nuclear weapons. So it's like Israeli territories. It's pretty much set. Like, no one's gonna invade the territory when you have an unspoken law like this.
Right, and keep in mind the only two countries that tried to thus far develop nuclear weapons was Iraq, and that was taken care of in the 1981 Osirak reactor bombing, Operation Opera, and Syria, I believe it was either 2012 or 2014 when they started to build a reactor, and Israel bombed it, which was later revealed to be secretly the request of Jacques Chirac, who led the charge at the UN, saying Israel has violated Syrian territory, but WikiLeaks confirmed that it was him who wanted the reactor bomb. In any case, yeah, so it is an unspoken doctrine in my mind. Look, it's a very, Israel's one of the only countries that can't afford to lose a single war. Let's just be very frank about that, right? It's a tiny country. It's in a bad, in a hostile neighborhood. So they'll never come to that, thank God. So I was just curious if Russia indeed did have an unspoken or spoken doctrine, and at what point would that doctrine be invoked? And thank you very much.
Hey guys, this is Quigley from DC. If anybody wants some input on that last question, I've got a couple of cool issues to throw on the table.
One second.
Look,
one second, Robert. Before you do, I mean, what you said, Ben, is significantly concerning and a very extreme position to hold, because essentially what you're saying is that Israel has nuclear weapons, and they basically, if any country tries to invade, which invasions happen, territorial issues occur, they will just nuke other countries. Like, that isn't a very extreme policy.
Well, yeah. So number one, just number one. Yeah, hold on. Number one, and I think that was you jumping in, Vaughn. So I'll let you answer that point. But just to be clear, there's 2 points there, Simon. It's a significant portion of their territory. So not if they take over a bit of land that's being disputed, they're going to start nuking
it's
everyone.
unwinnable, right?
But,
If you can't win to conventional means.
but it's still fucking insane. One country invades our territory. Let's say Egypt has a crazy ruler and Egypt decides to invade Israel. Everyone's like, no, don't do it.
Change the word Israel to Russia or Putin, and everyone's reaction would be very different.
Right. So I do want to just clarify. Let me just clarify one quick point, right? So I think whoever just made that last point, that's a salient point. Now, look, that's if a significant portion of Israel was invaded or destroyed, or looked like the state of Israel was about to.
Benjamin, they're still crazy, because they'll nuke everybody.
Mario, let me ask you this, Mario. Can you name another country at the current, really, whose the totality and the actual nation itself has been
I know the argument. I'm not Israel's in a very tricky position. Israel's history is very, but the only thing I'm saying, Ian, hold on, man.
It's crazy.
Benjamin,
it's crazy. I acknowledge it's crazy.
The thing is
interesting.
All right, guys. The crazy thing is that the craziest part of it is that we'll just nuke everybody. That's insane. Again, if Egypt's ruler loses his mind and decides to invade Israel, everyone around it, they're like, no, don't do it. They're like, fuck it, we're going to do it. I lost my mind. Everyone is fucked. That's crazy, Benjamin. But Vaughn, sorry, Trash, go ahead.
Yeah, real quick. Did you remember you asked me a couple days ago, you're like, in what world, where do you see Putin using nukes? And I described this very scenario right here. This is the only way that I would see him actually using it. If he's backed in the corner and he had support of his people and he saw no way out.
Yeah, true. And this is a fair argument, but I think he'll use nukes strategically.
Yeah, I know that as well. I don't think Putin will use it. Like, I know everyone's got this idea. I think he'll get overthrown before that happens. But this is literally a nation policy that we're just gonna.
So Sulaiman, I would
remember when you said, well, the chances of which country would get nuked, and we were positing maybe Russia would do it, maybe America would do it, maybe India or Pakistan would do it. Well, actually, it looks like
I'll push back against this before going to Vaughn. I'll just say that, again, this is an unspoken or unwritten rule. That's number one. So this is important to note. And number two, it's narrative. It's narrative.
But Ben was part of the military. He's well known about these issues. I respect his opinion a lot.
Bro, I don't think Ben had the nuclear codes or the ability to make such a decision. So I respect Ben tremendously. Guys. But Sulaiman, but let's not be naive as well. Israel doesn't make a lot of decisions without consulting with the West. They say it. I highly
invaded and the West doesn't help. Of course
they're not gonna nuke. Yeah, true. There's gonna be a lot of steps before they, and then I don't think they'll nuke everyone. If Egypt invades them, all other countries are like, hey, we have nothing to do with it. We should stop it. I don't think they're gonna nuke everybody.
Mario, may I just make one point?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll let you speak because I don't respect anybody else's time but my own.
if Egypt invades Israel and everybody around Israel knows of this policy, which of course they do, they will prevent the invasion from happening, or they will stop the Egyptians and say, give them back their land. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, so based on that, then every country
structure.
should have nuclear weapons, but then nobody will invade them, and every country will be safe. Like that's basically the argument.
Well, what I wanted to add to that, just very, very briefly, I know everyone, other people are ahead. So I believe it was was it the 6-Day War or the Yom Kippur War? First of all, there was one of the thoughts that was going around was to implant a nuclear device via paratroopers into a mountain, I believe in Syria, that they wanted to detonate as a warning to belligerent states. And people don't realize in 1991, this is well documented, Iraq came very close to having a nuclear strike. And I remember because I was in Israel in 91.
Iraq, can you elaborate on the story, Ben?
Yeah, absolutely. So in 91, I was in Tel Aviv when Saddam sent Scud missiles over. And there was a great fear that these missiles or the next barrage of missiles would contain biological weapons or some type of chemical weapons. And what people don't realize, and I know this because at the time my brother, who is now a commercial airline pilot, was in the Israeli Air Force. We had our planes ready to go to do a nuclear strike on Baghdad. It was at the Americans' request that we not. They, it was a very serious.
That goes. So 2 points, Slam, and that goes to my point.
Absolutely.
That the US will have a role, will have a say in this, at least for now. And right. Benjamin, what was the trigger? Why was that on the tables, a nuclear strike in Iraq?
Because Saddam Hussein in 91 sent Scud missiles over to Tel Aviv. I remember them. I remember the air sirens going off and you could see them coming down. And listen, to be perfectly frank, you're dealing with a nation, right, that at the time was, not that long off out of the Holocaust. And you had neighbors that had openly stated they wanted to wipe out the state of Israel.
I know. Look, I understand. It's hard for me to put myself in Israel's position. But I always see nuclear weapons as like a red line for humanity's sake.
100%.
And it's a red line.
Nuclear weapons is a significant issue.
But then again, then there's the argument, Slayman, the argument goes to Ukraine is that then there's true.
I should agree with Mario on this. We should never ever use nukes. So I endorse.
I agree. But then there's the. All right, guys.
Mario,
hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry, 2 seconds. When did I ever say it's cool to have them? Can you please be clear?
Yeah, I'm being facetious, but what?
Oh, okay. No, yeah.
My point is,
careful, bro. Careful. Like people will take that word seriously. No. What I want to say is that Ukraine, the argument that's being made, everyone's attacking Ukraine, how they're asking for jets and asking for this and asking for that and asking for NATO's involvement. Missile lands in Poland back during the G20 summit, they blame Russia. So they do a lot of things that a lot of people in the West say it could trigger a direct conflict with Russia or an escalation of conflict with Russia, which is really bad for the world and even Ukraine. So that's an argument that a lot of people on the West make to criticize Ukraine. And then the counter argument to that is that, but they're talking about their own survival. They're like, fuck, my goal, the President Zelensky's goal is to save Ukraine, not save the world. So he's like, I'll do anything to save Ukraine. Doesn't matter what it is. And then that argument could also go to Israel. Israel's like, cool, us using nuclear weapons could be bad for the world, could set the precedent, blah, blah, blah. But my goal is to protect Israel, not protect the world. So then there's that argument to be made, and it gets really tricky.
Iran.
Exactly. Then it gets very, very tricky. But Von, I know you've been
trying. Argument, right? I think what we need to do is, in the defense of the largest number of people, meaning ourselves in here, right? So when Zelensky wants to do some dumb shit, that's on him. But we don't have to say yes to it just because he's justified, even if he's morally justified, even if he had the best reason in the world to escalate this thing, we can say no, you do not do that because that will fuck us, right? So it's as simple as that. That's my calculus, right? And you can be a liberal and be like, oh no, but we have to help him. It's like, why would you shoot yourself in the face to help this guy? Fuck Zelensky and fuck Ukraine.
Okay, so that's the point I was making. Von, hold on, let's let Michael. Let me go to Von. Von. Hold on, Michael. Hold on. Go ahead, Von. I know you've been waiting a lot. Go ahead, bro.
Right. So I'm gonna answer the question about the Samson doctrine, which is bonkers. But I mean, I studied nuclear strategy. All nuclear doctrine is bonkers. Every nuclear state has a doctrine of assured retaliation at a minimum. Russia, to answer the question, has something similar, but not quite. It's Sistema Perimeter, the perimeter system, where the entire arsenal is tied into a centralized command and control system, where if a nuclear detonation is
detected on Russian territory, the entire arsenal is on a dead man switch that fires to the entire target list. It's the thing with nuclear deterrence is it has to be crazy, otherwise people don't get deterred, right? The thing about also the thing about the Israeli doctrine is it's like everyone else. There's a thing called a nuclear threshold. It's that red line behind the red line behind the red lines. That if that's crossed, well, there's nothing left to lose. We're going nuclear. It's existential now. So that's the thing. It's not if anybody invades. Oh my God, they nuke everyone. It's if there are tanks rolling through the center of Tel Aviv. Then the Samson doctrine likely gets invoked. So what the effect this has is not that neighboring states will stop, let's say, the exemplary Egypt from invading. It'll make every conflict like the Kargil War in 1999 between nuclear-armed Pakistan and nuclear-armed India, where you fight limited wars with limited objectives instead of maximalist wars with maximal objectives.
Awesome.
Thank you. I am
You're
shocked
welcome,
no one
buddy.
interrupted.
Yeah,
So-
I'm shocked as well. I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah, if I could just add
also,
something quickly to that.
yeah, go ahead, Michael. And what was
yeah.
so Michael, what was the line? Just sorry, Vaughn. What was the line again? Just very quickly. What was the line that Russia's like, hey, if you cross that line, we'll use nuclear weapons? Is there such a line? Just very briefly.
The is if it's weird because Russia has a first strike doctrine, but because they have a dead hand system, the aforementioned perimeter system, they invert the nuclear calculus. So theoretically, they could launch a de-escalatory first strike, and it's on the other side.
I like the wording, de-escalatory first strike.
That's an all-timer about
we will send a nuclear bomb just to de-escalate things, guys. We want peace. We're gonna send a nuclear bomb.
No, but let's say
But
okay,
also-
let's contextualize this. Let's say there's a giant column of armor rolling towards Moscow. They can drop a tactical on it and be like, the onus is now on you to either back down or start trading cities because perimeter is active and our response is automatic.
Yeah, it just seems funny to call that quote de-escalatory, like starting nuclear war. That's de-escalation move.
It could be de-escalatory. It could be
insane.
It could be de-escalatory for Russia, Michael. It could be de-escalatory for Russia, but not the world. If that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. I mean, I just wanted to point out. I mean, the idea that you can concretely decipher what any given state's nuclear doctrine is sort of a farce. I mean, if you look at the Nuclear Posture Review of the United States, for instance, part of like the doctrine governing U.S. nuclear use is that the president personally and unilaterally reserves the right to decide if the use of nuclear weapons is in the U.S. national interest. So that doesn't really lend itself to any kind of tangible promulgation of doctrine. The doctrine is that it's the discretion of Joe Biden, right?
No.
And yeah, it is
That's
a different.
terrible.
My understanding is there's a different process that goes into actually initiating nuclear use by the U.S. versus Russia, which has a slightly different system. But even then, I haven't seen much grounds to assume anything other than it relies largely on the discretion of the head of state himself, such as Putin, and that being Putin. And when Putin gave his speech last September, announcing the annexation of the 4 oblasts in Ukraine, he actually did allude to. He didn't actually say the word nuclear, but it seemed like a clear allusion that he was invoking the specter of nuclear weapons if the quote territorial integrity of Russia were threatened, which is different than if like the very existence of the state was threatened, right? So like your territorial integrity can be theoretically threatened without it being an existential threat. The point is there's enough ambiguity that it's really impossible to say one way or another what the doctrine is, because the doctrine really comes down to the person who is wielding the arsenal and can press the button, which is why all we can really do is note that the risk of nuclear destruction is as high as it's been at the very least in decades. And just recently, the U.S. and Russia have both deactivated whatever information sharing regimen they had with regard to their strategic arsenals that pursuant to the New START Treaty. That's now gone. So there's no international pact anymore governing the nuclear arsenals in other countries, with the two largest nuclear arsenals, that being Russia and the U.S. So that's a very ominous development. And whatever the precise doctrine is, it seems to heighten that risk overall in a way that would have been difficult to fathom even just like 2 years ago.
Are we
can
gonna
jump
die
in
in
here.
nuclear fire?
I can add a couple of points here if you guys are interested. Look, when we start talking about, by the way, this is Robert Quigley from Washington, D.C., if you guys didn't catch it. When we start talking about nuclear war, Russia does have a doctrine. The doctrine is very simple, that Russians will have publicly stated they will use nuclear weapons if the state of Russia's existence is in any way threatened. Essentially, what that means is if they feel like they are about to lose their motherland, then there's no doubt about it, they will use nuclear weapons. Putin himself has publicly stated that. From the United States point of view, let me just tell you what the Western world thinks about nuclear weapons. We have an entire system that is designed to take out any nuclear weapons as soon as possible. The United States, long, long ago, has made a decision that we will not be the first ones to pull that nuclear trigger. And that will exist for as long as the country exists. It will exist when I'm in the White House in 2024. We will not start a nuclear war. We will do everything we can to avoid that possibility. And I would speak for our allies too, and that would include Israel. But I can tell you this: if another country on the planet opens the door to a nuclear conflict, they will be hit like hell knew no fury. And we would not waste or blink 1 second. If that's what it took to wipe out the whole country, that's what we would do. So,
And
although
so you'd also be wiped out, if they have nukes, you'd be wiped out as well.
Well, we're going to disagree with that. We
Let's
think
just
we
say
have the ability.
China or Russia, and you decide.
Okay, so if we're talking about China and Russia, we think we have an ability
You think
to
you've
take
got
those
magic
nukes out.
nukes that are special compared to theirs?
I think we have the ability to take out the nukes before they hit Russian soil.
Okay, let's try it. Let's go to nuclear war and see who wins. That'll be fun. It'll be a fun game.
Well, no, there's no. There's no.
Guys, I concluded.
I have
but
two
let me
things to add to this.
Yeah, Von,
because
don't worry,
that
I've just come to a conclusion, Von. One conclusion, I just came on now, I jumped on a call and came on, and I just concluded that Ian and Robert should never be the presidents of Russia or the US. Full stop. Let's try. Let's give it a. Imagine Putin and Biden just like or Trump or whoever just sitting at NATO saying, "Yo, our nukes are better. Fuck you. Ours are better. No, try me. Okay, shit. I'm gonna try you tomorrow."
Team America.
So yeah, Von, jump in, and then I want to go to also just get an update on Israel and Palestinian tensions. Go ahead, Von.
The two things I want to add is
Von.
one, the U.S. does not have a no first use policy.
One second, just before you go, I just want to pause just an announcement. Patrick has posted on the Nest. Mario asked for both sides to post.
Yeah.
So he has posted the US has funded and organized Nazis in Ukraine since 1952, and I'm sure Mickey will do it later if he's got it. Yeah, go ahead, Von. Sorry.
As far as I know, the U.S. does not officially have a no first use doctrine. So claiming that it does is empirically false. Second,
it rejected. Just to clarify, it rejected the adoption of a no first policy. Biden campaigned on adopting just that policy in 2020, then reneged, and in the latest policy document released last year, it was explicitly rejected that the U.S. would adopt a no first use policy.
Well, no, you guys are talking. You guys
One second, let Von finish. Robert, let Von finish because you got interrupted already. Robert, let Von finish and then I'll come to you. Go for it.
Let Von finish. You haven't had a chance to speak.
Go for it, Von.
Yeah, the other thing is that thinking that you could eliminate a nuclear triad, and the whole purpose of a nuclear triad is that it's survivable, is lunacy. This is the whole logic of why the Cold War stayed cold, because both sides have full triads, and you cannot eliminate the other side's triad in a first strike. It can be debated. I mean, it's all theoretical, but not as you can't hand wave it away like we could turbo America, destroy everyone's arsenals, and like dance on the planet's corpse. That's not a good argument.
Also, I want to bring you in 1 second, Robert.
A video game called DEFCON that actually simulates this. It's very it uses actual statistics, like actual numbers of nukes.
I love DEFCON.
And you can wargame it out. It's
I have war gamed
It's like it shows you nobody wins. Nobody wins.
All right. So what's Von? Hold on. What Von you've war gamed it? What's the result? And then also something you've war gamed everything.
The result
What's the result?
is last time we did with a trilateral nuclear war, 1 billion dead.
Hold on. So when you say trilateral, who's that involving?
China, Russia, and NATO.
And 1 billion dead. So there's how many left? How many people is in the world? What's the population
8
now?
billion.
There's about 7 billion left.
Yeah. I mean, now.
But you know, all the great
where should I go?
powers
Hold
are
on,
talking
Von. And where should I go? Should I be in like Southern Africa? Is that the best place to be?
No.
Here's a funny
New Zealand.
Here's a funny thing. The suburban sprawl in the United States that everyone complains about is to reduce population density, because we've war gamed nuking the United States, because you do that. It's to prove the point. It's the population density in the major cities isn't high enough to get like the one shot and everyone in New York's dead. No, you need to drop one per borough, and there's still people surviving. So that's the thing.
But again,
go to suburbs.
No, I'm leaving the country, bro. Like the US, China, and Russia, these countries are out of my
New
list.
Zealand,
Western
go
Europe.
No,
The only issue in New Zealand, man, is closer. Again, New Zealand is easy for me. I'm Australian, but Australia's obviously.
Australia is going to be part of the. Is going to be
honestly, Mario. Go to Perth. Nobody knows Perth exists.
I've lived in Australia most of my life. I don't know that Perth exists, but yeah. So
there
Perth
you
is
go.
one. But how about a lot of countries in Africa? There's even a guy who's I know the guy was an investor, a Web3 investor, and he invested in a company that's creating an area purely for this. They're creating their own farmland. It's somewhere in Africa, not South Africa, not one of those
Namibia?
mid African countries.
South Africa's pretty bad. Namibia is safe.
Yeah. Namibia could be. I think it could be Namibia. So they're doing one in Latin America. They're doing one in Africa and Africa.
They better do one in Chile.
It's a self-sufficient city, and it's designed to allow people to survive a nuclear conflict. And they sold out instantly. That was a few months ago. But to go to all sorts, I want to get.
So
what's your war game
for
result?
a moment, Mario.
I just have one last thing to say, and then I'm done. Michael, I agree with you, but we can make educated guesses based on capabilities of what the doctrine looks like, and based on what's published. That's all I got. So I'm done.
Okay, so Mario,
Von, hold on, guys.
I mean, about what you just said.
Richard Nixon
Ian,
had
Michael,
called a madman policy.
guys, 2 seconds. So Von, just going back to simulation. When you simulated that nuclear conflict, the 1 billion dead, who took the biggest hit out of the three countries, Russia, China, and the US? And how were the US did the US have better capabilities at intercepting such missiles? And how did these capabilities compare to China and Russia?
To be honest, it doesn't even matter, because Europe, North America, European Russia, and China all become glow in the dark parking lots. So it's not, they're all deurbanized. That's basically a threshold we passed.
And the rest of the world is left to pick up the pieces, pretty much. Yeah, so it's not really an option for anyone.
So
basically, Mario, I want you to think about what you just said, right? About all the billionaires moving to these enclaves. I want you to think about that for a second, and I want you to analyze why some of the world's smartest people are doing this. I want you to think about that.
Yeah, but I think it's but Ian, it's not. It's pure common sense. They've always done this, but not to the level they're doing it now. And the reason is simple. It's because humans have the capabilities of doing that.
They believe it's going to happen, right? They believe there's a
no, Ian.
Even a 20%,
even a small
probability that's going to happen.
They're billionaires that do it at a 2% probability, a 0.1% probability.
It's just like buying a gun, right? Let's say you live in a dangerous neighborhood. You're probably going to try to get a gun for yourself, for self-defense.
Yeah,
right?
but not because you think there's a 20% chance that someone's going to break into your house with a gun. It's just you think there's a 2% chance. The percentage.
It's because it's much larger. That's why they're doing it. You have to think about it. They actually believe it's going to happen, right? You have to act on any threat. You cannot pretend that the threat is non-existent. Otherwise, you will not take action against it.
These are actually benefiting from the war as well, financially.
How many? Who? What?
I wonder how many billionaires who are making these moves what percentage or how many of them are actually financially benefiting from the war based on.
Okay, so two things. Simon, let me tell you one thing, bro. Let me tell you one thing. If there's a war that forces these people to go to their bunkers, I promise you, none of them will be benefiting. There's no way anyone will benefit from financial destruction, world destruction. Doesn't matter who they are.
What I'm saying is, let's say now we know the military-industrial complex and the elite are significantly benefiting from this war financially. Just take the Ukraine-Russia war as an example.
I like how you say, can you just, first, when you said the elites, some elites, let's just be clear with the wording.
That's fine. Some of the elites and the military-industrial complex are benefiting significantly from this war. As an example, we know even
hold on, let's be clear. This war is which war?
Ukraine,
which war? This war?
I said Ukraine and Russia war as an example.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
So, for example, we know just from the basic idea of the Nord Stream being blown up, the financial benefit that occurred from that. So, when you look at the financial benefit, some people are benefiting. Who are these people? Now, you're telling me billionaires are actually getting these bunkers in different countries. Now, I'm not saying all of the billionaires are this, but my question is, I wonder how many of them are financially benefiting from these wars, where there is a risk of nuclear war, and then they're also ensuring that they're safe in that scenario.
Okay, so I don't know how. It's a tricky one, man, because it is a small percentage of billionaires that are involved that are in industries that are involved in conflicts. I need to look into it. But like when I look at these billionaires, the ones that usually talk about it are usually tech-focused guys and AI guys and those guys, some of the crypto guys, which don't even understand geopolitics, let alone get involved militarily. But it'd be an interesting stat to look at, because the point you're making is interesting, because like they have to balance the benefit. And I'm talking about the ones that are part of the military industrial complex. It's like they have to balance out, okay, we benefit from this war, yet if it goes too far, then we have to go to our fucking bunker and we suffer financially because the whole financial system is fucked. So then there's like a balancing game, which is a whole separate discussion. Also, I wanted to kind of go back to the what you guys were geeking out over, the simulation of a nuclear war. I know you simulate war games all the time because you have nothing better to do. What did your simulation look like?
Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Like the nuclear piece is not like, and I think this is to my comment, right? Like, when militaries train and do exercise. So Michael brought up a point, I believe, in a previous space. There's a specific command within the U.S. military called Strategic Command, STRATCOM. They basically the quote unquote owners of the U.S. nuclear triad. That is their purview. That is 100% on them. But the 99.99% of war games that any military will do, I think, both in across the world, will not touch the nuclear aspect. I mean, let's look at like one of the premier Russian military exercises, Zapad, right? Zapad does not simulate nuclear capabilities. It's not so. Again, even if you have a situation where two major powers are in a war situation, there's still a long way to go before you hit the nuke side, right? And so my comment, for example, and here's a perfect example that kind of ties into the Israel conversation, right? The Yom Kippur War, which at that time, Israel is an interesting case. It's probably the only country that has a non-declared nuclear capability, right? They haven't publicly acknowledged it. We all know they do. It's not a secret, but they haven't officially declared it. During the Yom Kippur War, we actually ran into a scenario where it looked like Israel could be overrun, right? There was a moment in that war that Israel was in a very tenuous situation between the Syrians invading through the north and the Egyptians invading through the south, and Egypt took.
And can you tell us also? It's actually an interesting story. Can you briefly tell us how Israel turned the tables on the Arab world? Because it was very interesting how they did it.
Not so much and basically they managed to stabilize one front. One of the sides, I think it was the Egyptians, kind of they seized the Sinai. They were kind of comfortable with that. They managed to then prioritize on the Syrian side, push the Syrians out, and then recommit to Egypt, to the Sinai, and then they pushed all the way out almost to the outskirts of Cairo. But the important thing about this, Mario, is that there was a moment in that war where Israel looked like it was going to get overrun, and they did not at that time had a significant backing from the United States at that moment. It wasn't as it is now, right?
How did they get their nuclear weapons without that backing?
So, well, because Israel has a lot of capabilities.
South Africa and France.
Exactly, they have a lot of capabilities on their own. So, but hold on, Mario. But I think what the important point of this conversation, right, is to acknowledge that even in a situation as dire as that was, Israel did not resort to nuclear weapons, right? Again, and the reason why I say that is because you cannot assume that a war between major powers, nuclear armed powers, will lead to nuclear war. I mean, India and Pakistan had it, not as severe, but in the 1999, they had a war. It was a significant border dispute that did not lead into nuclear war. And one important thing that I think is important for the space, right? Because we talk about Russia removing itself from the START treaty, right? And what they didn't remove, they suspended. But I think here's an important aspect, right? That even Russia stated when the quote unquote suspension. I'm just going to read it straight. It's from a Reuters article published in February 22 of this year. So Russia will stick to agreed limits on nuclear missiles and keep informing the United States about changes in its deployments. And then the Russian, and that's from a senior U.S. official, and then a Russian general, a major general, Yevgeny Ilyin, told the Russian lower house, the Duma, that Russia would continue to observe agreed restriction on nuclear delivery systems, right? So again, and we had this space in the past, right? Even when we were talking about the deployment of the tactical nukes to Belarus, the suspension, right? A lot of it is symbolic. I mean, obviously there's concerns, but even the Russians acknowledge, look, we cannot completely cut all communications, because the issue you run into is if you cut all communications, and let's say Russia decides to just launch a normal space satellite that is civilian in purpose, and the U.S. detects that and is like, oh my God, is this a first strike? Because one of the ways you can do a first strike is not 50 million missiles going at. Yeah, go ahead, Mario.
Also, everyone in the audience, I think we're crazy and they're a bit pissed off. We're talking about the possibility of a nuclear war. I want to do this. Also, guess how many examples? So I've asked ChatGPT to give me examples of times where we've gotten close to a nuclear weapon being used. Guess how many examples it gave me?
So if I would have to make a guess, and I'm going through the top of my, so it's very, okay, because that's a tricky question. Because what does it consider close?
Also, just give me a number, bro. Come on, I want to go through them. Let's not get philosophical.
Okay, so if I would have to make a guess between nuclear powered countries, I would say one.
No, in general, not between nuclear powered countries. 5, close. So 9 total ones. That includes accidents. There's 9 total. One of them is the Yom Kippur War. So and now Israel and a coalition. 11 are close. So I'm sure there could be 9, and maybe I'll ask you to give me more. So I'll give you maybe 4 of them, some that people didn't know. I'll skip ones that we knew, like the Cuban Missile Crisis. But Yom Kippur War, as also mentioned.
Noble Archer is probably one of them.
Yeah, I saw that written somewhere. You know too much, bro. Yeah, Able Archer 83 exercise. This was a NATO military exercise. Yeah, that's crazy. So NATO was simulating a nuclear conflict with the Soviet Union in 1983. The realistic nature of the exercise led the Soviet leadership to believe that it might be a cover for an actual nuclear strike. Fortunately, the situation was resolved when the exercise concluded without incident. But that triggered the Soviet Union in thinking
There's another one that probably is under Boris Yeltsin. I believe it was 1998. A Norwegian rocket was launched. I believe the Russians' air defense system detected that as a first nuclear strike, because again, it goes back to a lot of times the first nuclear strike is not 50 million missiles, it's 1. You knock out the command and control, and then you follow on with the subsequent if you see there's not a response. I believe that's another one in there.
Oh, look at this, because I'm looking at the comments and some people were criticizing us, like, come on, we're talking about something that's not possible. I used to think that wasn't possible, but look at this. In 1979, NORAD, which is North American Aerospace Defense Command, they incorrectly, and that reminds me of a YouTube video I saw, they incorrectly indicated that the US was under attack by Soviet missiles. So they had a false alarm, but it was quickly identified. But it just shows the just from a technical error. And now that we have cybersecurity being a global issue.
Mario, 2021, NATO's exercise was the Germans had to drop with the German planes a nuke upon Germany. And this was actually number 4, what Putin mentioned before his special military operation. He is afraid of a false flag. And this could have been a false flag.
There's more, by the way. I've asked, is there more? I've asked ChatGPT. It's giving me more, like this one. The 1971 B-52 crash over Spain. It was carrying, and that includes the accident. It was carrying 4 nuclear bombs, and they collided. So the 4 nuclear bombs collided with a refueling tanker over Spain. The collision caused the bomber to break apart, releasing the nuclear bombs over Spain. 2 of the bombs suffered conventional high explosive detonations, resulting in radioactive contaminations in the area. And holy shit, While there was no nuclear explosion, the incident highlighted the risk of handling and transporting nuclear. There's so many. There's so many. Way above 11. What happened?
Guys, let me throw one more in there. In the early 1960s, there was in the early 1960s. It's all over Google. I forgot the exact date. You can research it. But in the early 1960s, we were within 2 minutes of an accidental launch because one of the Air Force missiles had malfunctioned. It was a nuclear tip, and it was literally in a final countdown to launch. Before this thing was brought under control. It was total technical failure. But having said that, there's one bigger issue that I want to throw on the table because before
you go, Robert, I'll give you the mic to tell us about your bigger issue. I just want to kind of mention two more examples just for the audience to understand how scary this shit is, and I'll give you the mic to tell us about the issue. There's another one here, Robert, called the Norwegian rocket incident in 1995. That's not too long ago. Russia's early warning. Oh, there you go. Yeah, who's that? You all source?
Yeah, so that's the one that I think actually Yeltsin. If
it was. Yeah, Boris.
Yeltsin said that is not a nuclear launch.
He said it personally. So just for the audience, there was Russia's early warning radar systems detected the launch of a Norwegian scientific research rocket, which was mistaken for a possible U.S. nuclear attack. And the fact that the U.S. just has nuclear weapons everywhere just makes it difficult for other countries to differentiate. And this is where communication is really important. We should probably open up a space just for these world powers to use it to communicate about these things. And the country's nuclear forces were put on high alert. However, the situation was resolved when Russian officials realized the rocket posed no threat.
And also, Mario, people don't know this, but they should. In October of 1969, Richard Nixon had this cockamamie theory that he developed in conjunction with Henry Kissinger that they should project the image of him being a madman, in that Nixon himself was crazy. Therefore, there was no way to predict where he might use a nuclear weapon. And he actually authorized a squadron of bombers, fighter jets, to enter into the Arctic Circle, loaded with nuclear weapons for the express purpose of threatening the Soviet Union and also North Vietnam with nuclear use. So that's why sometimes when I hear nowadays that, only Putin ever threatens nuclear weapons and the nuclear blackmail we're seeing now is unprecedented, we can't let it stand. Well, no, that was a very routine tactic employed by the U.S. in particular, and also the Soviet Union at times, to coerce their desired outcomes, using nuclear weapons as the specter of a threat to do so.
And keep in mind, Trump threatened to drop the big one on North Korea if it acted belligerently.
Yeah, this is insane. But because what concerns me as well is the systems in place. We know that Russia has a pretty strict system, at least that's what I've heard. I don't know how we managed to get this information, but it has a pretty strict system that does not allow Putin himself to launch a nuclear weapon. Generals have the authority to revoke such a decision. Correct, yes. I think the U.S., the president has the launch codes, and no one can anyone stand in the way of the president from launching? Okay, so any U.S. president could launch nuclear weapons, and no one can stop him, legally speaking.
Someone could violate the chain of command and extra legally block.
Yeah, I'm talking legally, of course. Yeah. So people could stand in the way.
Stop it. So if Biden or Trump before him decided that he was going to nuke someplace, there's nothing that legally anybody.
But also, my understanding is that Putin could just find one or two generals who are in line with his view on the use of nuclear weapons, and it's not like there would be some major hindrance that would prevent Putin from following through on that command if he so chose. So I wouldn't overstate rather how the differences in the Russian system somehow insulate it from nuclear use more so than the U.S. Although it's true that the U.S. does assign extreme unilaterality to the president in terms of the nuclear weapons arsenal.
Now, let me just add this. Guys, let me just add this.
Isn't going to go along with nuclear strike as Putin wants to.
Let me just add this for everyone's sort of a peace of mind. Even though it would seem like the president has ultimate power to launch a nuclear strike, there is a very detailed chain of command. Everything has to be absolutely justified. There has to be more people that sign off on it. There's no way in the world that any president of the United States can wake up in the morning like Trump and say, you know, we're fed up with North Korea, let's just nuke them. Of course, that'd be an easy way to solve the problem. But no, there's a whole series of people and events that have to happen. And ultimately, the United States has to be mortally threatened, or its allies have to be mortally threatened before that nuclear arsenal can be used. Contrary to what you hear in college textbooks, contrary to what you read in the newspaper, one single person does not, in fact, have the ultimate authority in the United States to launch a nuclear an attack. It has to be justified, and other people have to sign off. But
Ben, how is it? How is it? How Ben?
Go to football.
How is it in? How is it in Israel, Ben?
It's the same situation. I mean, you see, what you got to remember, the way to think about nuclear weapons is very, very simple. This is a road where there is no return. This magnitude, the weight of this decision is so incredibly impactful for the entire planet, as well as the continuation of the human species, that the nuclear powers do not have any system in place that allows one person to make that decision. Even though the news media will portray that is in fact what happens. Even in North Korea, okay, let's take this pariah state. Everywhere we see nuclear weapons, we see a lot of hands on that button must be morally justified, simply because once that road is open, there is no turning back for humanity. So that's the reality in the most simplest form that we can actually take. That's what we're dealing with when we're talking about nuclear weapons. Last resort, simple as that.
I think you're assuming we live in the same world. I'm not so optimistic about that.
Yeah, Ben, are you there? If Benjamin's not there, also, have you looked into the process countries have to go through? Who has authority to launch nuclear weapons? I know we've talked about Russia, the US. I'm curious about Israel. I'm curious about China. Some of the Western
I'm not,
European nations.
to be honest, not to every country. My assumption would be, right, and I think most countries follow a similar procedure, even in all cases. They might have other safeguards, but generally, I think the rule of thumb is the head of state. Hence why so one of the interesting aspects, right, one of the main criticisms that Trump had of treaties with Russia, in the sense, was that it didn't include China. So China was kind of unlimited in its ability to do whatever it wanted, because they had no limitations that the U.S. and Russia had, and that was a main criticism of kind of weapons control. And what we've seen is actually China see a huge increase in nuclear weapons. So because of that comment, my assumption is if there's any time we have conversations about, weapons control, denuclearization, et cetera, it's always at the head of state, because the assumption is that in the end of the day, it's a call by the head of state, be it North Korea, Israel, Pakistan, India, et cetera.
So China's nuclear weapons policy is based on the principle of no first use, which I think the US has a similar principle. So that means they pledge not to use nuclear weapons first against any nuclear weapon-free country, and not to use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against any non-nuclear weapon state. So hold on. However, so that doesn't, I don't understand. If it's not a nuclear weapon-free country, then the no first use policy does not apply. However, in the event of a nuclear attack on China, Xi Jinping, as the country's top leader, would have the authority to order a retaliatory nuclear strike. It's interesting. I'm curious if Putin has that same abilities, and then Israel is one that obviously concerns me, especially after the points Ben made. So I hope they have a system
I would
in
be
place.
flat on honest with, I know what Ben said, but if you look, like, I mean, we talked about this previously, like, I think right now, I mean, the Israel, right, if you look at all their neighbors that could seriously threaten Israel, not a single one of them is a military threat. I mean, the two main ones that you can talk about.
I just think but I just think we're talking about now. I'm just but what I think when I think about these things, I think about 20 years from now. I think about 30 years from now, which all of us should be alive by in 20, 30 years. The world's going to change massively, and if Iran's economy blows up now in a positive way, starts to grow exponentially, especially with the deal they're making with Saudi, they're normalizing relations. Both countries are opening embassies in each other's countries. Iran is sending a delegation to Saudi, and China's celebrating their success there. So if Iran's economy grows and they're able to reform and start having nuclear weapons, but then you've got two nuclear powers. I don't think Saudi's a nuclear power. Is Saudi's a I don't think so.
No, it's not yet.
Yeah, I'm curious if they want to. But that then you see my
A
concern.
nuclear
is
armed
really-
Iran do, but they realize there's a threat of angering Israel if they do that, and there's kind of no point if they do that anyway, right? They're not a military power to begin with. They have very powerful military, but it's for self-defense for the most part.
Yeah, Benjamin, I asked you a question earlier. I'm not sure if you heard it.
No, I didn't hear it. Sorry. Can you
Yeah,
hear
it's
me?
about yeah, I can. Do you know the process for Israel if they want to launch a nuke? What process do they have to follow? Because we talked about the US, we talked about Russia, touched on China. I'm curious about Israel.
I actually have no idea whatsoever, to be perfectly frank with you. I have no idea.
And
You know,
what's the sentiment like? Sorry, I know you've got something else to say, but what's the sentiment like in Israel? I'm guessing, just considering the precarious position among countries they consider as enemies.
The reason it's an open secret, right? It's a black box. We don't know their procedures, the protocols, because they don't want us to know it, right? Because
no, I'm just curious. I'm curious. Maybe there's been a leak or something.
Strategic ambiguity means you're less bold with taking risks.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the sentiment, I mean, look, you mentioned Iran and Saudi Arabia. I mean, what is the actual likelihood of anyone actually trying to invade or conquer Israel, right? I put the percentage at about 0. Even if Iran became this wealthy, this wealthy country and became high tech and everything, I don't think there's any real appetite for that. And what I'll say about that is this: I've been hearing that Iran is 6 months away from a nuclear weapon for 15 years, right? They're 6 months away. They're 6 months away. They still don't have it. So I think it's a lot of saber rattling and geopolitical positioning that they want to be taken seriously. But I think that they know at this point in time, if I'm going to be truthful, I think they know that the United States and Israel could never live with a nuclear armed Iran. I think maybe people on the stage agree or disagree, but I just don't think that'll ever happen.
Even beyond that, Israel is the ultimate porcupine. Like, it's just not worth attacking. Nobody, I mean, the only beef I could imagine anyone has really, like, in practical terms, is Syria would like Golan back, but has no interest in the
Vaughn, talking about Syria, have you heard of the Damascus Titan missile explosion in 1980? It's an accident at a U.S. missile silo in Damascus. Why the fuck did U.S. have a missile silo in Damascus? No, hold on. In Damascus, Arkansas. What the hell?
Yeah. We
That's
didn't.
Damascus in Arkansas.
Okay,
is that in Damascus?
Really worried for a second.
Okay, that's in the U.S. Okay, you guys have a town called Damascus. All right, so Damascus, they had a missile silo, and that led to an explosion that ejected a 9 megatron nuclear warhead from its silo. The warhead did not detonate, so it's just fucking insane to think of these things. That was in 1980. You've got
So Mario, an important aspect is that most countries, like when you're designing, like there's a lot of fail-safe I mean, I know it's do not get me wrong. I'm not trying to. But there's specific mechanisms to arm a nuclear weapon.
No, the one that concerns me, for me also, so the one that concerns me, and let me read this one. I'll tell you the scenario that concerns me. The U.S. and Norway jointly launched, and that's in 1995. It's called the Black Brant rocket launch. They jointly launched a Black Brant 8 research rocket to study the. Okay. So Russia, that's what we were talking about before. So they're talking about it again. Russia was informed about the launch, but due to a miscommunication, the message didn't reach the appropriate military authorities. The rocket's trajectory was interpreted as a potential U.S. nuclear strike, and Russia's nuclear forces were put on high alert. So just because of miscommunication. So miscommunication is one, but more concerning one is a cybersecurity attack. So that could be the one that concerns me the most. If you have a foreign enemy interfere in whatever system in the US, and that kind of refers to an example we had earlier when NORAD had a similar issue, but it was just a glitch. But what if it was intentional? And then a country like the US thinks it's under attack. There's a YouTube video about it. And then in that YouTube video, obviously, again, it's fucking from a show, but the president's had a decision to make, like, there's a nuclear attack. It looks like Russia launched a nuclear attack, but we cannot get any information from them. And of course, if Russia launches nuclear attacks, they're not going to tell the US. Again, this is very hypothetical for everyone listening. It's not going to happen. And the problem is that US will be sitting in a position, Russia's like, hey, it wasn't us. But again, if it was Russia, then I'm going to say, yeah, it was us. Please prepare to launch again. They don't want the US to know. So then you'd be in a very difficult position. That scenario is the one that concerns me the most. The second scenario that concerns me the most is a country that doesn't have the same systems as the US. Obviously, Russia and China are two examples, but they could get a lot worse. A country that has too much centralization of power within the leader, and the leader's got cancer, he's got 6 months to live, and starts making very irrational decisions, or feels threatened. You know, everyone talks about Putin will use nuclear weapons if he feels, or some analyst said, if he feels personally threatened, his life himself is in danger, and then assuming no general stands in the way. These two scenarios, centralization power and a cybersecurity issue or technical issue, concern me, and would be a reason I'd join all these guys in buying a bunker somewhere. Do you disagree, Osos?
I mean, I think I'm not at the concern of nuclear war, and I don't think people need to buy the bunker. We survived the Cold War. I understand people are freaking out and concerned. This isn't the first war that has happened, or proxy war, whatever term you want to use, between two nuclear powered states. And we've seen historically that the use, although doctrinally, when you read the memos and all that, it might seem low. Readers understand that is a
humans led to a world war, destroyed, killed millions and millions of people. I just don't see any rationality to this. Why suddenly do we expect? I expected humans to be more rational because the world's more internationalized, because communications at an all-time high, because we all communicate. Ukrainians speak to Russians, the US speak to Chinese citizens, etc. So I'm like, in today's world, it's impossible. And that was the argument made a couple of decades ago. But then look at us today. Ukrainian and Russians, they work together, they travel to each other's countries, and now they're at war. China and US, again, each other's biggest trading partners, and there's the risk of a conflict in Taiwan. And then there's the argument. I used to make an argument as trade partners. Let me read this to you. As trade, and I don't want to be fee-mongering here, just a discussion, interesting discussion. I don't have a bunker yet, so it gives you an idea of my position. But I used to be the complete opposite just a few years ago, especially maybe 2 years ago, or prior to the Ukraine war. When you look at a potential war between Russia and US, one argument I had, and others would still make, is that both countries are one another's largest trading partners. Okay, so their economies are too interconnected. They got too much incentives for a war to start. But then, if you think about it, Germany was actually the largest trading partner. UK was Germany's largest trading partner before World War I, and before World War II, their largest trading partner was the US. I'm talking about Germany here. Before World War II, Germany was France's largest trading partner. Russia was Germany's largest trading partner before both World Wars. And then before World War I, Japan's largest trading partner was the UK. And prior to World War II, even prior to Pearl Harbor, in the months leading to Pearl Harbor, Japan's biggest trading partner was the US. So even during the Second World War.
You're making an argument that I've been saying consistently, that economics is irrelevant when you're talking about the national security interests of countries. Like I made that argument consistently, but the argument I'm making here is that just because you have a war does not necessarily, between nuclear power states, equate that immediately we're going to see nuclear exchange. Most military games and exercises that countries do at whatever echelon do not go into nuclear threshold.
Yeah, but what would you say? Okay, what would you say is the likelihood of a nuclear conflict breaking out in the next 100 years, realistically speaking?
I mean, it would be the same as the last when we had nuclear armed states. And I mean, there's probably
we can't compare now to a few decades ago, when by the way, we got very close to it. Whereas there's a lot more nuclear armed states, and the nuclear weapons are a lot more powerful, which makes the counter argument that mutually assured destruction is even more likely now, which is a bigger deterrent. But considering
I have an answer to that question. I have an answer to that question, because this is something that we've thought about, my team, a great deal. Chances of a nuclear war, realistically, in the next 100 years, is probably about 2 or 3%. And the reason why we come to that conclusion, I mean, on the one hand, we're going to have tremendous conflict over the shrinking resource base of the planet. There is going to be conflict. There's going to be a huge amount of conflict. But that conflict that we're talking about is conventional war conflict. It's conflict between civilians, police forces, armies and so forth, but it's all conventional conflict. The possibility of a nuclear war is so low simply because the ramifications and consequences of
What do
the
you mean so
nuclear
low? You
war
just said, hold on,
are
bro, hold on. Sorry. You just said
it's 2 or 3%.
How's that too low? That means it's gonna happen. It's almost certain, based on your numbers, it's gonna happen in the next 100 years. How's that too low?
No, that's
gonna
low.
happen.
That's 2 to. How do you get 2 or 3% over a 100-year period as being high? That's super low. You gotta explain that, because that just doesn't make any sense.
You're saying 2 to 3% is low?
Mario, let me put it this way. I think if you're going to have a conversation, right, and I think this is to what Vaughn, I'm going to tie this to what Vaughn was saying. There's a fundamental, and I think the 2 to 3%, I would argue, is the employment between nuclear armed states at the tactical level, which I know people hear, they hear nukes, and it's nukes, and it's nukes, and it's nukes. There's
Very
a fundamental, so to Vaughn's point, right? Let's say crazy scenario, NATO's at the door of Moscow. Moscow launches tactical nuclear weapons to stop the invasion, to halt it, and then there you go. Even from that utilization, there's still a long ways to go before you see strategic nuclear weapons bombing New York, Moscow, Vladivostok, and Paris. Like that. So again, so even if you look at India and Pakistan, right? If they go into a full-blown war, the most likely thing you would utilize and see is tactical nuclear weapons that have a very small yield, small areas to just halt, to gain tactical and operational advantage. Not necessarily, here's coming new flight. I know people might be freaking out about it, and I understand the concerns. But when you're talking about from a military point of view, if you're going to at that 2 to 3%, my argument would be the 2 to 3% of a tactical nuke, because the country is at just going to be overwhelmed, and they need to seize the initiative, or at least halt an invading force to at least get it to the negotiation table.
Okay.
But
Also,
then
I've got another question. Hold on, Slyman, and also I've got a question for you guys. Look, there's someone that, so I'm just reading through the comments of the audience, just to understand where they stand. And most of them say it's highly unlikely, etc. There's some few mogulars who say it's inevitable. But there's one message here. I want to kind of understand why people say this. So I'll read it out. To presume any nuclear country would fire any nuclear weapon is the biggest April Fool's joke. Okay, cool. No country would eradicate their own country population in history. Yeah, cool. Like it didn't happen in World War II. But they are bluffing to get the upper hand. True, I agree. Most of them are bluffs, if not all of them. Then the last comment, the Ukraine bullshit conflict is to weaken Putin. Fair point, or weaken Russia in this case, but for weaken Putin, while Zelensky pockets billions. Where's that whole? And I've seen this comment a few times. What's the story behind Zelensky pocketing billions? I'm genuinely curious. How's he pocketing? Is it just are they referring to the corruption within Ukrainian military ranks that led to a lot of the sackings that happened a few months ago? Where's the whole argument of Zelensky profiting from this war and making billions? You don't have to like Zelensky, you don't have to agree with him. I'm sure there's corruption, but I'm curious on that statement. Not sure if you can offer some context on that statement. Also, Slyman or Vaughn. Let me add Tara. I think she can offer that.
May I?
Yeah, Ben, if you've got an answer to this, I'd be curious.
Well, it's not so much an answer, but it's a interesting scenario. So my parents live in a city in Israel called Herzliya Pituach. It's the nicest part of Israel. And the last time I was there, there is this huge mega mansion. Something like a palace, basically. And I said, who the heck built that? I mean, that's something that, only a billionaire could afford. And my father was joking. He said, well, that's one of Zelensky's places. I said, come on, you're joking. In any case, and I have nothing but this rumor from a real estate agent. I'm not going to throw out an accusation, but we had a real estate agent that we know very well in that city over for dinner. And she said, yeah, through a trust company, he bought it for the family. And it's all walled off and everything. I could probably send you the Google coordinates, but I don't know, right? I don't know what his bank account is, but and I'm not accusing him of being a criminal or anything like that. I'm not making any type of defamatory statements. But look, rumors are rumors, right?
Back to the question that I had, Tara. You wanted to offer the context on the whole Zelensky, and also you'd need to be here for this one also. So I know you had to go for 2 minutes. So as soon as you're back, let me know. He'll be back in 1 minute. But Justin, I'll give you the mic, and then I want Tara to speak when all source is back with us. Justin?
Oh, good evening, folks. How we doing? What a great conversation, really interesting details. The book on this, 2014, by Eric Schlosser, Command and Control, talks about four of the incidents, a few of them you mentioned. And yeah, I think more so than a nuclear war is just the sort of ineptitude that I fear. I mean, all of those incidents, and I think there's many of them, have that same aspect of something went awry, right? Something went amiss, and these guys got it wrong, and it was very, very close to being very, very bad. And I think that's probably the more likely case there. Now, on the back end, just as commentary, I do keep in touch with my Russian friends and, more importantly, my Polish friends. And the chatter right now is kind of like the calm before the storm. At least that's kind of the sense I get. And a lot of what I get is sometimes the stuff they won't answer. So I'll ask them. I'll say, "So tell me, what is happening? Are you still seeing the influx of people trying to find shelter there in Poland? Are you still hearing the battalion sort of mustering here?" And then on the Russian side, most of these people are stateside expatriates, and I'm like, "How do you feel about this? What's going on?" And the answer I always get is really non-committal. Polish they'll say, "Oh, pan wiesz," and in Russian they'll say, "Oh, ty znasz," right? And they'll say, "Look, you know, right? You know how this goes." And so the sense I get is that a lot of these people don't want to talk about it, and that there's probably more going on behind the scenes. But there's a lot of hesitancy to discuss this in a lot of detail. A lot of people just kind of want to go about their lives, and that's just the sort of chatter I hear among just the regular class. These are people that are not involved in the military, not really involved in politics. These are people that I've known in my professional career and my years over in Poland, and I'm like, it's a really interesting scenario right now.
Also, I had a question for you. Not a question, but when you said that the likelihood of nuclear war was low, one of the things that I was thinking was, are you there, Alisos?
He is, bro.
I'm here. Yeah. One of the things I was thinking was that would there not be an increased likelihood for Pakistan to use it? And the reason I was thinking was because if you look at the Pakistan-India military strategy, Pakistan's strategy is to basically strike first. And the reason for that is because when you look at the borders, it's heavily populated. And so if they were to allow India to strike first, you basically lose very quickly. And so, I mean, if they didn't strike first, and again, to strike first, you have to know that there's going to be a war. Would that not basically increase the possibility of
all it takes, like if you look at the Iraq war and the intelligence that the US relied on to decide to invade Iraq, you start to realize that either badly interpreted information or just purely false data, false information, is enough to trigger a country like Pakistan to take such action. But I'm sure there's a lot of processes in place, though. I'm sure Pakistan will.
The Pakistan military strategy is to strike first, because if they
but I know, but they have to also kind of balance it out, and I'm sure there's lines of communication with India, and there's other countries that could mediate any similar conflict, because Pakistan will know the repercussions if they take such a decision. Would destroy their economy, and that face severe consequences if they do strike first. Also, so I'll let you take that one, and now do you want to go to Tara and kind of comment on that whole Zelensky?
Sorry, when I said strike first, it's not nuclear. It's not the nuclear strategy. I'm talking about the war strategy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
well, I wanted to speak to the question that you had, Mario, about Zelensky. And do you remember it was just a few years ago that most of the Western media acknowledged Ukraine as the most corrupt country in the world? And, Zelensky, since 2014, when the U.S. backed a coup in that country, and they've, now installed Zelensky. Just recently, I had an intelligence person share with me that 11 of the Ukrainian oligarchs had a meeting in London about 3 weeks ago. And, you have some connections to these Ukrainian oligarchs that we're talking about. They don't live in Ukraine. They live in Switzerland. They live in different parts of Europe, even the United States. And they are actually profiting from the war. And one of the assertions that's being made, recently at the UN Security Council, was that many of the weapons that were supposed to be going to Ukraine are ending up somewhere in Europe in the hands of terrorists,
True.
and
I've
also
seen,
in the black market.
I've seen. But then the question is, so this happens a lot in wars where weapons start and happen a lot with the collapse of the Soviet Union, where there's a black market for weapons, and some oligarchs or wealthy people take advantage of this to make money. But that, do we have some numbers? Because it just seems that people take this fact, and you know, kind of, I can link that, use that as an example for the whole Nazi discussion we had earlier, the Nazism within the Ukrainian military, is that you take a fact, like a small group of soldiers that support Nazis, or a bunch of oligarchs that took some weapons and sold them in the black market, and then you kind of blow it out of proportion to make it seem like all of NATO support is ending up in the wrong hands, where it could be like 0.5%, which is not much above average. So this is where the question is like, do we have any numbers of how deep this corruption is? What percentage of weapons is ending up in the wrong hands? Like, you know, Zelensky making billions. Like, is there any evidence from that? Is that just people that are critical of the war using that as or blowing a fact out of proportion?
Well, actually, that's a really interesting question. And what I saw was, remember, CBS did their reporting and then had to withdraw it. But the percentage that was reported that is not making it is upwards close to 40%. And in fact, there was a former, and I don't remember, he was from England, but he was part of one of those battalions that fought in Ukraine. He said that whole convoys, trucks in the convoys with weapons would just simply leave and then disappear. And he testified to that. That was actually reported out by BBC even. So the average that you saw is between 37% and 40%. And what was reported to the UN Security Council might have even been higher. And the concern is that some of the weapons are very, destructive, that are getting into the hands in different countries. And then you had an African president that talked about it openly, that they're finding weapons that were supposed to be in Ukraine, in their country, in the hands of terrorists. And we're bringing concerns. But the UN Security Council, which is mostly controlled, a lot of times controlled the narrative by US and UK, did not want to, discuss that issue. And there's been a lot of suppression about that issue. I think it's now starting to get more and more traction. So what I've read as far as numbers has been 37 to 40%, and that might be too high.
What's the source of these numbers? Do you know?
Well, actually, that was interesting. Well, some of it came from the UN Security Council, but
there's a source. So pro-Russian media has aired
CBS.
similar claims of. I'm just reading here.
It was
some
actually
citing
CBS,
some citing a retracted CBS report that included a source claiming only 30%, claiming 30% of weapons sent to Ukraine made it to the battlefield. Only 30% made it to the battlefield. Obviously, that's a pretty crazy number. So I'm just curious to see what that source is, because there's only one source that said that.
So the source is this one guy that made the allegation, and he was a foreign volunteer. And he told CBS, he's like, yeah, I'm stuck here in Western Ukraine. I saw a convoy with weapons go by. I have no idea where it went to. And so it's my opinion that 30% of the weapons aren't making it to the battlefield.
No,
and it's
I
okay, so
think
you got one guy in Western Ukraine.
The UN Security Council had a pretty, they had a professor, it was Dan Kovalik who testified, and you can look that up on the web, and testified to exactly not only how many that weren't making it, but also different kinds of weapons that are being found in other countries. I mean, it was significant enough, Mario, where Interpol issued a warning about it.
Yeah, that was the thing, though. You would see it, right? The Inspector General in the DoD has its own process to verify it. Congress has passed legislation. The Senate has its own legislation about this. The Foreign Military Sales has its own process of making sure there's U.S. personnel supposed to be inspecting, making sure this is getting where it's supposed to. And every country that's provided weapons has its own process.
I would dispute that, because right now there's been legislation twice presented before the U.S. Congress where they won't allow that kind of actually asking for where these weapons are going, how many, and for accounting. And there's been a real
Because
battle
we already
in
know it,
Congress.
right? The
Yeah,
Department
but
of State has it. The Department of Defense has it. The Foreign Military Sales Program has it.
and
And then
who are
you
they?
also
And who
have
are they in
congressional
collusion
oversight,
with? They're in
Senate
collusion with
oversight,
Raytheon,
and then you have every other country's
Lockheed
in.
Martin. So the weapons
They're not
manufacturers
the
have a
ones
vested
directly giving these
interest.
weapons, right? Most of this is
50%.
coming
Okay,
from
wait.
U.S. stocks.
The DoD budget, right? 50% of the DoD budget goes to defense contractors like Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. So they have a vested. It's sort of like asking them to report on themselves. You need an outside. That's why Congress wanted to have, an accounting, and that's why they were trying to pass legislation to have an objective accounting of this, because the DoD has flunked its audit 5 times in a row.
Yeah, but budgeting versus giving 10 rifles from a closet is completely different.
Well,
and
not
the,
when you're
the
talking
actual
about
weapons
massive
inspection
weapons
program
and
and foreign military
$114
sales is
billion.
tightly regulated.
Yeah, but $114 billion in aid is going, and weapons is going to
That
Ukraine.
wasn't cold hard cash though. 114 billion, the vast majority
in
of
weapons
it
as well.
was weapons valued. So there has been cash. I think it's like around 30 billion in actual money printer going burr. But the rest of it was Cold War era stocks. M113s, Javelins, Excaliburs, you name it, right? Like actual equipment that was purchased a long time ago. And then we put a cash value to that and said, if this was sold, it would be equivalent to this much money. And that's where this number is coming from, 114 or 116 billion. The vast majority, over 80 billion of that, is actual hard pieces of metal, explosives, bombs, bullets, and not actually cash.
Yeah, but all it did was trigger that money to be spent with the defense contractors to build more. So yet, like I understand it wasn't giving them hard cash, but it was actually coming right back into our system, into our defense contractors' pockets.
And not only that, when you have like Leon Panetta, and I'll mention him only because I interned for him, so I know Leon Panetta. He sits on the board of Raytheon. So when he talks about being pro-Ukraine on MSNBC or CNN, he doesn't mention, and they don't put underneath, board member of Raytheon Corporation. I mean, so this is the thing. There's such an interest in the amount of money that's being made in Ukraine. That's why people are talking about it being a money laundering.
Tara,
Because
let me. Also, I'll let you jump in, and then I want to go to Colonel Jeff. Appreciate you coming up, Colonel.
So I think there's a fundamental difference, right? When we're having a conversations about the deployment of weapons into Ukraine, and like let's say this specific soldier's example, right? Oh, there was this convoy and it never arrived, and then I never said. Well, first of all, frontline soldiers don't have deep-seated integration and knowledge of the complex requirements of logistics, right? But what you're highlighting, Taryn, I think this is the jump you can't make. Logistics is a very complex military operation. It is the most complex aspect of it, right? I mean, it actually is one of the reasons why Russia had enormous amount of difficulties in the beginning of the invasion, because of the complexity of logistics, right? And so what you're seeing in Ukraine, a country that has not been structurized to handle, prior to this invasion, a mass flow of military equipment, and then showing in, and kind of sending it to the front line, that requires substantial amount of logistics. But not only logistics, it's also accounting, right? But this is a country that's at war. Tara, to your concern, if what you're saying is true, right? Let's say weapons are getting flown, right? Yes. Is there aspects of certain amount of weapons that are getting siphoned off and sent into the black markets? Okay, yeah. I mean, I think nobody's going to argue that point. But what we would actually probably be seeing, if there was a significant concern, is we would probably have to be seeing very modern and very sophisticated military equipment being smuggled to black markets, right? For example, we have not seen, right, Stinger missiles that were given to Ukraine operated in the black market across either an African conflicts and insurgents or terrorist groups in Africa, the Middle East, Asia, etc. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen, let's say, javelins, right? We haven't seen, mortars, artillery shells, etc. Like, so I think it's a stretch to, when you look at logistics and to say the complexity of a logistics operations and then the complexity of accounting, and to say how weapons can be lost in the tracking, does not necessarily mean they're being sold in the black market. They can easily just be being used, but it's difficult for Ukraine in a country that is war that has not set up a structure, let's say like the U.S. The U.S. has a very robust logistics network and logistics command called Transportation Command, U.S. Transcom, and to then have that expectation for Ukraine, which is a country at war, and what do the Ukrainians care about? I just want to kill Russians. So get the equipment there fast, as quickly as possible, and use it as quickly as possible, because if not, we're being defeated. I don't think it's fair to then tie that to say, oh, well, because this soldier said this, is going to the black market. No, it's probably because of complexity of logistics and accounting that those weapons are just being used, and that's it.
Well, it's more than one soldier, but I wanted to answer a question that Mario brought up earlier about just the, the corruption in general. And you remember, like, just last week, or, it was like the last part of March, the wife of a former Ukrainian politician, she got caught with 28 million cash at the Hungarian border. And then you heard earlier in the year, there was a couple caught with millions at the Swiss border, and they were Ukrainian. I'm answering the corruption question.
But these are there's a corruption. These are, I know they sound big, they're small numbers. Talking about there's corruption is like hundreds of millions of billions.
Collectively, it adds up.
Do we have any numbers? But just so you know, but I'm not saying. But just to be clear, I'm not saying there's no corruption. I'm just saying how big is that corruption? Maybe also.
This was a Ukrainian MP. This wasn't just a random.
Tara, I agree with you. Nobody. I think when you analyze historically, nobody's going to dispute this. Ukraine has ranked at the bottom.
Corrupt is crazy, yeah. As a country,
Transparency International standard of corruption. Nobody's disputing that. But I would just counter that the country that has ranked even worse in corruption than Ukraine is actually Russia, right? And so if we're going to use now, you can make the argument, well, because Ukraine has issues of corruption, isn't in our interest as the U.S. to support it. Got it. But like, let's look at Ukraine, where they've ranked historically in Transparency International in ranking of corruption, and then compare that to Russia, and you will see historically Russia has always been at a worse level than Ukraine.
But also, the difference of the equalizer is that when it comes to Ukraine's corruption, it's impacting the United States. So people who care about the United States, it impacts them.
Yeah, but it does. But no. I mean, in terms of military support, yes, I know. But is it so? Is the solution not to supply weapons, or to try to fight that corruption, which I know there's efforts to do so?
I mean, the solution would be not to really pay for a proxy war, but that's a different.
That's a whole different argument. Yeah, we'll talk about corruption.
In terms of Tara's other point, I think it has extreme merit, and her argument was quite accurately put that not only have you got the corruption, but then you've got the deep underlying corruption, which is that the military-industrial complex, such as Raytheon, are benefiting significantly by making these decisions and elongating the war.
So can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question before going to Jeff? Did you expect, so when Russia was amassing troops on the Ukrainian border, did you expect them to invade, or like everyone else, caught you by surprise?
I mean, yeah, I didn't expect them to invade.
What do you think of the argument being made that once I think if Russia did invade Ukraine, I don't think they'll cross Ukraine's borders and invade other countries. Okay, just to be clear, and I didn't think they'll invade Ukraine. But then my argument is, if that's the case, do you think if Russia, if NATO did not get involved and Russia invaded Ukraine, they would stop at Ukraine, or they could invade other countries as well?
No, I think they would have, when they went into Ukraine, if the US didn't get involved, they would have took the annexed regions and the separatist regions, and it would have stopped. So they would have took less than what they're taking now.
Okay, so Michael, less than they would have taken now. That's a pretty extreme statement.
I disagree. Absolutely.
Yeah, Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Do you want to elaborate?
Yeah, so I mean, I was sitting at the OSCE with a bunch of ambassadors, 57 different nations. We watched the buildup. We heard the Russian lies. We knew that they were going in. There's a reason that the Baltics and Poland are completely scared, because I mean, you even have hyperbole coming out of Putin and out of Medvedev to say that they're going to take more. So to suggest that this is going to end at Ukraine, I mean, that's almost, it's ignoring the fact that there's 3 frozen conflicts still to this day since 1990 in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Moldova, in Transnistria, in South Ossetia, and Abkhazia, which is northern Georgia. They've continually invaded nations over and over again for the last 20 years. So to think that they're going to stop at Ukraine is almost comical.
And wouldn't that set the precedent as well, Slayman? Wouldn't that set the Von? I'll give you the mic. Yeah, I'll give you the mic, Von. Just 2 seconds. Wouldn't that also set the precedent? Actually, Von, I'll let you push back before I talk about the narrative. Go ahead, Von.
Oh no, I just like the speaker to expand on Nagorno-Karabakh because I'm very familiar with that conflict and that region, and a lot of people get it wrong. So I want to.
So Von, can you tell us more? Yeah, tell us more. Which conflict it is? What are the basics? What do we know? And then where do you guys disagree? So I want to understand it.
I mean, no, I want him to expand on it before I interject.
Jeff, do you wanna expand on it?
Sure, I'm happy to expand on it, but your question's disingenuous. I'll point that out at the beginning. You want me to expand on it so that you can tell me that I'm wrong. The point of the issue is it's between Azerbaijan and Armenia. I know it very well. I studied it from diplomatic perspectives. It was Azerbaijani land. The Russians actually came in, helped the Armenians establish a breakaway region called Nagorno-Karabakh. And as a matter of fact, over the last 20 years, Russia has been basically the puppet master, selling arms to both Azerbaijan and Armenia, making sure that there's some kind of level of balance, so there's no, vacuum of power in the region, allowing kids in schools to be freaking shot by snipers across the freaking border region. It's absolutely unbelievable. But I'm gonna let you go ahead and tell me where I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah, great.
Yeah, Von, we'll give you the mic to push back on Jeff. And before that, Slayman, the question I also wanted to add after Von and Jeff discussed the Azerbaijan and Armenian conflict is not getting involved in Ukraine, wouldn't that set precedent for other countries as well? Obviously, Taiwan being one example. But if other countries see, holy shit, Russia just took over the biggest country in Ukraine, one of the biggest country in Europe, and one of the biggest countries in the world, and they faced little to no resistance, no involvement from the West. And then over the next decade, we could see this happen significantly more. I think there should be consequences. There was no consequences for Georgia, limited. There's no consequences in 2014. Shouldn't there be consequences when it crosses such a big red line? Again, I understand both sides, but I wanted to kind of put that out there. But Von, before me, Slayman, and Tara go back and forth on this, I'll let you quickly respond to Jeff.
Thank you. So, Jeff, are you suggesting that the pogroms in Sumgayit and other places didn't happen, like it was a picnic? Are you? I noticed you glossed over the NKAO because that's a disputed territory, the former Nagorno-Karabakh Autonomous Oblast, whereas Nagorno-Karabakh refers to the entire region. So that says to me, because that's an Azerbaijani talking point, so that's to me that you're either unwillingly or willingly conflating the two to like kind of not touch that whole aspect of the large Armenian majority that held a referendum, voted for independence, which is in accordance with Soviet law, because this happened in 1988, and then the pogroms happened, and then the fighting started. And I noticed you didn't mention Operation Ring, where the Soviet Union sided with Azerbaijan, and then after the dissolution, because the war went on until '94. Russia under Yeltsin decided to support the Armenian side, and there's a whole thing with ethnic cleansing that you're just glossing over, and that whole point of self-determination, legitimate referenda on sovereignty and all that. No. Let's just skip all over that, right? Feel free to push back.
I welcome the opportunity. Number one, a referendum at the end of a gun barrel is not a freaking referendum, and we both know that, and we just saw that in Crimea in 2014. Okay, so
gun barrel? No. 1988. Where's the gun barrel? Where's the gun barrel in 1988?
Oh my God, Jesus!
No, you're lying. Come on.
Von. Yeah, let's. I'll let you push back right after Von, so you can push back on what you consider lies, Jeff.
Okay, so in the OSCE, they have a function called ODIHR, which actually goes out and monitors elections. Okay, if you want to win the Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh, and Armenia issue, dude, I'll give it to you, right? If you're that passionate, that's fine. But that doesn't take away South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and Northern Georgia. It doesn't take away Transnistria in Moldova. And it doesn't take away Transnistria and Moldova, by the way, in the last freaking 6 months, where Russia went in and wanted to start massing forces again. So
kind of, Jeff, the point, moving away from Azerbaijan and Armenia, you kind of, yeah. So Jeff, the reason I jumped in is kind of made the point and bringing it back to setting precedent for other countries over the next decade. And Russia has, done this a few times, not on such a scale as what we're seeing now. Where do you draw the line? Maybe Slaman, you want to go first, and then we'll go to Tara and Snekotron.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I'm glad that.
But you see the point, yes, Slaman. You see my point.
Yeah, I mean, I see the point. I mean, first of all, I appreciate Jeff conceding the point of one, because that was an important point. In terms of coming back to this issue at hand, I mean, I don't agree that it sets a precedent, because you have a scenario where this is just, in my view, propaganda that basically Russia were going to take over the whole of Ukraine and they were going to invade the whole of Europe. It's just dramatizing the situation. Yeah, Russia did invade.
I think I think it was dramatized.
Yeah, they did invade. In my view, they were going to take the separatist regions and the annexed regions. And because they're predominantly Russian, obviously they voted to be part of Russia, to be separated. Obviously, Jeff's gonna do the normal talking point is that it wasn't a fair election. That's fine. They could have done a fair election and have the UN and Russia joint oversight if they wanted to. And in reality, that's where it is. So I don't agree that there was this concern, and I don't believe that it's the same as Taiwan.
But then, Simon, where do you? No. I'm not saying it's the same as Taiwan. It's not. But I'm saying, where do you draw the line that would allowing a country to invade the sovereignty of another country? We're talking about not a small, tiny little country like Taiwan that was part of China, etc. We're talking about one of the biggest European country.
Well, again, I mean, the issue is this. First of all, the issue is this: like, I'm against any type of war, so I would never be a good leader, because I wouldn't have done anything, and I would have let Ukraine continue to be supplied by the US, continue to have the weapons in the US, and unfortunately continue to use those weapons against innocent people in these separatist regions. But then you need.
I don't think. Hold on. Did Ukraine? Sorry, when you say Ukraine used this against innocent people, was Ukraine intentionally killing innocent people? Or was Ukraine fighting separatists? Maybe they did a fucking shit job. I'm sure there's exceptions where innocent people were killed. But I think, and that argument. Sorry, so that argument goes both ways. I'm sure Russia's point is not to go in and kill all the innocent people, and I don't think Ukrainians' point is to go in and kill all the innocent people. I think this is just the ugly side of war. I just don't. I
want to ask you a question though, because this argument that Russia was only interested in the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic, right? The quote unquote separatists.
They were interested in the denazification, and I think
wait, Tara,
Mario.
Okay,
yeah.
But if I may, because this idea that then, if that's the case, if you're going to launch an invasion for that primary military objective, it makes absolutely no sense that you're going to launch an offensive, your main military effort, through the north, through Belarus to Kyiv, right? The Russians did this in the past, by the way. Like, let's not forget that Russia did not invade the Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic in 2014 and 2015.
Look, when you look at the map and you look at how this began, there were 14,000 Russian nationals that perished from the Kiev regime, from shelling almost daily. And I mean, if you talk to some of the international reporters that are on the ground in the Donbass region, if you talk to some of the people whom I've talked to that are there, they wanted Russia to come and help them. They were being targeted by their own government, and their language was being outlawed.
Sarah, I would heavily push back on that. I can go to the Battle of Mariupol.
14,000 people, over 10,000 were troops, right? 6,500 were pro-Russian fighters, 4,400 were Ukrainian armed forces.
And children. And I talked to a child actually who's on the Ukraine ministry kill list. And I've seen her picture on the website of the Mykovets kill list. The Kiev regime is targeting Russian nationals. Like, they just outlawed the prayers in Russian in the Orthodox Church. That just happened today. I mean, there's been a more.
All right. So also Saleh replied in Skid, so you can jump in right after, and Sneeko.
So so let me just go back. I'm gonna go all the way back, right? Because this argument constantly comes up. Okay, hold on, Tara, if I may, because so I literally am so confused. One of the main criticisms that I consistently hear about American foreign policy, besides the hypocrisy, whatever, but is this idea of, and especially from Russia and China specifically, has consistently been do not get involved in the internal affairs of another country. That's the main argument of Syria, right? If it's Iraq, whatever. Like every country.
But okay, let me finish.
Yeah, guys, let's finish off. So also, Nikotron, Tara, Schizo. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying, so that's the main argument that kind of consistently hear, right? If your argument is that Russia had the right to invade Ukraine because they're Russian speakers and inherently Russian speakers want to be Russians, which I think that's a fallacy. That is not the case. That has been shown consistently that is not the case. But if you want to make that argument, then the notion is that countries do not have the right
Sorry,
to
Simon,
dictate.
it's also 2 seconds.
So also, it's only fair if America does it to other countries. So when you
Guys, too many guys.
Ian,
2 seconds.
I mean,
Simon,
it
which
seems
point
absurd
did
that you're attacking
Ian, I
Russia
know.
for the same
Ian,
thing that America does all the damn time.
Just 2 seconds. Okay, Ian, 2 seconds. Simon, which particular point did you just push back on?
What all sources' argument is that these regions consistently and unequivocally wanted to remain with Ukraine. That is just not right. That's not accurate, unless I'm misphrasing what he said. But
is that what he said also?
That's not accurate.
So I mean, okay. So let's look at the data. Let's look at the data. Like if you're saying, okay, what areas of the Donetsk Republic, People's Republic, which is what Russia, Ukraine has independent and then annexed. So let's look at the Donetsk Oblast. What specific region? Where's the border? Is it the entirety of the Donetsk Oblast? Like Kherson. Let's look at Kherson. The Kherson Oblast, that's technically under the Russian Constitution. Like, where's the border? Because Kherson didn't want to be part of Russia. Zaporizhia, so Zaporizhia Oblast.
Okay, but where
right,
you said let's look at. You said let's look at.
The city of
You
Zaporizhia
said
doesn't
also.
want it.
You said let's look at the statistics. Did you have any to share? Or?
Yeah,
Not putting on the spot.
Okay, let's look at specifically Zaporizhia. Let's look specifically at Zaporizhia right now. The city of the Zaporizhia Oblast. The biggest city of Zaporizhia does not want to be part of Russia.
That is just the weakest argument I've heard in my life. That's like literally saying, guess what? Scotland voted not to be separate, but guess what? Let's look at Glasgow because they voted to be. That's just a weak argument. Also,
you're making the argument that they all want to be part of it. That's the whole point.
Less than 20% of the population voted, when over 80% of the territory in these Russian annexed lands are under Ukrainian control. So what all sources saying is important. And if we look at, say, the shelling,
No, let me. What about this? What about even?
It's the weakest argument I've ever made.
So let's see. Hold on.
Where's the border? Where's the border? Where's the border? Right, 80% of the population didn't vote, and 80% of the land isn't under Russian control. Where's the border? How was there an election when 80% of the people weren't there?
There's an election, but you, as a basically someone who supports war, are not accepting that because you want this. You want your pro-Ukraine.
So you're saying because like 5 people voted that that's a fair free election?
For me to understand what's going on, let me just 1% at a time. So, Slimane, can you first objectively tell me what that weak argument is?
So their argument is, guess what? Don't take the entirety of the area as a whole, but there's certain pockets within there that do not want to be part of Russia, and hence vis-a-vis, we now need to apply that to those specific areas. It's like basically making the argument that, in UK, we had a referendum in Scotland, and Scotland voted that they want to stay with the UK, and their vote was very close. But if you were to separate certain areas in Scotland, they would have said they want to be part, they want to separate. And so it's basically looking
in Scotland, the
I got the argument. Sorry. Because guys, I got the point. So Schizo, I let you make your point. Like, where's your argument? I understand.
Yeah. So this whole Scotland thing is a crappy example, because with the Scotland case, right? Everyone in Scotland voted. In the case of Kherson and Zaporizhia, the vast majority, over 80% of the population, was not present for this election. And in terms of the control, right, the line of contact, the Ukrainian military controlled the vast majority of the land of these oblasts. So how can you say this was a fair, free election when barely anyone showed up and it was under the barrel of a gun in Zaporizhia? Right, there's videos of Russian troops pointing machine guns at people at the booth. And how is
that
it
is not true?
Basically every election that you disagree with.
And also, where's the border? Russia says Zaporizhia.
Fair election is the most ridiculous argument.
Okay, Slam, I couldn't hear you because Kitso was talking at the same time. You guys got to stop that. So, what were you saying, Slam? What was the last point? Now I want to move on to Snackotron.
Yeah. I mean, it's just a pure propaganda. Basically, what the argument is this: any election we agree with is under the barrel of a gun, and it was the same argument Jeff was using until he got refuted by Von. And any election that we disagree with, we agree with, that's a free and fair election. Except when internally we disagree with it, then we said the election is.
Not refuted, by the way, about the election in Crimea. The referendum in Crimea was a referendum by the end of the gun.
Yeah, I just want to speak on
Snackotron, hold on. Snackotron,
I've been
let's
waiting
go
to
back
speak on the weapons smuggling thing for a little while now.
Yeah, no, man, if you don't...
Let me explain the mechanics of how this works.
Bro, just use
Well,
this.
let me
Make sure your
explain
mic is...
the mechanics of how this works. I want...
Snackotron, I don't know if you can hear me, bro. Now you can. Make sure your mic's close to your mouth so we can hear you, man, because it's a bit echoey. Go ahead, bro.
Mario, it doesn't help when you speak over him whenever he tries to speak. Like, let him speak.
Yeah, I was giving him the mic, Ian, but he kept speaking. I was like, Ian, Dr. Snackotron, take the mic, and I wanted to ask him a question, but he was speaking because someone was asking a question.
Oh, okay.
And now I'm telling him to put the mic close to his mouth so he can hear you.
Right.
Go ahead, bro.
Right. So I was looking. So the thing about the weapon smuggling and what is being smuggled. Well, I mean, first of all, these are only light arms that are perhaps entering the black market. The way this works is because of the complexity of logistics in this, where you have the weapons arrive in Ukraine and they're actually then split up and loaded onto like individual cars or buses or vans, or on individual small rail cars, maybe one or two echelons. Like basically they have to sort of they have to break up these shipments and spread them out so that they won't be vulnerable to airstrikes or missile strikes or detection. Because every once in a while you hear about a large ammo depot going up because you got hit by a caliber or something. I mean, the reason, so basically when you split this up, there are a lot of people involved and stuff gets lost. People can divert it. There have been a few cases already, where they had to go through the confiscation waves in Western Ukraine. They found like Javelin missiles in people's basements. A lot of this stuff is just like hoarded. It's just, and some of it is actually, some people actually found like weapons like buried in the woods, like basically, and people may have forgotten about them or they were planning to retrieve them at some later time. But this is the kind of reality when you have this very complex logistical operation. I mean, some of it is being diverted to foreign markets. I'm sure, like not so far, we haven't seen stuff like Stinger missiles. We might have seen a few anti-tank missiles get diverted, but overall, like a lot of stuff just gets lost. And it's not incompatible when somebody says, "Oh, only a third of this arrives at the front." Like maybe only a third of it does get arrived at the front. Some people siphon off their own unit supplies along the way. Or somebody decides to take it and put it in the basement. Somebody else decides to bury it in the woods for safekeeping. Like all kinds of shit happens.
Hold on a second, you made a good point, bro. But like then you kind of slipped in like maybe only 30%. First, the 30% statistic is no backing, so just one random person mentioning it. But I like how you said.
Yes, I know.
Maybe,
I know.
yeah, but I like how you said maybe only 30% makes it to the battlefield. But that's fine. That's normal. That's a crazy number. Yeah. Okay, that's.
Yeah, okay, of that shipment. Like there have been reports where people said like, "Where's our stuff?" Like we don't know because like by the very virtue of splitting this stuff up, like it may arrive, it may not arrive. There's a dice roll, right? When something's split up this much, where you're loading up packets of ammunition and small arms in individual cars, like this kind of shit can happen, right? And yes, and there've been several rounds.
Hold on, on that point, and maybe Ian, you could touch on that. On that point, Ian, do you think it's a fair argument? Before we go to other speakers, do you think it's a fair argument when you say this is, historically speaking, the amount of weapons sent to Ukraine dwarfs most other wars that had foreign support? Okay, looking at the logistics of this, along with Ukrainian capabilities, including the corruption they face, it's like a mix that's bound to have flaws. I don't think the argument of most weapons, I'm sure there's going to be mistakes, things that can be improved, but I don't think it's an argument to be made. There's other better points to be made for not supporting Ukraine militarily. If that's the argument you want to make.
I mean, it really depends who's making the argument, right? I mean, if you're Russia, and that would be a silly argument for them to make. I don't think they're making that argument. But if you're Sweden, or if you're Finland, or if you're one of these countries that's currently affected by crime in the region, and you're concerned about the appearance of illegal firearms, high explosive weapons, rounds that are banned, like bulletproof, there's stuff that can penetrate bulletproof vests in vehicles, right? Then it would be a legitimate concern. I think you can make that argument if you're one of these countries and you're affected by it, right? I think the police commissioner in Sweden, right, he actually made that argument. He said that a lot of the weapons being sent to Ukraine are winding up in the hands of gangsters locally in Swedish cities, right? They've seen the use of grenades, for instance, and the use of automatic firearms, which are typically just not available over there. So I think you can make that argument, although on a broader scale, probably not, because it's not like the weapons that are being smuggled are, tanks, right? That's not what's happening. It's not helicopters, it's not tanks, it's not missiles. It's typically smaller weapons. But there is a concern about manpads, though, because if manpads, and these can be used to take down civilian aircraft. So all it takes is one, right? This is a major concern, and I do think that fortunately there's a lot more tracking that goes on with weapons like that, but there is still a liability there. That what happens if I don't know, say a terrorist group or gang gets their hands on a manpad and decides to perform a terrorist attack? I mean, in Colombia in the 1980s. What's his face? Pablo Escobar used a manpad to take down a civilian aircraft in his war against the Colombian government, right? So that is definitely a concern, and it's something that we will not even know about the ramifications of for years from now, right? After this war is over, years from now, we'll see crimes being committed and perhaps even a terrorist attack being done with weapons that were intended for the defense of Ukraine. So absolutely, it is a concern. It's just not a pressing one right now because it's something that politicians, especially in the United States, I mean, they operate in 2 to 4 to 6 year terms, simply do not care about. They're not thinking about it, right? But what happens 10 years from now? All those weapons. Fun story in the 1980s when the CIA was arming the Mujahideen in the 1980s, right? What was essentially they became the Al Qaeda, right? In the 1990s, they actually started buying back a lot of the manpads that had sold them, right? They actually kept an inventory, a tracking list of all the weapons that they'd given them or sold them, and actually bought it back from them at a higher cost to ensure that they would never use a manpad on a civilian aircraft or whatever reason, right? Or even sell it to a different organization. So they actually bought back these weapons. I don't think that such a system exists right now in Ukraine, right? I don't think the proliferation of weapons that are landing in the hands of Ukrainian militants or the Ukrainian military, or in the case of right now, a lot of it's being exported to the black market. I don't think that's being tracked quite as well. It's not quite as efficient, even though we do have better technology, better tracking technology, and all these things. They're not quite as diligent in doing that because for whatever reason, the people in charge, I think Rand Paul, right, Senator Rand Paul, actually raised this as a major issue for why he was opposed to further arming Ukraine, because he said that there was no oversight, right? Not enough oversight. There was oversight over things like tanks and helicopters and things like that, and bombs, but not so much with the small arms. And he wanted to have an actual tracking system, and they actually shot him down, right? He has tried to actually put this in multiple bills, multiple times, even as an independent bill, and he was simply shot down every single time because it was insufficiently pro-Ukraine, right? That was the reasoning that they gave him, right? The Senate is run by a bunch of idiots, but that's a different matter. So yeah, I would say that in this case, it is a concern, and it will become a real situation 5 to 10 years from now when an airplane carrying 300 people is going to get shot down, while it's taking off from an airport. So that is something we can certainly look forward to.
You mean like the 53rd Anti-Aircraft Missile Brigade that shot down MH17?
1 second, Intel. I want to bring Jeff in. Jeff, what's your thoughts of that? Do you share the same concerns as Ian in terms of what can happen to those weapons in the future?
Yeah, so it's absolutely a valid concern, and you're right. The United States actually did buy back Stinger missiles from the Mujahideen at higher prices. As a matter of fact, if you go to the State Department, there's actually a State Department program out there that actually goes out and searches black markets and buys them back at higher rates to try and make sure that IR missiles, shoulder launched manpad IR missiles, are actually removed. But I would say this: I mean, that there. Mario, you brought up the issue of the Foreign Military Sales Program. In the Foreign Military Sales Program, there's an end-use monitoring requirement that falls on every embassy, and it's the Office of Defense Cooperation. in there, there's a bunch of people that every year have to go out and monitor what a nation has, whether that's night vision devices. When I say monitor, they got to go look at the serial number. With respect to Ukraine, the Defense Department, which actually has the biggest skin in the game to make sure none of this stuff falls into other hands, because if it does fall into enemy hands or terrorist hands, they're the ones who are probably going to have to do the fighting and dying to get it out of their hands, right? So they put a general officer, a one-star general, the highest-ranking ODC member in all of the Defense Department right now, with a massive staff that's out there trying to make sure that end-use monitoring is happening and looking for things. You know, in your earlier speaker who said, hey, you know, stuff does get lost in war. That's true. There could be a Javelin missile that's in someone's basement, but that doesn't mean it's not accounted for, right? Just because it's in someone's basement does not mean it's not accounted for. It could be there because it's kept there by a special ops team and they're waiting for tanks to come through. You don't know. So we have to be very, very careful with this stuff, right? Thanks.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. Tara, I know you've been waiting a while to jump in, so go for it.
It's just stunning that we're having this conversation as if the United States and NATO countries should be involved with Ukraine at all, and that the weapons that he mentioned cost money, and they cost U.S. taxpayers money. So I'm speaking to the room as a U.S. taxpayer. Our infrastructure is falling apart. The dollar's being devalued. We're having banks collapsing. Americans are suffering and economically, and we're supporting this war in Ukraine, and there's no public consensus around it. So going back to the corruption, the original subject that Mario brought up, the corruption is with the U.S. politicians and Western politicians that are, funding this, and the Ukrainian oligarchs that are benefiting, because for sure the Ukrainian people are not the workers. These are just a few handful of elites that have benefited from that coup in 2014. And that, and so it's, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. So, because I agree as a taxpayer, I do not like wasting money. I'm 100% with you. But I will tell you that the reason that the United States is in this war, and what a lot of people don't talk about, is ever since the founding of NATO, Russia has been an extensive threat of the United States. The United
Russia's
States
not the enemy. Lockheed Martin and Raytheon are the enemy.
Let me finish, please. I did let you speak, right? So why does the United States bet it down anywhere from 150,000 soldiers, sailors, and airmen in Europe down to at the lowest rate 50,000 in Europe, in Germany, in Italy, in the UK? We didn't do it because we're worried about North Korea. We did it because Russia has been, for over half a century, the existential threat. They have threatened all of NATO, and we have put our forces on their land. The UK hasn't brought over and put forces in the United States. I can't wait until Russia, the paper tiger, is completely decimated, and we actually get to pull all those forces back, and we are going to save hundreds of billions of dollars by not having to bed down U.S. forces anymore in Europe, because we're paying exorbitant rates for these bases in Italy, in Germany, and other places. That has nothing to do with the defense industry, or the defense industry. That has to do with the bloated Department of Defense. And I was part of it, so I get it, right? I want those people out of Europe. I want the Europeans to stand up. I'm sick of providing the security blanket over Europe with our 4.5% GDP when they can barely make 2. So I'm completely on board with you, but Russia needs to stop. Someone needs to poke the bully in the eye.
I think we lost.
Russia's not the enemy. Russia is not
I'd like
the
to ask
enemy.
Real quick.
All right, I just want to bring Ben. I want to bring Ben in. Ben, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, just a very brief question to Tara. So, regardless of your views on the Kyiv regime, you said that Russia is not an enemy. Fine. Do you view them as an adversary?
No, I think that we
You don't?
have to, the military industrial complex needs an enemy in order for it to thrive and make money. I think it's a manufacturing enemy. And I think since 1991, when the Soviet Union collapsed, there was, and I was in DC in the early 90s, as you all know, there was talk about Russia never having a seat at the table and never becoming an economic power again. And Putin changed that. And he also called out the West and the Western hegemony in 2007. And what I saw is a lot of aggression. So I guess I have a question to all of you. Why,
Well,
if we really want out, like was just said, of all of this aggression, then why did the UK Prime Minister block peace talks? And why did our, those of us that are American in the room, our American officials block any kind of diplomatic peace talks and ceasefire?
I'd like to answer that. Allow me to answer that quickly, very, very briefly. So could one not make the perhaps determination that the calculation...
Ben,
yes?
to add to that as well, and then you can answer both.
Yeah.
Not only that, remember, Bennett from Israel also said that they were doing peace.
He did? Yes, he did. And the interview lined up, right? People were saying, well, it's mistranslated. No, the Hebrew is perfect in the English. I guess my question would be this. Could you not make an argument that the calculation being made in Washington is that, yes, Russia is indeed an adversary. And by funding this war, by propping up the Ukrainians, while they're paying with their lives, mind you, that you are, and I think everyone in the room would agree, that the Russians have taken on heavy casualties, both in manpower, but also, using up a lot of their weaponry. Basically a catastrophic blow to the Russian army. Like, could an argument not be made that that is the reason why this is continuing and they didn't want peace, right? By continuing this on, you're literally using up Russian military hardware, prestige, standing in the world, the threat of the Russian military, and all it's costing is money for one of the first conflicts the U.S. has ever been in, right? It's proxy, clearly. But could you make that argument? And you're not losing a single U.S. soldier. It's just costing money.
But
Wouldn't you
what about all the Ukrainians that are dying? What about all the Ukrainians and Russians?
Listen. At the end of the day, when one nation is promoting their own interests, whether it be hegemony or whatever, human lives usually don't come into play. I mean, I'm just being very blunt about that, right? So I think that needs to be considered. I'm not saying, look, I support one side or the other. And all this talk about Nazis, I've heard this, right? My wife was born in Ukraine. She's Jewish. She came to Israel in 91. All of her family, had the option this time around to come to Israel. And you know what? They decided to stay and fight. So, of course, there's Nazi elements in Ukraine. There's Nazi elements in the United States, in Canada.
Right. No. There is 14% of Nazi elements in 14% of the government. That's the issue. I mean, yes, you have Nazi factions, but you don't have them in making parliamentary decisions. And
how does
in
that
Ukraine,
work when they
then,
recruit less than 2% of the vote? How can you have 14% of the government?
Hold on, one second.
All right, I'm gonna flex my muscle. Can you guys hear me okay? Real quick, let me get a point in here, okay? Intel, I'll get you in here, I promise, man. But your microphone, what happens is when people speak, it just blurs out the entire conversation. It's just the way your microphone's set up. Okay. So Tara, I want to address you specifically. I understand what Ben's saying, but I have two glaring problems. And number one, let me be clear on this. I don't want to be in Ukraine. I hate the military-industrial complex. I want nothing to do with any of it. But the military-industrial conflict did not invade from the east through Russia. Russia did that, and we have a problem here. We have a Budapest agreement, which Russia is now obviously screwing up, because that was the deal to denuclearize Ukraine. But part of the deal was that we would come to their aid should something happen, because we asked them to remove their nukes. Now, I'm not saying that they're exercising this. I think that there's other motivations at play here. And I did make the comment earlier that all peace talks from the West have been absolutely nullified. And now we've got Zelensky coming out and saying Crimea is the line. It's no longer that the Russians would leave the occupied territory that they have of Ukraine. It's now Crimea as well. So like everyone's drawing these hard lines, and everyone's and they're playing all these games. And yes, the military-industrial complex. Yes, of course, I hate it. I don't like war. I don't want any war. But I understand your argument. But they didn't specifically invade Ukraine, and we do have a problem here. So now, is the argument that these were Russian separatist areas and they wanted to be part of Russia to begin with? Is the argument that NATO has been encroaching on the territory towards Russia? We just saw them sign up with Finland. They're going to push Sweden. They've already guaranteed that they're going to bring Ukraine into NATO. They've said this on multiple occasions, including an official at NATO publicly. So, like, there is an argument there by Russia to be made. They're not going to be joining NATO. They're not going to be allowed to, right? And then
we blew up their pipeline. We, the West. I can't tell you for sure. I can tell you that Seymour Hersh had some compelling reporting on it. We won't know for sure, but trying to get Seymour into the space in the future, actually. So, but again, I understand your argument, Tara, but that doesn't necessarily negate the fact that another country did in fact invade another country, and what that presents a serious amount of challenges, even for a person like me that's been called a Russian apologist.
What about the fact that there was intel, and that's already been, although it's suppressed in a lot of Western media, that there was biological weapons about to be used, and also and there was an aggression coming from Ukraine.
Well, if I could just, Tara, you mentioned you mentioned 14%. I think, what was that? 14% of Nazi what? Could you finish that sentence?
Okay, if you look at the citations of the government officials involved in the Ukraine parliament, the ranges that you'll see are 7 to 14%.
So you went up to the high. You went to the immediately the highest number. But what percentage did
7 to 14% are involved with the Azov battalion and other battalions that are neo-Nazis. They're considered
right,
Nazis.
but you realize, like the Azov battalion, right? They just had delegations on a state-sponsored visit from Azov to Israel. So you have to be very careful saying that all Azov are not.
Of course, you know what?
Okay, all right.
There are some good Nazis. There
are good Nazis. Okay, we live in a world where there are good Nazis, and you will salute Hitler because it's liberal.
I think I just jumped off on a call, came back. We're back to the Nazi discussion, which I wanted to skip.
Yeah,
I wanted not to go back to that one.
I didn't either.
See what happens when you go on a call, Mario?
No, but like, so, Mario, let me get you up to date here real quick. So I'm having an issue, kind of resoluting Tara's position on this because the arguments that she's making are accurate as far as military-industrial complex, as far as Western aggression, not wanting to do peace talks. All that's true, right? But Russia did cross the border, right? So they did push into Ukraine. We do have the Budapest Agreement from 1994, which denuclearized Ukraine. Like, I understand that Russia's breaking that now, but we aren't. I'm not saying that I want to support any kind of anything going on in Ukraine. I want no part of it. But we have to make sound arguments if that's the argument that's going to be, and want to make sure that I can actually reconcile it. And then the Nazis came up, Mario. So that's what happened.
Yeah, no, I like the point you made. This is one I've made many times, and actually I'm interested on Slayman's take on this before going to all sorts. Slayman, this is the argument I make is that there's a lot of things that shouldn't have happened. There's a lot of things that escalated matters. Obviously, NATO's expansion is one. Some things happening in 2014 in the war there is number two. I don't want to go down the Nazi debate again.
Hey guys, a bit of an urgent thing, Mario, just a tiny urgent thing. So take a look at the top there. If you could actively retweet that, that'd be great, because Nick has been unfairly or rather mistakenly locked out of his Twitter account for reporting on the Louisville shooting. So you want to boost that, right? I mean,
he mentioned to me. I I'm on
documented
Twitter.
it, so if
good,
everybody
thanks, man. Yeah,
retweet it. That'd be great. You know, retweet it, like it, retweet it, and get Elon and Ella to take notice.
but isn't it usually just isn't it just temporary?
Yes.
No. This is requiring that he delete the tweets, and it's not telling him why he should be doing it. Just that he has somehow violated a rule that is not being specified.
Ian, why are you telling us, bro? I thought Elon was your boy. Why didn't you just?
It's a match because I want Ella to deal with this, and I don't have a direct contact with her, and this is kind of her job. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, but hold on, just one clear thing. If he deletes that tweet, isn't it all good then? He's good to go.
We don't know, and it's warning him that if he is repeatedly violating the rules, he'll be suspended for good. So that doesn't make any sense.
Well, let's just.
Right?
But Simon, that's just But for me, like, okay, let's just say it's an algorithmic mistake. Okay, cool.
So Mario, I can tell you why it's happened.
Need to sort it out.
Yeah, go. What is that?
I can tell you why this happened, because there's somebody who posts very violent content. I can tell you why. The specific reason is because it's the shooter, and it's promoting basically the shooter's narrative and kind of like quote unquote glorifying it. And my recommendation is, when you have a situation, do not ever that is the quickest way you're going to get banned. Do not get near anybody's manifesto or anything about mass shooters. Just don't. I would recommend to Nick, just eliminate it and find out a different way you can talk about it without actually sharing the specifically. That link has been blacklisted. Anybody who shares it is going to get an automatic ban by the algorithms. Just delete it and find another way you can talk about it.
So I'm just looking exclusive. I'm just looking exclusive. The scene of the Louisville shooting, a scene from the front of the entrance of the old National Building. Then he puts the building's landlord assaulting Nick, which is probably telling him not to stop filming. So I'm watching the video now. And then, so he's not showing manifesto. He's not talking about it. He's just literally attacking journalists on an open sidewalk as a crime, sir. So he's just, and then the guy just came and kind of stopped his camera. So I just don't see, I don't see much there.
Look at the top, Mario. Look at the nest.
Yeah, guys.
Look at the nest. That specific tweet, that link, I'm telling you right now, has been the link he shared that got it banned was the Instagram account of the shooter. That link is blacklisted by Twitter. They are the moment any shooting happens, they blacklist it, and anybody who shares it will automatically.
That makes sense. Okay, cool. Let's go to the question I had.
Yeah, I want to answer that.
What's my point? I didn't. Oh, okay, yeah. I did make the point very briefly. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of mistakes, but is that an excuse for invading a country?
No, I don't agree because look, that's taking the reality.
I've seen all your tweets and messages, your posts on Instagram saying like 2 years ago saying Russia should invade Ukraine. Ukraine belongs to. I've seen your tweets, bro.
Nah, bro.
I'm joking, everyone. I'm joking.
You're trying to get me banned.
Let's before.
Your computer I've got 2 degrees of separation. Ian will get me unbanned anyway. His boy will get me unbanned, so no stress. But anyway, what I was saying was, the reason why I don't agree is because you're basically taking the situation from isolated point of view. But let's look at it from a world politics point of view. From a world politics point of view, when you have a scenario where your neighboring country is getting armed by somebody who is essentially your enemy or someone you consider your enemy, that is a huge problem, and you can't allow that. Let's just give an example. We know well known, and this is without me even looking into the history, but something I learned as a child. Nicaragua, if I'm not pronouncing it wrong, but basically, why did the US have huge problems with that? Why did the US have huge problems with Cuba? There's reasons for that, because when you have basically a force that is being weaponized on your border.
Yeah, true. Did the US invade those 2 countries and annex any territory?
So Nicaragua, I can't remember. I'm pretty sure they did, but I could be wrong on that. It's just, I studied it when I was a child. But what I know is they did have severe conflict with them. So the point being that whenever someone's in your border and you're weaponizing them and you're supporting them, and that's what was happening. So the whole point was this: Putin had an agreement off the books, is very clear, with the presidents of the United States, or with NATO, if you want to call it, but we know it's basically the US, that look, don't supply weapons, don't include them in NATO, and it was just an agreement that was known.
I don't know. I just don't think there's a reason to invade. And again, that's an explanation of why they did it. Of course it is. You don't invade the territory, man, and annex territory.
Bro, so it'd be dumb from a political point of view, from a geopolitical point of view, it'd be really dumb if you allowed Ukraine to have weapons.
No, I didn't say, you see, I didn't say allow it. Slayman, allow it. Don't allow it. But there's other ways of dealing with it.
But hold on, Mario. I think, but let me actually do something.
Mario, what is
this is going to shock you. I agree with Lamont. I agree with him in the sense that
get to the point.
If you look at Russia's point of view, they viewed, first of all, an independent Ukraine to them notionally is just unacceptable. Right?
What do you mean? Independent? No. An independent Ukraine, I would say, is unacceptable.
Western control. Hold on, let me go. Mario, don't interrupt all sorts of agreement. It means he's going to be right.
Hold on, yes, exactly. This is the issue, but this is where his argument falls. This is the problem with that argument. In this way, listen, Russia does not want a strong, independent Ukraine. They don't. It's a core issue. If you look at the purpose of like Russian identity, it's always been Ukraine plays a major role in Russian identity. There's a reason why, since Ukrainian independence, Russia has been very active in its internal politics and influenced its internal politics from 2005, even prior to that, since its independence, but 2005, 2014, etc. Right? So clearly, Russia, what they saw, because of the failure of Crimea, that in the sense that the annexation of Crimea and then what we saw in the Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, what Russia wanted to do through the Minsk Accord was to push those provinces, because they didn't recognize their independence, to push those provinces to Ukraine to be part of Ukrainian territory, but that those 2 provinces had a veto over Ukrainian foreign policy and military policy. That way, Russia does not have to manage Ukraine, but here's our fail-safe message to ensure that Ukraine does not become part of NATO. Okay, that all failed. Putin said, that's it. I'm going to invade. So Suman's right? I mean, that's Russia's geopolitical interest. Like, I do not. It's not. I'm not arguing if it's right or wrong. We're just analyzing this purely from a purely military
And
point of view. Right?
also, just from a military point of view as well, like there's a reason why United States are also invested in Ukraine. The reason why they basically undercover didn't agree to do broke
and this is
agreement.
this is the problem.
They did the coup. So my question to you also is, they did the coup, they did all these things. Why is it, like from a military point of view, why is it that basically US is so invested in that country?
So let me answer that. I'm not going to get to the coup because you're not. We don't agree there. Let's not. We're in agreement. Let's go to the pot.
But you have to admit that the economic investments by BlackRock and other companies that are buying up the land in Ukraine, and Ukraine is very resource rich.
Tara, hold on. Let me get to this point. This is where, because I know this is an argument that me and Patrick Fox, the other Patrick that we agree. So what happens? Russia invades Ukraine. So now you get the Baltics, you get Poland, and you get even Finland and Sweden. Be like, oh shit, Russia just invaded Ukraine. Holy shit, we need to apply for NATO because we need to be protected. The U.S. says, okay, wait a minute. I now have and this is what I can't remember what was the speaker. I think it was the Colonel Joe. I think he said it. Like, okay, we have now a once in a lifetime opportunity. And by the way, let's make something abundantly clear. The Ukrainians want to fight. The Ukrainians want to fight. This isn't like, now can they fight or not? We're not going to get. The Ukrainians want to fight. So the West collectively, and the U.S. specifically, says, wow, I am seeing Russia's military being absolutely decimated from a conventional military threat. And if all I need to do is send them a couple $1 billion, let's say even 100, let's just say what all that, the numbers you say, you know what's more expensive? If because of the tensions, if Russia would have succeeded and seized Ukraine and made Ukraine basically a Belarus and had Russian troops permanently in Ukraine, there is a very fair chance you could have run into a situation of a conflict between the border regions, between Poland, Ukraine, between Russia, whatever, that now requires an Article 5. Because the Baltic states would have been paranoid. They would have been fearful of the existence of their state way more than Russia with Ukraine. So the U.S., from a purely national security point, let's just get away from the moral argument. Purely national security is like, both the U.S. and Russia, let's just be real, guys. Both the U.S. and Russia view each other as geopolitical threats. We're not holding hands saying, kumbaya, we're best friends. No, that's dead. That's been dead since the mid-2000s. The U.S. and Russia will never agree. They're not. So the question is, who's going to come on top? And how are we going to make sure who comes on top? The Russians support groups and countries that do not support the U.S. The U.S. then is going to be like, we're going to follow the same model. And if Ukrainians are willing to fight, and they're going to decimate the Russian military to make them as weak as possible, that is in our national security interest because it's more expensive to deploy troops. Because, Tara, to your point, what's actually the most expensive thing in our budget is personnel, the healthcare, and the maintenance of equipment done by the military, not contractors, by the military.
That's literally what I just said.
Also, just coming back to the point, and for the moment that you agreed with me, they just need to announce the newsletter. So in commemoration of that, there is the newsletter. It's tagged above, so if anybody wants to read it, just click on it.
You better put that in the newsletter.
Yeah,
for sure.
But
that's not how you shout it out. So the newsletter's pinned above everyone. We summarize spaces, we notify you of other spaces, and we notify you of important news unrelated to All Source and Slayman in that newsletter. I've just pinned it above and retweeted on my account. Make sure you subscribe there. That's how you pitch Slayman. That's how you do it, my friend.
We have a vote. Which was the better pitch? Mario's boring. Guys, click the newsletter on mine and All Sources. Very linked, related, banter style.
Mario's.
So he wants 8 subscribers.
But no one's addressing the fact that there were biological labs in Ukraine, and that's been proven and admitted by Victoria Nuland.
They were funded by the
Sir, are we going in order?
Funded by
Yeah.
the
So that threat was right on a Russian border.
So Slayman, you're responding to All Source's point before going to Mickey and Zeke?
Yeah. I mean, basically, I think we kind of agreed, but the whole point was that my issue is this, and it was just to answer your question. That look, Russia, and as also said, they do see them as enemies, and I agree with you. I don't agree with this argument that they don't, if they consider as friends. And so when your enemy is essentially having significant interest on your border, that's a huge problem. And so that's the reason. So when you say that why Russia went in, they were forced to, because what else could they have done? The other option would have been essentially become the battering rams of the world, just like Germany are, and take a beating and just deal with it. And all that would have happened was the destruction of the society. So they had no choice. They were back like the bully who punches you in the, like all the time. And you're gonna have to do something about it. That's literally what happened.
What do you do about it? Yeah, go to Captain. Go to Captain Zeke, Captain Zeke and Mickey. Go ahead, Captain.
So I want to talk about the idea of the referendums. I live on the border of Quebec, which, if you're not familiar, is the province of Canada that has twice held provincial referendums about whether to succeed from Canada. One in 1980, one in 1995. One I remember, one I don't. And some very, very clear law has come out of this experience. Recently, Lord Reid, the president of the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom, followed the law precisely in assessing under what conditions Scotland could separate from the United Kingdom. So when we interrogate, these small regional referendums in Ukraine, and when we understand that Canadian election observers, particularly led by former Prime Minister John Turner, regularly went to Ukraine to supervise elections, for instance, in the Orange Revolution, that we go to referendums in places like Sudan, a country that divided itself in half using this process, the West is willing to let Quebec and Scotland go under a process that it is described, which is unambiguously fair, which is just ask a clear question and gain a clear majority. And when it happens, the world sends observers to watch these things take place. So I listen to these debates like this, like, oh, but this was at a barrel gun, or this was at a barrel gun, or you don't like the results, so it was a barrel gun. No one in the world believes that the process, which we have all agreed to, that we're willing to cut off the top of the United Kingdom observing, was observed. The only people who support the results of these referendums are the Russians. And if we in the West saw this process being observed, we would be honor bound to follow along, but we weren't invited. For some reason, it's the one election in Ukraine in the last 20 years that no one's observed, and it sucks.
Actually, that's not true. There was international reporters. I talked to one.
Yeah, international reporters.
Who was there.
I'm not talking about reporters, honey. I'm talking about John Turner. John Turner is a former prime minister who led a formal UN delegation, which is the standard process of election observers. Lay reporters writing stories about whether they feel in their heart of hearts that the referendum makes them feel warm and fuzzy
but the
on the
UN
inside.
Is openly
Madam,
hostile
with respect,
to Russia.
the
UN.
Oh God! I just did. So I waited 25 minutes to speak. You can pay me the same respect. Thanks. So, if we're willing to break up our own countries using this process, I'm sure we would have let Donetsk go, and we can really paint the idea that we should give any merit or any credence whatsoever to these so-called referendums.
So, Captain, you know what I think the flaw in your argument is you finished with saying, I'm sure we would have let them go, but we know from the history of Ukraine that it wasn't as simple as I'm sure we would have let them go. NATO had a significant interest in ensuring that Ukraine was the way it was. They overthrew the government, that's well known. It's widely reported that the Minsk agreement wasn't done with honorably. I think if I remember right, it was Chirac and Merkel. I could be getting the ministers wrong, who literally said that we did it in bad faith. So essentially, it isn't the case that it was.
So let's take your reason. Let's imagine you're correct, and so if you're correct.
No, I don't have to imagine I'm correct. I mean, he is correct. Suleiman is correct. We don't have to imagine that he is correct.
We're willing to let Scotland go. We're not in love with Scotland. Scotland can go. We're willing to let Quebec go. So long, Quebec. See ya. But we're in love with Donetsk so much that we're willing to throw aside our regime of succession laws to keep that in the Union. That makes no sense whatsoever.
That's a weak argument. Because tell me when the United States or NATO tried to overthrow the British government. It didn't happen, but they did overthrow the Ukrainian government. Tell me an example where they basically allowed the enemies to be they weaponized Ukraine while saying that they entered the agreement in bad faith. That didn't happen in the United Kingdom. So these arguments are not good comparisons because essentially it was a different psychology of what was happening in Ukraine. And essentially what it was to make sure that Ukraine was used as a tool against Russia. Vaughn, go for it.
Yeah, Captain, I have a question for you, one Canadian to another. Do you remember what our Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, said about the Crimean referendum before it happened?
No,
he said, we will not recognize the result of it. It's not that our observers weren't invited. We didn't go. We didn't send any. One. Two, to argue that would be honor bound is, to frame it nicely, a bit naive because national interest and strategic interest trumps all of this. And we've seen it a billion times. We will never acknowledge a referendum that is to the benefit of a geopolitical rival. We will do it for the ones that are in our interest or don't tilt the scale geopolitically. But it's naive, dude, and your other statement is factually incorrect.
Captain,
but I mean, Vaughn, if I may, mail saying John Baird, who was Stephen Harper's foreign minister, dismissing the results of the election. So I'm not sure that we're looking at the same thing whatsoever. But the idea that we don't have strategic ties to Scotland or Quebec is crazy.
Liam, let's go into private practice.
I didn't say that. I didn't say we don't have strategic ties. Don't put words into my mouth. But how does Quebec seceding, given the whole talk that it would remain a member of NAFTA and all that, have any given advantage to our geopolitical rivals?
Well, so that completely ignores.
If you're going to counteract what I'm saying, counteract what I'm saying.
Quebec has never popularly supported the idea of going to any of Canada's wars ever. It has been taken along because it's part of a minority during the Second World War, when there was a national referendum on the idea of conscription. Quebecers voted overwhelmingly not to go. Quebecers overwhelmingly did not wish to go to the First World War, and the Afghan War was much, much less popular in Quebec than it was anywhere else in the country. And a large contingent of Canada's military, which makes up part of NATO, it comes from Quebec. So strategically, you would hamstring an allied military and end up with a country, Quebec, that would overwhelmingly, much like Ireland, not wish to participate in foreign wars. That would be the strategic outcome. But
except it's also it's also been established that Quebec would.
Just let Vaughn go, and then also ask, because
I do want to ask him a question though, because I know he's going to answer. I really want to answer his question if you can address it. Is that because you're saying the Crimea, right, the referendum? But I mean, I think it's important to highlight that the reason why the West has said we're not going to acknowledge the Crimea referendum is because Russian Spetsnaz forces seized Crimea, and then there was a referendum. Like, we can't ignore the use of military force to seize Crimea before the referendum was done. I mean, they seized it, and then there was a referendum. So I think that's kind of also has to be highlighted why the West said, no, we're not acknowledging this. You used military force, but I'll let you respond.
I'm not speaking one way or another to the validity of the referendum. That's a discussion for a separate space where I'm concerned anyway. What I am speaking to is the argument that we send observers and we're honor bound. We decided beforehand that the results will not be recognized, so we didn't send observers. What I said was to a specific point, was in response to a specific point and within a specific scope. I know that's not a satisfactory answer, but as I said, for me, this is a different subject for a different discussion.
Zeke, jump in. Oh, sorry, Mickey. It was Mickey first. Mickey.
Yep. Just a couple of things. I think just generally when trying, in my opinion, when trying to ratify, figure out what happened, it's better to go as close as possible to the source, right? So, and what happened, if you want to know what happened during Hurricane Katrina, you want to be talking to people who were there in New Orleans. And similarly, like having worked and lived in Ukraine for 6.5 years, I can tell you that general consensus with everyone I would know, which is from everyone from people from the gym to people from work, to people doing business, is that it's not generally believed that the United States caused Euromaidan. It's very firmly believed by the Ukrainian people, at least the ones I know, that it was the impetus behind the protests were promises broken by Viktor Yanukovych and uncovered rampant corruption at the time. And I also want to point out just another perspective on this NATO thing. I think Suleiman and All Source had this. I hate to break up the agreement that you guys had, but just to give another perspective, like I think saying that it is, of course, the Russian perspective that that the encroachment of NATO is causing them to militarize and attack its neighbors. But I sort of feel like it's like, you know, this causation correlation issue, right? If you see a lot of people with umbrellas, you wouldn't say that umbrellas cause the rain. Like the reason why the Russians' neighbors want to join NATO is because Russia keeps invading its neighbors. So there is this sort of like spiral that's caused by continuously invading your neighbors over time, not just in the last few decades, but you know, historically as well. And again, like going as close to the problem as you can as possible. It's sort of like how in the United States, the people who are most pro-communist are like college students with posters of Che in their bedrooms, but the people who came from Cuba are the most fervently anti-communist. It's the same in Europe and in Eastern Europe, right? The closer you are to the orbit of Russia, the closer you are to being a former Soviet Union state, the more likely you are to be fearful of Russia, the more likely you are to support the military action in Ukraine. And the further you are from the conflict, those are the people who tend to support Russia's military action in Ukraine. And I think to me, you always want to get as close to the place as possible and start talking to the people. And you know, if anyone wants to come with me to Ukraine, I'm happy to take you. We can talk to people in the street. You can talk to people in bars and restaurants. You can talk to business people, and I think you'd have a very different perspective.
I mean, Mickey,
that's an excellent point.
Mickey, I actually agree with that point. I mean, I traveled throughout Bulgaria and talked to the people, and they have a lot of PTSD about, you know, the USSR rule at the time. They even tell me stories about how they had to hide their religious text because it was completely destroyed. So I don't disagree with that, but that's, in my view, a separate point. But not a separate point, because then it means I'm diminishing it. But what I mean is, I agree with that, but that still doesn't take away the major factor that was the case, that you basically, your enemy on your border is going to be armed. They're going to be armed by your enemy. They're also thinking about joining NATO. You have an understanding and an agreement, if you agree with the Gorbachev reporting, that they're not going to join NATO. And you kind of have assurances from Trump, so you know that's not going to happen. And then as soon as Trump leaves, those assurances are dead. And then you have the weaponization. Like, I can understand why he made the move he did, because if he didn't, the fear was that it would have been the end of his country. But anyway, that's my thoughts. Zeke, what do you think?
Well, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, to your point, Suleiman, you know, there were tons of Western foreign policy experts and U.S. military experts who laid out all these red lines that would lead to Russia invading Ukraine. And so, you know, we can talk about the statements and the posturing about Ukraine joining NATO that were ramped up starting in 2008. You know, we can talk about the regime change operation in 2014, which I'm sorry, Mickey. I mean, you know, there's just too much evidence and, you know, even direct statements from senators and State Department officials and intelligence officials about the United States involvement with that operation. And after that, you know, we had the sending of weapons to Ukraine, the training of Ukrainian troops at CIA facilities, and the list goes on, right? And so, also, I think to your point, when you said that Russia was fearful of an independent Ukraine, I think you might have meant that they were fearful of a State Department installed government handpicked by Victoria Nuland and the subsequent corrupt U.S. interests that were installed on Russia's border. And, you know, so speaking of that, to Tara's point, these biological weapons facilities that were funded by the Defense Department and the CIA are one of the things that Russia has pointed to almost more than anything else in terms of provocations. And so we can dismiss it as Russian propaganda, but the problem with that is the very well documented defense contracts to companies like Metabiota, who the Biden family was directly invested in, as people on the panel may be aware of. So, you know, there were a lot of provocations behind this invasion. And Mickey, the people in Eastern Ukraine very much wanted to be independent of Ukraine after 2014. I think, you know, it's difficult to ignore the firsthand accounts if you go back and look at, you know, say BBC documentaries from the time of what those people were saying, you know, and what they wanted in terms of, you know, their own sovereignty or their own sort of ties to Russia, as they were, you know, historically very Russian speaking, and, you know, their culture is very much Russian.
Yeah, I think. Well, and I think I'm curious. I have some questions, but I think there's some truth to that. I think that that really consensus and the opinion on Russia and Ukraine has changed so much since the invasion. I mean, most Ukrainians would go to Moscow, would had friends and family in Russia. I mean, it's so even remarkable the changes happened even in eastern Ukraine since the invasion. I think that has changed and swayed Ukrainian opinion greatly. I think that Russia's decision has completely alienated what would previously be people who are more open to working with Russia, economically or felt tied to the region. And that I've seen that shift greatly. I do have a question, Zeke, because purely from ignorance, I don't know much about the biolabs. Like, to me, a biological lab could be like something in a high school, like American high school. Like what?
Yeah,
and I don't know
but the
about it, so I'm
defense,
just
the
asking
defense
what those are.
department, the defense department usually doesn't fund high school biological facilities, right? And so we're talking about biological facilities that were installed, very close to Russia's border in eastern Ukraine. And these companies, you can go to the BidenLaptopReport.com and you can just type in Metabiota and you can see that, Hunter Biden, when he invested in Metabiota back in 2014, within a month, they were getting a $30 million defense contract. And so, there's sort of direct ties there, but this is not the only, biological facility or the only company that was running biolabs in Ukraine. There were about 40 of them in the country after 2014. I think they started the program back in 2005, but obviously after 2014, as the U.S. gained a lot of influence over decisions in Ukraine, we really ramped up those programs with companies like Metabiota.
No, wait.
Oh, go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Zeke, you know as well as I do that if there's anybody on this panel besides you, that I definitely know this stuff, right? You and I have gone deep into this, and we're looking into other things, concurrently together. Like I'm well aware of this. But when I start to put all of this together, I've had a little bit of a different thought, and this is something that I've been talking about for a very long time. So I think, I know, at this point, based on the documents and reporting and things that have been done, that there were biolabs, right? We had MSO4 labs in there. We know that it was not just a high school lab. Like, these were serious labs and a serious concern there. I also think that the encroachment of NATO countries is an aggressive move towards a non-NATO country. I think that that's something to be considered. I think that the biolabs are convenient for him to bring up. And frankly, I don't want them to exist at all in that country. But again, I think it's convenient for them to bring up. When I look at the map of occupied territory, right, we can talk about the rhetoric of I'm going to honestly, I'm going to expand on this a little bit because I was in southeastern Poland just last September, and I was talking with my friends. I was in Katowice, which is south, just a little bit west of Krakow, but it's not far, and it's not far from Ukraine. And I love Poland, absolutely great country. And have a lot of friends there. And a lot of my friends are actually directly connected to the refugee program that they have throughout Europe. And I have comments about that. But when I talk to them and when I see what's going on, and I know about the biolabs, and I know about what Putin is saying about Russia invasion, so on and so forth, but I look at the occupied territories and I understand Donbass region, and I understand why they would have those regions to begin with. I still always land on part one was Crimea, warm water port. Part two was natural bridge. So I think that Putin is simply bringing up the fact that, hey, by the way, there's some real sketchy biolabs in Ukraine. We saw that Zelensky put out a cable to basically destroy all the communications 2 days before Russia invaded. Destroy all the medical records, destroy all the records and related to these labs and all the other things. I have the cable. I have it. So we saw that happen, right? And we saw, but ultimately, I think you can use NATO. I think that that's a guiding force. I think you can use biolabs. I think that's a guiding force. I think that you could even use the argument that these people wanted to separate from Ukraine, be independent, and join back with Russia. But I think at the end of the day, strategically, you have a warm water port in Crimea, and you need a natural bridge. I think that's all this was. And this rhetoric and this talk about Russia is going to go all the way through Europe and drop a Russian flag on the Eiffel Tower is just absolute nonsense. I haven't seen any movement beyond taking in these regions. So I think Russia.
Trash. Let me answer to that.
Yep.
Please.
Yep.
So first, Zeke, I think Mickey brought up a good point, right? Because there was an agreement post 2014. A lot of the Eastern Europe, Eastern Ukraine, wanted to kind of have this independence-ish
from Ukraine, they were concerned. Again, the problem is Russia overestimated that, thinking that equates to me wanting to be part of Russia, right? That's the problem. A perfect example, Kharkiv. Kharkiv was, everybody thought if one of the major cities that might have outside of the Donbass, besides Kramatorsk and the cities there in the Donbass that have fought for years, there was an assumption that Kharkiv was going to be one of them. When Russia invaded Ukraine, they got absolutely demolished in Kharkiv. And one of the main reasons they got absolutely demolished was twofold. One, they stood up territorial defense forces, volunteers, normal Ukrainian civilians, massive recruitments to fight the Russians. Because like, this is Ukraine, this isn't Russia, get the hell out. It's not that crazy to imagine. And then two, Western equipment to them, specifically small arms, and designed for like the small unit tactics insurgencies, Javelin, Stingers, and the Russians had no response to that. So that's the thing, right? And then Trash, to your point, no, they always wanted the land bridge. No, they wanted Kyiv, guys. They wanted Kyiv. They wanted to put a guy in Kyiv in charge of all of Ukraine. And how much of Ukraine was going to be under their control would have been up to the Russians, depending on the level of victory. If Russia had an absolute victory and they said, we want everything east of the Dnieper River, nobody was going to stop them. You don't launch your main effort to Kyiv in the hope of seizing some small areas in the Donetsk. Like before the Russian invasion occurred, one of the arguments was there was basically three courses of actions that we kind of debated of Russia if they were going to invade. With most people who were following Russian narrative was like they're not going to invade, but there was three. It was going to be the Donetsk and Luhansk to completely conquer those oblasts. The second one was the land bridge. And then the third one is an absolute invasion. Kyiv, seize Kyiv, kill Zelensky, kill the leadership of Ukraine, and put somebody else in charge. Or hope that significant elements of the Ukrainian leadership flees to Lviv, and they're just that part of Western Ukraine that nobody gives a shit about. Right? Russia's main effort of this invasion for the first 2 to 3 months was Kyiv. Period.
Yeah, all sorts. I don't disagree with you, but like I also think if they had just taken Kyiv, like it would have saved a lot of lives, and the result is not going to be all that different in the end. Like I think Russia is going to end up with eastern Ukraine. They're not going to go all the way to Kharkiv. It's going to be separated sort of by the Dnieper, right? That's going to be the ultimate outcome. But in
you really think Russia is going to seize the eastern part of Ukraine?
The eastern parts that they're already holding. Like I think this is largely where the lines are ultimately going to be drawn. But I think from their perspective, they were probably testing the resistance on the way to Kyiv, and they probably would have taken it if they could have. But I'm sorry. Look, here's the reason why I disagree with you. Here's the reason why I disagree with you. And I'm going to show it to you in the military sense of the ground, right? The reason why you can look and say why Russia's objective was Kyiv, nothing but Kyiv. Look at their invasion plan. Go back in time. Hold on. Go back in time. Look at the ways that Russia was investing. There was two key reasons why you can say it was key. It was the Battle of Sumy and the Battle of Cherniv. Sumy is like 80 kilometers from the Russian border. Like 80 kilometers. It's right there. The Russians attempted to seize it. They failed. And they're like, you know what? That's not our objective. Our objective is Kyiv. Isolate Sumy, and that's when you got not the 40. The 40 kilometer was from like Chernobyl, Cherniv down. But what you would see is these Russian rushes, just mad rushes to Kyiv, absolute daring rushes to Kyiv, because what they wanted to do was encircle Kyiv and then enable the forces from Hostomel in the northwest to push down. Guys, like. Correct. They wanted to make it quick. Like I think we're in agreement.
Yeah, and they got slaughtered. The Ukrainians didn't want to fall.
And so they shifted to the next objective, which is exactly what Trash was talking about in terms of like the hierarchy of strategical objectives. If they're not going to be able to take Kyiv quickly, they want to secure the land bridge. They want to, ensure that Crimea is ultimately Russian, and they want to liberate the parts of eastern Ukraine that have been being shelled for 9 years.
In the negotiation, like when they were saying Kharkiv, significant portions of the Kharkiv Oblast would have been still under Russian control. Significant portions of the Kherson capital.
We don't know what those it didn't have to be status quo. The negotiations could have been, you guys leave Kharkiv, you go back to the LPR, DPR, and you can have Crimea. We didn't have
Russia never would have agreed with the
they had at the time.
Russia does not agree with that. Come on, Zeke, you and I both see.
They don't agree with what? They don't agree with what, all source? that Russia does not want. What is Russia's demands right now? It's absolute.
Russia
We don't know because
always
we won't
wanted
officially
the
even come to the
means
table.
Look at Russia's.
Russia-
Look at Medvedev. Look at Putin's statements. It's clear as day that Russia wants the same demands that they had. Zelensky gets removed from power, a neutral Ukraine, a pro-Russian
And on
government,
our
or a
side,
way
we're
to
calling for
influence.
Putin to be removed from power. Zelensky's calling for Putin to be removed.
Well, yeah,
from
but
power.
I wonder why Zelensky wants Putin removed from power. I mean, let's not equate.
Well,
to
why
be
does the
totally
US
candid,
want Putin removed from
Zelensky
power?
has
Yeah.
challenged Putin to a duel, to fight him in a duel to the death.
All I'm saying is, why do you think again? But this goes to the argument against the West dictates that there's no negotiations. You guys are, but this is Ukrainians dictating what Ukrainians want, right? This idea that Boris Johnson, by the way, who got it removed as prime minister months ago, still has a sway in Ukrainian domestic politics, and the way that Zelensky and the
He
Ukrainian
went
people are
there, and
fine.
that's well documented. He went there in April. It's well documented that he went there. Even mainstream media talked about it. Even he talked about it openly.
Tara, you're
that he
forgetting
went there.
about Bucha. I can't reverse this enough. Bucha changed everything. Guys, you got to listen to. I
That
listened
thing
to
was
Russian.
staged. It was a good job. Great timing.
Okay, okay. You guys, I listened to both the Russian side and the Ukrainian side. I understand the Russian narrative. Like, people want to blame me about being an establishment. That's fine. Like, yes, I take from establishment. But
Snake
I watch
Island
Russian
was,
news sources.
Snake Island was a turning point for me.
consistently.
All sorts.
I take Russian sources. I watch Russian sources consistently. But I also
I got it from Ukrainian
watch-
sources actually when the boats
I
and
watch
boys
Ukraine,
would have
and
taken
what
the
do
videos.
Ukrainians say?
And who are the,
What
who are
do
the boats and
Ukrainians
boys?
say?
Let's look at them. The boats and boys are a group of terrorists. Yeah, a group of Russian terrorists who are wanted in Russia for crimes. They committed terrorist attacks against Muslims. Right? They were basically they fled the country and they got some nice cushy gigs in Ukraine where they led some of the nastiest fucking militias in the country. And they were the ones first on the scene in Bucha, right? Taking photos, taking videos. What a wonderful coincidence that one of the worst fucking Russian or formerly Russian groups makes its way to Bucha, where some of the worst humanitarian disasters in the war has happened. Yeah, they're the ones on the scene, taking photos, taking videos, smiling. Yeah, okay, yeah, totally. Totally not there at all. Didn't do it themselves. To make Russia look bad. Totally. Great coincidence.
There's no shortage of humanitarian disasters in Ukraine, which notwithstanding. I think the key is, I think Allsource is making a good point, which is just to look at what are like the Russians themselves admitting to. What are they saying, right? The policy of Russia is, and you can see it. Many officials from the Kremlin have said that without Ukraine, Russia is not an empire. They say that Ukrainians don't have a right to exist. Ukraine doesn't have a right to exist, and they're seeking complete control of Ukraine. So, it's really interesting. We're going back to this.
So what is the American interest in all of this?
So Mickey,
and
I don't
that's
agree with.
what's really
I don't.
key.
One second.
Why
I
are we
don't-
sinking? Yeah.
Mickey,
why are we?
Mickey, I don't agree that they want the whole of Ukraine. Like, I know this is the talking points of what the US is, and I'm not saying you're doing that, but essentially, I understand that's the argument. It's to cause fear. It's to basically get people engaged and wanting to be part of the war. In reality, the issue was very simple. That this war was propagated caused for these reasons, propagated by the military-industrial complex. And when there was an opportunity for some form of agreement and treaty, unfortunately, my country, United Kingdom, ensured that it didn't happen. And then we had the Israeli Prime Minister, who literally said that an agreement was in place, and again that was broken down on purpose to ensure there wasn't peace. So whenever, from my perspective, like, I'm not pro-Russia, and I'm glad you actually brought up the point about Bulgaria, because I give that example. But my thing is, I'm pro-peace, and I don't want any lives lost, and I feel like too many people are benefiting from this war continuing financially, and so therefore it's in their interest to continue the war while people's lives are getting lost. That's the issue.
But I think the issue is it's not
If I could
necessarily
respond
the
to Suleiman.
territorial control. It's
If I
not.
could
I think
respond to
this is where
Suleiman's point.
this is the problem.
Guys.
This is
Like,
the
I
problem.
might come off as pro-Russia, whatever. I'm just a pragmatist. I don't like seeing people die.
I think so. Suleiman,
So just to respond to your point, Suleiman, I understand that perspective, and like I was saying before, if you want to know, what happened in Hurricane Katrina, you want to go talk to people who were in New Orleans at the time of Hurricane Katrina. If you want to know what's happening in Ukraine, you should talk to Ukrainians. And I think 7 years there,
I'm going to interrupt you there.
I can tell you.
You keep saying that Ukrainians want that, but I've talked to a lot of Ukrainians as well, and I've also have like, you know, as
How
far
many years
as
did you spend living in Ukraine, Sarah?
I haven't lived in Ukraine.
Okay.
But
Okay. Well, I was
I'm
there.
talking about,
And
about
let me
people.
finish my point, and I'll let you like share your, you know, your experience in Ukraine. But
So I know a
but
number of Ukrainians
Suleiman,
who would actually agree with what Tara is saying. You know, I mean, like, what's your point here?
well,
You can have different
I tell
perspectives
you,
of people
Ian,
depending
you
on
and
where they
I
live.
will, you
I
and
know
I, we
people
can
live
go,
in the
we can
Donbass.
go with
You know, I know
trash
people
to
who have been affected from this directly.
Ian,
right? For
Ian,
8
you and I
plus
can do
years.
this. Ian, let's do this. You and I do this. I'll go with trash. We'll go to Poland. I'll get in the car. We'll drive to Ukraine, and we'll talk to as many people as you want for 2 weeks, and we'll share our perspective on the space. How about that?
I'm down.
Sure. Yeah, I'm down.
I'm down.
Okay. We can do it in July. How about that? We all drive
but
together. We
Suleiman,
talk to every people. We hop out of the car. We talk to anybody you want to talk to.
but Suleiman, I think
So-
here's the point that this Charles, let me just put this point, because Suleiman, it's not only about territorial control. This is where people fundamentally miss. It's about political control. If you look at the Minsk agreement, what was Putin's objective? To get the two provinces, the whatever, Donetsk and Luhansk, give them back to Ukraine, but to ensure that those two oblasts had a veto over Ukraine's foreign policy and military affairs. Russia has consistently demanded a control over Ukraine's political direction. Always. It's not only about territory. It's about, that is why the whole Zelensky argument.
But also, do you agree that the United States have also done it? Hence, why they caused a coup in Ukraine and overthrew the government.
So let's look at
no, but
the
just a
whole
yes or
coup
no.
argument. I don't look. You and I are not going to look. We reached one agreement. We're not going to reach an agreement here, like on the coup.
So I'm not
because I agree with Mickey.
So you're basically telling me I'm not going to advertise.
But I think you're proving my point with
telling me I'm not
Yanukovych.
going to advertise Mario's newsletter. Okay, that's fine.
So Yanukovych. Who was Yanukovych? Yanukovych has always been considered and will always be viewed by a lot of Ukrainians as beholden to Putin, just as Lushenko is in Belarus, right? But what Yushchenko was, what Yanukovych was Lushenko for Ukraine. That's what he was. There is a reason why he did, although he made promises that he was going to sign an economic agreement with the European Union that guaranteed visa-free travel for all Ukrainians across the EU, which was an aspiration of Ukrainians. He turned around in the last second after Putin summoned him to Sochi and said, you will sign with the Eurasian Economic Union, right? Because Yanukovych was beholden to Putin. What happened was, when that backfired, what did Putin do in response? By the way, this whole biolab, let me just segue, Trash, to your point, not once has Russia brought up biolabs until after the invasion, and not even after the invasion until June of 2022.
Victoria Nuland talked about it. I mean, they know that there's biolabs there, and Putin has brought it up.
Yeah, but he's not. So to be fair, he's not disputing that they exist. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is that what I said, which was it's a convenient excuse. I'm not saying that it's not a concern. What I'm saying is it's a convenient excuse, and I think that
I just got a death threat from a Ukrainian, by the way, in Mario's replies. He said, "We're coming for you, so please come to Ukraine."
I know.
I don't think I'll be going to Ukraine. Yeah.
Well, Ian, and to be fair, I'm a Russian apologist, and I'm getting death threats as well. It's fascinating how people don't listen.
We'll put you in a disguise, Ian. Don't worry.
I'm a captain in Starfleet, and I'm getting death threats.
Guys, hold on. I was on a call, just came back. Death threats.
No,
I have a list. No. I know it.
We're talking about going to Ukraine.
No, I heard it, Ian. I have a list of countries that are on my do not visit list. And it's expanding every week.
Me too.
Yeah, they probably
But
won't want them there.
but guys,
because
the
you're hosting
question,
the space of Russian speakers.
yeah, but the question is where, like there's lines, because I've spoken to other interviewers that have a big audience, and there's lines that are just vague, that they draw, guests they don't accept, topics they don't cover, and things they don't say to avoid, getting into serious trouble. I'm struggling to find out what those lines are. I hope I don't find out the hard way. Because I'm dreading those lines.
I have less problems covering cartels than I do joining your spaces, by the way.
Yes,
crazy.
And just to be clear, Allsource hides his identity because of the cartels. Yeah, he's saying that those spaces are worse. So that's great.
Yeah, no, Mario, but like to the point, right? I think the most effective thing that you could possibly do is deploy a bunch of people and giving a bunch of death threats and saying, okay, where's the line? What don't I cross so I don't talk about it? What's happening in these spaces constantly? And I take crap for it all the time. They're like, how could you let this person speak? They're obviously Chinese propaganda, or they're Russian propaganda, or they're Ukrainian propaganda. It's like, wait a minute. So like on this panel that we talk about any issue, we have both sides of the argument and the multi-dimensional both sides of the argument, and everyone is saying their piece and can push back as they see fit. This is why.
Hey, Trash, tell the audience about yesterday. Was it yesterday in Gorka getting pissed off at the CCP guy? For anyone that wasn't there, just keep it short because many people were there. But like, what's just a quick overview of what happened yesterday? It was pretty fascinating. It's not the first time.
It was a couple. Yeah, it was a couple days ago, and so it was. So yeah, anytime, anybody would say anything other than completely against the Chinese, CCP. Sebastian didn't like it. It was also the same pro-Russia argument. He got very heated. He called someone a shithead, and it was a thing. It was definitely a thing. But it's just again.
But just to add to that, Trash, just to give it a bit, like his argument was this, because we had on the space basically a grandson of somebody whose granddad was part of Mao's regime, and so that question is would you have that type of person on a panel to relay their position? And then I give the equivocation of, let's say, somebody whose grandfather was part of the Nazi regime. Would we allow them to have a conversation? So that's what they do.
And an interesting counterpoint is that, surprisingly, I was researching it. A big chunk of people in China, some people that say it's a majority, still sympathize with Mao, despite all the atrocities. Which then goes back to the question: like, if such a large number of people sympathize with a certain cause, shouldn't we at least give them a mic to listen to them while pushing back, while debating them? But shouldn't we at least give them a voice? Otherwise. What's the alternative?
Yes, Mario. Mario, sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? Like, I will always stand on the side of free speech. I don't have to agree with you, and I'm willing to engage with you. If you come to the table honestly, I will talk to you, I will engage with you, and I will offer counterpoints. But sunlight is the best disinfectant. If we start going down the path of saying, I don't agree with what you're saying, shut that person down, it never ends well. And so,
Mr. Weinstein, you've faced that issue before. I've heard you talk about it. Where do we draw that line?
Good to be with you, first of all. I don't have much to say, but let me just push out the framework that I can't escape in case it's of use to anyone else. We're trying to execute pre-internet statecraft plans in the face of Discord, 4chan, Twitter Spaces, etc. And it would appear to me that there are three new sort of elements that have taken over. One is to deny people any ability to know what's actually going on so that everybody is forced to guess. And you'll notice that there's an enormous portion of these conversations that's always based on what can we figure out, what's reliable, and somebody will always claim, oh, it's a false flag, you're a useful idiot. Whatever it is, we've now got this language where ambiguity is an incredibly important part of the story so that we all spend our time arguing with each other. A second part of the story is smearing, so that anybody who gets it right is forced to either ignore the people calling them Putin apologists or Chinese lackeys or whatever, and you're forced to spend a tremendous amount of time clearing your name. And these are, I think, two of the most important aspects of this. And I had a third, but it is late and I've had several glasses of wine. So forgive me, because this was better ordered. I think it'll come to me. But the point that I'm going to try to make, don't confirm, that's the last part of it. So the idea is you might find that some story, you're waiting for the New York Times or the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal to confirm that something that you heard on Newsmax or in one of these Twitter Spaces or Breitbart or some sort of outre channel is true, like the Hunter Biden laptop story. And these are the three pillars on which somehow the three legs of the stool of modern statecraft. So they're going to make everything ambiguous. They're going to smear the hell out of everyone who tries to discuss it or trips over it. And they're not going to confirm it inside the major outlets that are usually, were once upon a time used to disseminate information, but are now used to deny confirmation. Whatever that thing is, it doesn't have the backing of members of advanced societies. So this is something that has grown up in response to a new technological revolution, and just the way the printing press caused war and dislocation, whatever this new technology is, has somehow coaxed out of the vacuum this threefold strategy, which is, first of all, Mario, making you very famous. So congratulations, because you figured out how to get it to work for you. But I know that you probably would opt not to be the benefactor of this success if we could clear these things up. But what I see is, on a daily basis, we're not noticing that the same thing is true for COVID, the same thing is true in both origins and vaccines, same thing is true for inflation and its relationship to management of the monetary aggregate, same thing is true for Epstein, same thing is true for almost everything that we're dealing with. And what I'm begging of us is to not play this incident by incident, but to pull back and say, are these the three elements that have now grown up so that we can pretend that we're practicing democratically approved statecraft? And I'll just close with this. I said the other day, democracy is always need to know. It doesn't mean we have to know every detail, but we expect a highly competent intelligence community. We expect a highly competent State Department. And if you're going to play, James Bond games for the world, we expect them to be reasonably ethical, and we expect them to be somewhat understandable so that we can vote every 4 years for president and in between for members of the Senate. The UK has a similar issue. Other countries in Europe and Japan have similar issues. What we're seeing is a repudiation of the idea that an electorate and a citizenry has the right to even basic understanding of what is done in its name. And I've referred to this as Jessupization, based on the character of Colonel Jessup from A Few Good Men, where effectively we all understand the idea that there are things that go bump in the night that we don't want to know about. But there are too many things going bump into the night. It's too stupid. And if you look at something like the Bagram Air Force Base in Afghanistan and the pullout from that, when you exude incompetence, you lose the trust needed to do secret and cryptic statecraft, because now we don't know if you're coming for us as people, your own citizens. We don't know if you're going to subvert your allies. We don't know if you're good enough to do what you're trying to do. And what it's calling into question is, does the permanent bureaucracy, the deep state, whatever you want to call it, have the right to withhold so much information and to execute so poorly that the citizenry has no hope of acting as a check on its own runaway bureaucracy? That's where I am, and I think it's really, it doesn't have a ton to do with Ukraine. The most important thing about Ukraine is that Ukraine could be a civilization-ending event because of the presence of nukes and other exotics. And what I think we're doing is that we're clearly showing we don't believe that Americans have even the right to basically understand the U.S. involvement in Ukraine, and we're just supposed to repeat glory to Ukraine and sit down and shut up, and it's just not going to work.
Eric, I agreed with almost everything. Agreed with everything you said. I just wanted like a point of clarification. You mentioned your first point about ambiguity, and you're quite right. That's essentially what happens, because you'll have any kind of situation, and you'll have the position of what one calls maybe the deep state, and then a position which is basically the anti-establishment position, or however you want to frame it. But in this new age of mediums, isn't it good that we essentially even get that? So as an example, we know when it came to the old media, whenever a certain narrative wanted to be deployed, there was a huge amount of propaganda. Example is like the Iraq war, and you didn't have the alternative position or maybe the anti-establishment position. So with this new age of media, I agree that it does get ambiguity. So I agree with your position, but is that not better? Because you're never going to get complete confirmation of reality. Isn't that better than what we had before?
I guess what my belief is that we're not getting even basic levels of confirmation when we do guess correctly. And Then we move over to this other thing of, well, you guessed correctly, but there's no confirmation, so that you'll spend your life, every Thanksgiving dinner will be spent hating your uncle or your father because everybody's guessing differently. And I want to say that we're becoming horrible to each other. We're yelling at each other. We're calling each other jerks and assholes and all of these things. Why? Because we can't run anything to ground. And so everybody has a new method of simplifying a complicated situation and collapsing the ambiguity. And all of these different methods, all of them don't work. I mean, sometimes you'll be the broken clock that's right twice a day when you say, oh, this is all about money. And sometimes you'll be correct when you say, oh, it's the intelligence community that's got a runaway mandate. These are black projects. Whatever it is, people are all developing these sort of all-purpose simplifications of complex reality because nobody will run anything to ground. And I think that deranging us as a society cannot possibly be in the interests of the United States. It would be better for us to lose some things overseas that we could win while we figure out some way of doing this stuff that is compatible with democracy, rather than to just decide we're going to shred the ability of normal, ordinary Americans with an above 80 IQ to have input that is meaningful on issues, potentially existential issues of state. So, what's better, what's worse? The technology is what changed everything and the end of the Cold War. And the fact is, we are going to have to come up with something. I will become unpopular with the rebels when I say that states need to not reveal everything, which is obvious. But I think that the framework that I've settled upon is you can't protect this much and be this incompetent, because your citizenry ultimately needs to know whether how they can vote you out of office. And I think when we had Anthony Fauci for nearly 40 years in the same position, appointed by every successive president, we learned what it looks like to have a biological weapons convention workaround in all probability, which is that you have things that you can't talk about, very long-standing agreements. And if those people are incompetent and potentially take years off everyone's life, as we may have had some sort of biological weapons workaround get into all of our lungs, we don't know that. We can't ask questions. We can't hold hearings. We're now out of control. And it's important to recognize that whatever this is, it's just unworkable.
Eric, can I ask you quickly? I'm interested in Jessipization. I think that's a beautiful idea, and I'm going to use it. I was wondering, in honor of Colonel Jessup, can you do your impression of Jack Nicholson giving that speech?
I can, but unfortunately, I don't think you can handle the speech.
And to be fair, he's a dad. He can't be yelling in the house, to be fair, Eric. So.
Eric, I'm actually going to ask you a question, maybe to a separate topic you barely touched on. A big chunk of the show earlier was about, we were trying to simulate what the nuclear conflict would look like. And we looked at a few examples where the world got close to a nuclear conflict. My question to you is, we started speaking about wealthy people and billionaires buying bunkers and buying land in all these different countries as a just-in-case insurance policy. So my question to you, do you have a just-in-case plan, or do you have any bunkers sitting anywhere?
Well, first of all, it's none of your business. Second of all,
Damn it.
no.
That was what you said. You had 2 glasses of wine. I
No.
thought away with it.
No. Look, I'm not in a position where I'm going to pretend that I can buy land in Montana and hire 3 ex-Navy SEALs and have 6 months of, canned fava beans so that I can sustain some sort of very limited Armageddon. I think most of the very wealthy people I know who are playing these games are planning for extremely limited forms of Armageddon. And I think it's very strange because they don't want to contribute their connections, their thought, their muscle, their resources towards trying to stabilize the ship. It's more like they're purchasing an extra stateroom on the Titanic in case there's a portion of the ship that's still above water. And the thing is much more likely to sink because none of the really rich, powerful, connected people are realizing there probably isn't a way to save you and your family with the 3X Navy SEALs and Rangers and the fava beans. I don't think it's very realistic. But I will tell you that that is where an enormous amount of energy is going, because these are capable, high agency people. And so they're doing the only things that capable, high agency people know how to do, which at the moment is defect, right? So there's sort of a prisoner's dilemma situation, which is, do you want to spend your time and energy talking to morons, or do you want to actually build shit, right? And so unfortunately, what I see is people are basically doing what they know how to do, which is to defect, not put their time and energy into dysfunctional politics and build something for themselves. But I wouldn't worry too much about these characters protecting themselves from a nuclear exchange. I would say that they're being incredibly silly. It might work if there's a very special type of disaster, but I think that they're doing the only thing that they know how to do, and more or less they're on the same Titanic you are. They're just buying an extra stateroom for reasons that seem kind of bizarre to me.
Eric, I just wanted to bring you back to what you said earlier.
Actually, Samit, let me add one more question, kind of links to you, Slayman. That was actually a really interesting question. So Slayman makes an argument constantly, somebody can take over after this, because that relates to an argument you make regarding the military-industrial complex. And in some cases, he just blames a lot of the problems the world is facing on the military-industrial complex. In your opinion, Eric, how big of a role does that complex play in shaping, let's start with public discourse around wars and geopolitical confrontations?
Well, I mean, it depends what you mean. Do you start off with oil? I mean, I think that in general, energy and extraction are at the core of a lot of these things, but data is now going to have to be leavened into that military-industrial complex. Whatever that thing was that Eisenhower was talking about at the end of his time, I think is mushrooming. And I think one of the ways you can think about this is as a very primitive form of AI. In other words, instead of building a computer with silicon and logic gates, which we've done is we've done something very similar with law, with guns, with markets. And so we've been hooking up this machine. Think about the invisible hand of Adam Smith. What you see is the invisible hand is a concept that must be steered by an invisible mind that knows what to do. That's our old notion of capitalism. And I think when you hook up all these different systems, law, markets, arms, extraction, etc., you're building what is an as-if AI, which nobody is in control of. I don't know that Joe Biden would know how to stop this thing, or the UN could, or Klaus Schwab. More or less, if you think about your entire life, it's dictated by this interlinked series of agreements and moving resources. This thing may be a doomsday machine, which is known as the stopping problem. So all of this may result in nuclear war without anybody being able to figure out how to slow it down or stop it. I was watching this call for a 6-month moratorium on large language models and forms of machine learning. How do you stop? How do you shut down Google if you have a shareholder responsibility? I mean, once you deploy things like ChatGPT or GPT-4 in Microsoft, you may not have a legal ability to undo things. So I think that partially what's going on is think about the entire world and all of these interlinked systems as a giant cluster that's trying to compute an outcome. And nukes might be part of that, and a famine might be part of that, and weather might be part of that. And nobody's in control of it, and nobody has the brains to take over what is essentially an emergent system. So I tried to get ahead of this 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when I said we have to explode an above ground thermonuclear weapon because we have an entire generation or 2 or 3 that's grown up since they've seen mushroom clouds and worried about the fallout. Nobody listened. Everybody thought it was completely insane. I don't know if it's so funny today. The people who've gotten out in front of this years and years ahead, whether it's Elliotser on AI or even Elon on AI, all of us who sound crazy are trying to warn you about the AI that we've built by linking armaments, the military-industrial complex, markets, extraction, and law. And nobody knows how to shut this thing down, and nobody knows whether the halting problem is about to happen in terms of a civilization-altering event.
Oh, Mario,
Eric, I agree with you there. And although Mario said about that, I mean, I agree. It's a multifactorial mechanism that which constitutes this reality, but then of which we don't have control. But then there are certain factors that impact the system and have a greater impact on the system. For example, the operating system, if we use your analogy. But coming back to what you said previously, you mentioned quite a pertinent point, and I guess the way you stated it was that not knowing, guessing is the huge problem, and essentially what you're saying is not knowing the reality of things or the truth. But again, but having that issue where you don't know, but then you know the different arguments, but you don't know which one for certain is right, is that not better than not knowing at all?
It's a distributed denial of cognition attack, right? So the idea is, and I said this on Rogan recently, if I pile up 3 ambiguities that are independent, you have 2 to the third possibilities if they're all binary. That's 8 things that you have to think about in real time. Barely at the ability of a human mind to consider 8 separate cases. If I go to 4 of them, you have 16. There's no way you're gonna be able to do that. And so in part, one of the ways that modern intelligence communities work is that they flood us with ambiguity so that everybody capitulates and throws up his or her hands. What's better, not knowing or making a guess? Neither of them work. So my claim is that in essence we are going to have to take back knowing, and by knowing I don't mean 100% certainty, but have you noticed that nobody's arguing whether or not the Japanese attacked the Americans on December 7th, 1941? If that happened today, we'd have an entire discussion about false flags. Now, there actually was a situation with the McCollum memo, where we were trying to get attacked in the Pacific in order to get a cause to enter World War II. Those things are very important. But the point is that nobody argues whether Japanese sent planes to Hawaii. In the present day, no one would be convinced. No one would absolutely know because we just don't trust anything. And when people say that this is the same as it ever was, and congratulations, Eric, you're just noticing now. I just wonder, are you stupid or are you just young? This was not the way the world worked before the Clinton administration. There were lots of lies. There were lots of things we weren't allowed to know. But when we stumbled over Iran-Contra or something like that, we held hearings. We held hearings on Church Pike, on the intelligence community. We held hearings on Watergate. What we are doing is we are protecting a very vulnerable group of people engaged in statecraft from having to answer questions for their incompetency. And I don't think it's sustainable much longer.
Eric, do you think, Eric, that I had a question for you. Do you think that trust was fundamentally broken with the Iraq War and the lies that were told about the weapons of mass destruction? Because historically, when you look back, I was there during go ahead.
Yeah, no, I want to add on to that because I actually want to add a caveat. I think that's a great example, Tara, but I actually do want to ask, and this is a question I've been asking myself, Eric, over the last, 5 to 10 years, is what I knew is what I know. So did I know this, right? And so when I start, opening up the layers of the onion, and I start looking back, and I start looking through things, and I'm like, wait a minute. That was wrong. That was the approved narrative. That was what I was told, and that's what I believed. But now I have evidence that it doesn't. And I keep going back, and I keep going back. And so, was there a moment in time where that trust of history?
3 Mile Island.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Yeah,
3 Mile Island. Jean wrote about this, right? In Simulation Simulacra.
But that's what I'm saying, Eric. So was there a shift? Right? And Tara brought up weapons of mass destruction in Iraq War, right? People bring up 9/11. That's fine. You guys can do that. That's fine. But I'm saying that, like,
The Kennedy
was it-
assassination, that's another
Sure.
one.
Yeah,
Was it?
so the
That's my
Kennedy
question.
assassination becomes really important in some sense in retrospect. If you have to ask that question, the way I would answer it is the Super Bowl in 1971 was the moment where the Citizens Committee to investigate the FBI broke into the Media Pennsylvania branch office, stole a bunch of documents. One of them had the word COINTELPRO on it, was not known what that word meant. FOIA requests against it netted some incredible cache of documents. And I would look, actually, of all things, to the planting of a story by the FBI in the LA Times with the journalist Joyce Haybird destroying Jean Seberg, the famous actress, as, you know, arguably the time we finally got the intelligence community dead to rights, that it was manipulating domestic news in order to destroy lawful opponents inside the United States, and forced to admit it when the LA Times finally had to run a banner headline, FBI admits spreading lies. With that, we both went forward towards Iran-Contra and backwards towards Kennedy. And it's that moment which is like, well, if you lied to me about this, clearly you're capable of anything. And I think when we lied about Operation Condor and Operation Ajax in Chile and Iran, respectively, in terms of destabilizing regimes, that was seen as Dulles Brothers statecraft, you know, the kind of thing
on paper,
ugly, but it's the kind of thing that, in some sense, Americans close their eyes and say, well, you know, you bad boys have fun. We don't really know what you're doing. We don't know how to take care of ourselves in a dangerous world. I think when it came home and it was like, we're going to destroy your actors and actresses, we're going to keep a list of everybody to be rounded up in terms of national emergencies. We're going to have an entire thing called continuity of government that can be converted in a moment's notice towards, you know, just dehydrated tyranny. We started to understand that this thing that you're calling the military-industrial complex was completely out of control, unlike anything we knew. And I would say by the time we get to Bill Clinton, Clinton starts to usher in the idea that there's only one mono party, because he's going to ape the Republicans, and the Democrats and the Republicans are more or less going to be two versions of the same thing, and that there's no one standing up for ordinary human beings. And I think that's when the capitulation came, where we realized, at least during Iran-Contra, we were up in arms and we were finding out things that were shocking us. And it looked like that at some level, some of our representatives really wanted to get to the bottom of things.
Well,
Eric, what do you think is the value of the truth, and how do we, in this world of doubt, how do we co-create this concept of truth, and how do we protect it?
Well, yes, and Mickey, before Eric,
World, right?
please,
In the words of Bill Clinton.
let me add on. Let me add on, because before you answer that, Mickey, thank you so much for saying that. So, I would argue, Eric, and I want to posit this to you because I like what Mickey asked, but I would posit this. Wouldn't that be a sign of a renaissance? Wouldn't that be a sign of the awakening, where people are starting to come to a realization that no matter what they were taught, no matter what they're looking at now, I mean, I could see that as being a negative. However, I can see it being a positive, that we're in a renaissance of new information, of an awakening of people, where we'd be like, you know what? I'm challenging everything that I thought I knew, but that's okay. Let me go back and challenge it, and let me get to the bottom of it. Isn't that a renaissance of a new awareness? Not necessarily, like, that's more of a white pill take, I know, but isn't
Yeah,
that
appreciate that. I don't think so. I think you need to be able to think about, what do I know that's right and what do I know that's wrong? And if what you know that's right is minuscule, and what you know that's wrong, that has been fed into your head, is malware, it's not going to be a renaissance for a long time. I do think that there's a speech that a competent president could give. By the way, I recommend everybody look at Chamberlain's farewell speech. We always talk about peace in our time. We make fun of him for appeasement. But his speech where he resigned, where he says basically there's one thing Herr Hitler doesn't understand, which is that we Britons are going to come together in his face, so F you. There is a speech that a Biden could give saying, I'm too old, and I don't think that my number two is capable of this. And we have to do something because we're in dire straits. We're going to come clean, but we can't come clean all at once. We ask you for your patience and to recognize that this is untenable. There's some crazy speech which you could give where people would know you were telling the truth, because we know what it sounds like when something has been focus grouped. We know what it sounds like when the lawyers have had at it, when the PR machine. That's why Eisenhower's farewell speech really grabs us, because we knew it couldn't be fake. It was too crazy to be fake. And I believe there are speeches that could be given, like Chamberlain's farewell speech, that the key issue is that no one who could give that speech will be allowed to become president. That's, again, I can't stand to detest Donald Trump, but it's for totally different reasons than my party, the Democrats, detest him. They hate him because he was capable of doing something completely off script. And that was the main thing that I think was attractive about him, was that he came in with no government or military experience. And he's the only president who's ever had that. What we're either looking for is an Eisenhower who can do that, or a Trump who can do that, and level with people and get them to believe again. That would make a renaissance. And by the way, I don't want to know all of our secrets. That would be crazy. What we're producing is a truth cult, because we've all been lied to so much that we're convinced. It's like if you're parched and you say, there's no such thing as too much water, and then suddenly you're hit with a flash flood. Well, it solves your thirst problem, but it doesn't solve the problem of being deluged. I think what we have is a situation in which many of us want to burn it all down. We want the truth. We think that the truth will serve us. It won't. It has to be a combination of the truth, vague things that we can't know exactly, and a small number of super secret things that maybe we can't know at all. And nobody seems to be trustworthy to do that. I think what we need to do first to have a renaissance is not just truth, but somebody has to start behaving in a trustworthy fashion, saying, you know what, I've lied for years and I'm not going to do it anymore. And I just don't know where that person is going to come from in the system.
So, Eric,
there's a difference between
one
truth.
So one thing I was going to ask was, and it's about this point about knowing the truth. And now I agree with you. Part of not knowing what the truth is, or knowing for reality from fiction, is because of the dissemination of false information or misinformation. And this has been a project by the military, by the intelligence agency for decades. There's many projects on this. But specifically about this point, do you think that's the main issue, or do you think it's something more greater than that? That the reason why we don't know the truth is because what people do is, as individual humans, they like to put themselves in a box. It could be like a religious box. It could be a sectarian box. It could be a political box. And then what happens is they're not willing to rationally analyze data and information. And because they're not willing to with an open mind, that's the first part of the problem. And so it's basically it's the responsibility of the individual rather than some great leader. What's your thought on that?
I really believe that in some sense, we have outlived the notion of the relationship between the individual, the leader, and the state that we had. And if you asked me in the face of social media, which it seems, of course, ridiculous that something like Discord or 4chan would be at the center of an incredible breach, because it's like, you think of that as where gamers and lunatics hang out. We don't understand how profound social media is, because so much of it is dunking, dragging, and people posting memes. What it is a complete loss of the ability to craft these very simple narratives that served for better and worse in the era before social media. So if you ask me, I really don't have the answer, and I don't know how to say this. We debate things like capitalism and communism, not realizing that there was a time before we knew either of those two words. Now, my claim is that we're now talking about new forms of government where we don't have any notion of them. I don't know what they are. You may say democracy or a republic, or late stage capitalism, but somebody's going to have to dream up new stuff that is compatible with your smartphone. And what it appears to be is that leaders, individuals, in the citizenry, the state, and our technology are not compatible as they're currently configured. And if we don't come to grips with that fact that we should be searching, if we ask, well, Eric, is it A or B or C? Like, do you think I know? I don't have a clue. And I wish more of us would say that, which is we're searching for a system named X. I don't know what X is. And trying to shoehorn everything back into capitalism and communism. X. Well, okay, call it X, but
yeah,
but we don't.
To quote Elon Musk, right? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is what it is. X.
Okay, well then solve for X is the point.
Eric, just
so
on
what
that,
about back to
on
truth? I have a question about truth. What is wrong with
just,
us not?
Eric,
with,
sorry, Eric, just on that. In terms of what you referred to in terms of technology, I understand your point, but won't technology and these different aspects that you're talking about cause further as technology advances, it causes a problem to further amplify. So, you know, the issues that we're talking about in terms of the misinformation, or for example, not knowing truths or not knowing reality, or even as AI increases, not knowing reality in itself, all of that will be amplified. And so I guess my point is, one can look for something outwardly to help fix that problem, or one can in themselves cause a movement where we're actually asking people as rational beings to use their rationale. Isn't that a more logical process, or more logical way, more easy way of going about it, as opposed to waiting for some kind of like supreme leader who's going to come up with some innovative idea?
Yeah, I'm with you. Look, this will be my last question. One, because I have to do other things, but also because I don't want to monopolize the space. But let me just say what I'm doing. I'm going to get off this call and I'm going to go back to doing what I'm almost always doing, which is trying to figure out equations for physics beyond Einstein, because it's time to spread out. And when I say that, people think, well, you know, that's loony talk. Well, if you ask me, Mario is going to hold a bunch of these spaces over the coming 3 weeks, and they're all going to end in the same muddle, and they're all going to have the same basic characteristics that super smart people who come together and are relatively civil, and I commend Mario for that, are going to fail to come up with conclusions, and they're going to come back to this as entertainment because we're all just fiddling. Right now, the most imperative thing is we have to be running separate experiments. We've got one atmosphere. That one atmosphere carries radiation, it carries pathogens, and it carries climate problems. If we do not spread out from this one atmosphere, you're going to run one crazy experiment that is too big for anyone to understand. And is it a Hail Mary? You bet your ass it is. But in a world with an $85 trillion economy, I think that the allocation to trying to figure out how to diversify beyond the solar system is zero. Like, nobody's working on this problem. So the way I'm going to vote is I'm going to vote with my feet, which is I'm going to do as much of this as I can. And I'm going to go right back to equations, trying to figure out, if we had to spread out, because not all of us are going to make it, how do we not have all of humanity's eggs in this one beautiful basket we call the Earth with its one atmosphere? You can divvy up the lines and say this about the Donbass and that about, you know, historical Poland. But the fact of the matter is that it's not going to matter very shortly. With the AI, with what we're able to do with nucleic engineering in terms of nucleotides in the cell, and what we're able to do with fusing nuclei, we're not long for this place. We've had a beautiful 75-year nap, or whatever it is, coming from World War II. Almost nobody remembers World War II. It's all coming to a close, and we're going to restart history with great, powerful toys that have never been used on each other. And I think it's clear that that's about to happen. And the fact is that I guarantee you nobody is calling to have a conversation with me at the highest levels of government. So I hang out on Twitter Spaces and I talk to you all, which I have to say, you know, given what's on offer, it's an honor and it's really great to be here. And I'm going to go back to work trying to figure out something I can do on my own. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Eric. Another sleepless night for me, but thank you for coming back.
Thank you for your insights. Always
Slayman,
wonderful.
Your thoughts from the discussion?
No, I appreciate Eric's insights.
I know that me and you geek out when Eric comes on.
I mean, you geek out when Eric comes on, but I appreciate his thoughts. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate his thoughts, and he does provide
a different perspective and different ideas. And so that's why I wanted to ask him some questions just to see like, his thought process and what his argument is and what's the solution. So that's the reason I was asking those questions.
Mickey, what are your thoughts on what was just discussed? I know you're trying to jump in a couple of times.
I think
Hey,
it's
Mario,
actually
just
really
FYI,
interesting. His point,
you're
his
coming in
perspective.
very far. It's like very hard to hear you.
Oh, okay, it's better
Something-
now, yeah? Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, it's better now.
Something Eric was saying, which is like maybe we can incorporate these spaces, but he's like sort of like, what's the conclusion at the end of these conversations instead of sort of us all some agreeing, some disagreeing. Maybe we should.
But this is this goes against the spaces. I just don't think we're in a position to come to conclusions. I just don't think there are conclusions either. I think the only conclusion that I have from the spaces is dialogue, is communicate. There might be many minds that are changed. Many people asking, what other conclusions can we come from than Liam?
We can agree
other than communicate and listen to
some
others.
basic facts in a discussion. Like I understand in a debate,
Many,
it is
many,
more
yes,
entertaining
but
to have two sides that are both sort of equally, starred in dignity. And that if our goal is to entertain a group of people on the stage and put on a good show for them, then yes, let's agree on nothing. Let's show off how smart we are.
Liam, let's.
I don't understand how we can come to any sort of agreement on this particular space. Right? I mean, just talk about this one, right?
No, hold on. Yeah, just do not this one. In general, Liam, and I'm glad you kind of push back on this. So when you say what conclusion can we get to, who's we? Because it's multiple people on this show, tens, hundreds of thousands of people
jump in and out. Yeah.
Different people will come in at different conclusions. I think.
I mean, I do agree with Liam. So basically, I think there are certain facts that everyone can agree on. Like
exactly.
Not agreeing on it, just
like the water.
Very.
But then what happens is then there's certain ideas, and those ideas you can't agree on, and the reason is because when people are coming at a certain idea, they're coming from a perspective. So let's just take this political issue. When we've got people who are like pro-Ukraine, they're coming from a certain perspective and a certain framing, and people who are pro-Russia are coming from a certain perspective and certain framing. So on that, you can't. And what Eric was saying was, look, you've got this information, you've got people who are, let's take this as an example, someone could be pro-Ukraine and someone could be pro-Russia, and we don't know what the truth is. Someone mentioned bioweapons, we don't know the exact reality of it, but then there are some bases of it that you can get facts for it, but then would someone who is pro-Ukraine be willing to accept them facts? Or for example, if there was something about Putin, would someone who's pro-Russia be willing to accept facts?
Let me try with Liam. Liam, what so other than look at the basics, communicate with the other side, be with an open mind, the other side is not evil, try to stick to facts, verify everything. Those are basics that I think I want people to agree on because they're very broad. But beyond that, on specific issues, it's difficult to come to an agreement, at least as us as a whole. And when you say us, I think you mean like just kind of the panel and the moderators and myself. But that kind of makes it difficult to keep the dialogue going. Do you know what I mean, Liam? It's not for entertainment, but I think the foundational points are very broad. Facts. Communicate. The other side is not evil. Don't be binary.
We can agree on, which is to agree on substantially, even if we disagree about the outcome of the debate, to agree with each other about what it is we are debating. For instance, when we were discussing, the referendum and the law around the referendum, and I specifically chose, to restrict my comments to the legal aspect of the Quebec secession case as the Supreme Court of Canada and the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom recently ruling about Scotland, to say, all right, this is a legal argument about how to succeed from your country if you are a culturally distinct people who wish to exercise your free right to vote, right? And then a bunch of people came in and said, oh, but NATO would do this, and no, NATO would do that. So we can agree on some basic facts, but we can also agree with each other what it is we're debating, what we're not debating, and what the parameters of that debate are.
It's actually a really interesting question because something Eric was saying, which has really made me think, which is that basically we had so much more because there was fewer inputs previously. There was so much more of this broad consensus on what happened and what was happening up until you're saying until Clinton, and now with all these inputs, we don't have a system yet. At least I don't know of one where we can filter through all the information we have and broadly have consensus on what we all believe is true, and we don't even have a good way to even figure out what.
Yeah, but Mickey, like this is why I was asking Eric the question. Like, is consensus good? If consensus on falsehood is still not good, it's probably worse.
Yeah, but even that the good thing about forming consensus, good or bad, is at least you can like get a group of people to go do something, And I'm not saying it's good or bad necessarily, but it's like, how do we even?
No, but if
I
you
don't
get
know
a
the answer.
consensus, so Mickey, like if you get a consensus of people to do something based on falsehood, would one not argue that that could be that is an evil act in itself, and the result of that could also be evil, such vis-a-vis the Iraq War?
For sure, like for sure. And it's more broadly like, okay, is there a way for us to get to what's true? Like I was just thinking about myself, right? I am Taiwanese, lived in Taiwan, spent a lot of time in Ukraine. So I have these experiences that I want to share in these spaces. I want to share what I know. But then there's things we all talk about. People talking about Israel, I know very little, or Syria, I know very little. I can't say much there, and I just sort of read the news and do my best. And the one thing I take inspiration from Eric's statement is he's like, just do your best to tell the truth. And maybe that's all we can really do at this point. Like, how do we all get to agreements now? Because now there's just so much information and content. Like, how do we agree on things? How do we know what's true?
Well,
and like, it's going to be even harder as time goes on.
One way
is it just going to be what ChatGPT says, and they're going to decide what's
one
true?
way is to say out loud what values you're using that underpin your decisions. We don't have to agree factually on a bunch of things that support your side of an argument or my side of an argument. But one of the reasons why I support Ukraine isn't because I'm, rah, you, some kind of Ukrainian national. Like, I'm not. It's because since the Second World War, we have successfully implemented an international order where we do not permit countries to use warfare for the purpose of territorial expansion. That has benefited us. It has created, together with some other things like the creation of the European Cold Steel Community, the European Union, an area of peace that heretofore I don't think we really could have imagined. I value that. I place more priority on that than I do, for instance, someone else who says, well, I want Putin to stop there. I don't want to anger Putin. I don't want to provoke Putin. I don't want to, make him use weapons he hadn't contemplated using before, or attack territories that are engaging with NATO, which becomes a World War III. So I'm interested in engaging in appeasement. And if we can say that out loud, then we can agree with each other. This is an argument between someone who believes in the international world order and is willing to go to war over it, and someone else who doesn't, who is willing to give up pieces of the world and allow countries to expand using warfare rather than avoid some larger conflict. Those are your values, those are my values. Now that we've agreed on that, we can discuss facts in a way that help us to have a real conversation.
But even what you said is a framing based on your guess Americanized.
Right. So you tell me what your
version
values
of what reality.
Frame them based on that.
Yeah. So it's your Americanized version of
nothing
what
I said is Americanized, sir. I am not American.
No, and I'll explain why. I'll explain. Westernized or however you want to frame it. But basically, as an example, because you basically specifically talked about increasing your territory, but that isn't the thing that only causes war or causes dysfunction in the international world. For example, we know the fact that America has invaded a number of countries has also caused it. That isn't to increase America's territory, but it did cause it. So it's not as simple as saying that just that would create this kind of situation of an international world order. But from an international perspective, there are many things that is an increase in territory that causes chaos in the world, causes destruction, death, murder, and mayhem, and so on and so forth.
Do you think that ChatGPT and like AI is going to be the decide? Like Eric was talking about technology and how we didn't have a system of government that was ready for Discord and mobile and AI. Do you think that eventually, like whoever creates the most trustworthy algorithm is just going to be the decider of truth, and we're all going to go use that as our reference? So we're going to type in
Mickey,
like if this shit gets
you made
this
such an
time,
important
okay,
point.
we'll agree.
Sorry, go ahead. Mickey made a point, but go for it, Josh. I'll go after you.
No, I want to go back. So like, I feel like the limitations of AI or the understanding of the learning algorithm within AI is only limited to whatever was, post 20 or pre 2021, right? So it's a very limited scope of understanding or machine learning. But the machine learning or the access to the information is only as good as humans were up until 2021 that designed the learning algorithm. So I think that AI is going to be limited at our own limitation as a people. So I don't think it's going to be that good. If AI gets to a point where it can actually take what it's learned pre-2021 and actually be able to apply its own learning algorithm, meaning AI can actually teach itself to bypass the limitations of what it means to be a human and learned existence, then it becomes a danger. But we don't have that technology yet. I know they're trying to develop the technology, and I understand why they would try to. I mean, if you want AI to be a viable solution moving forward, it needs to have a learning algorithm above and beyond what it's programmed to learn. So if it can actually teach itself and refine itself to actually be learning on its own understanding of learning, not its understanding of human learning, at that point up to, again, 2021, then I don't think that it's actually a threat. But the moment that we can actually program it to actually teach itself to supersede the own human understanding of learning that is actually doing the programming is where we're actually going to get into a problem. But we're not there yet, I don't think. I mean, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're there yet.
So, Mickey, I was just going to comment on your point because I just thought it was a very, very astute point what you made. You know, when you come to truth, no, I don't believe that AI gives you what is truth, but AI gives you what someone programs into it, and so that's why I was doing that back and forth with Eric, because I actually think that the solution to the problem isn't some like messianic figure or some supreme leader or some leader who can actually solve this issue. I think it's like an internal thing. So from an individualized perspective, that you basically are in search of truth. You rationally analyze information and data, and if enough people do that, then you can have a better society.
But you just can't say enough people rationally analyze information when as a species we're just not rational. So how your solution just doesn't work. There should be a system that kind of replaces that human irrationality.
I don't even disagree with you, because actually, if you look from the dawn of time, one of the main issues that humanity had, or the problems they had, is that they always submitted to authority. They never used the rationale, but that is the plight of man, to basically go against that.
I don't think that's always been historically. I just don't think.
I mean, it has been. So, as an example, if you look at many of the religious texts, whatever religion you talk about, this is one of the issues.
Yeah, but I think, but
it means there was always a problem throughout history.
Yeah, but without, but when there isn't an authority that kind of just compensates for that irrationality, the alternative wasn't that great either. There hasn't been any decentralized societies where one's rationality made the wheels turn. So what I'm saying is that instead of replacing it with human rationality, which at least for now just doesn't exist, I don't know how that could change. The solution could be.
Sorry. I mean, Mario, using human rationality in the search for truth and to disseminate information. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but I just don't see that to be a solution. I just feel like their solution is something a lot less interesting, a lot less exciting, in my opinion. It's a system-based solution. And
like
the more
what?
decentralized that system, I don't know. I don't know the system could be. Go ahead, Tara.
I was going to say, I think what you're alluding to is emotional intelligence. It's like our technology collectively has gone beyond emotional intelligence, and AI, because it's programmed by humans, right? It can't learn emotional intelligence. That's something beyond its capabilities. I mean, here we are, the whole discussion was about nuclear war risk. Here we are, we have all this technology. Why would rational, as you would say, Mario, why rationally would we take ourselves to the brink of this? Why use our technological advancement to harm one another? And so that's the real question, I think.
Yeah, and so to go back to your point, the rational search for truth. There's no way humans can stop being, can get rid of confirmation bias, for example. Like the search for truth is already there. We're just not very good at it. Now you might say, no, it's being influenced by mainstream media, the military complex. I think even if those central entities weren't there to skew that search for truth, I think our own biases are there to kind of ruin it.
And I agree with you. So I'm saying what you're saying is right. That is the problem within man, and so for for man, his actual reason for his existence, not reason for his existence, but a part of his existence is to fight against that conformity and to use your rational mind, because we're easily, unfortunately, when it comes to humans, they easily submit to the will of others.
Oh, man, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like, the purpose of humans is to sit there fighting the inability to be influenced. No, sorry, fighting influence, fighting control.
The search for truth.
No, the search for truth is the search for truth is a necessity for survival, man. Like just finding out the truth. But that I just don't, man. You can't depend on humans to be logical, bro. Like we've had hundreds and hundreds of years, thousands of years to try to become rational. Just it's not getting any better. So I just feel the solution is something. If there is a solution, I don't know if there is something that we just cannot come up with yet. We could just test different things. I know the whole concept of decentralization is coming in, and now we've got code making decisions for us. But then again, can you remove those human biases from code? Could that be the solution? I have no idea, bro.
So
Are we going to be able to find out what the solution is in the space? I doubt it, man.
Do you think there's a time where there could be a time, in the future where we could all agree on an imperfect, like repo of code, which imperfectly, but we could all basically agree this is a source for truth, and we could I was
gonna say this, Mickey. I don't want to go too far, but I'm like, I think we will agree on a certain code that when technologies usually tend to eventually centralize among one, social or the internet, TCP/IP. You've got the social media platforms that kind of dominate the internet right now. The concept of decentralization in crypto, we're seeing hints of centralization already, and we've seen the repercussions of that. So I think as a species, just for convenience, we tend to centralize among one system. And I think the same will happen in AI. We will centralize, we'll start all using that one system that tends to be the most effective, the most efficient. But I think in the short term, that will be a good thing. I think it'll improve society tremendously. And then we'll cross the line, and then singularity could kick in, and could be an
ambiguity is the enemy of truth. It is.
Yeah, I see a few hands up. Jump in, guys. Name, Colonel John.
I think the problem, Jeff, is I think the problem, from what I see, is so we're all on Twitter all the time for the most part. We recognize a lot of the same faces here. There's a lot of people that are just living a totally different life off of social media. And, we're on here looking for the truth, and we'll debate it back and forth. We'll debate like the micro aspects of it. And, I sort of try to look at the macro of picture of things. But a lot of people are living in a world where they don't question anything, and they just accept what they're given. And what we've seen through, let's just say, we saw it through the weapons of mass destruction. People accepted that, and it was, America first and go, and that was it. I started questioning it. A lot of people did, but a lot of the country didn't, and they just trusted that was the right thing to do on the back of 9/11 still. And then we're here now past COVID, and we've seen censorship hit social media. With the growth of social media, the government is losing their grip on controlling the narrative, and that's why we have these Twitter files and these discussions of free speech. And what bothers me the most is that anything that is on the opposite side of the narrative now, where we are today, is there's one side of the argument that is aggressively trying to shut down the speech of the other side. And that's where this country has become polarized, where where one side doesn't want to even allow the discussion of another possibility of, a situation. You could talk about COVID, for instance, but we need to, I don't know if it's possible, if we're going to talk about solutions, to come back to the center.
Can I ask a question on that? Do you think it's one side trying to censor the other? I thought that for a while, but as I've been on here, I just feel like it's both sides trying to censor each other, but just one's got more power. It's just a minor example. We've seen it on this bit.
I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there. It's both sides that want to do that. However, as again, you hit the nail on the head there, is that the other side, right, the say the woke left or whatever, the establishment, they have the institutional power. For instance, in New Zealand, they're founding an agency, right? It's basically a ministry of disinformation, and it's being led by none other than Jacinda Ardern, who branded her political opponents as COVID deniers and like all kinds of awful, inhumane terms she used for them, right? She wanted to shut them down, and she did shut them down. And now she's in charge of this agency. So she's not out of the government. She is continuing her crusade against so-called disinformation.
God bless Jacinda
Yeah,
Ardern.
so that's the problem I have is where
against...
they're trying to label anything that they can label whatever they want as misinformation and saying that's a threat to national security. They brought it that high to where in some countries they'll start or have already I think in Germany or some countries in Europe, if you post something that they want to say is hate speech, they'll arrest you for it. So, but just going back to the point of like allowing debate or questioning of the narrative, you can't shut down the other side of the argument. That's when I see people doing that, that puts my antennas up big time. I say, well, they're panicking. That's the way I look at it, is these people are panicking and they don't want one side to be told, and they're going to such extremes to control the story, and that makes me question the story. And I don't know if it's possible to get back to the center where you can just have people decide on their own, or all ideas being heard and open debate. I mean, we have it here. Hopefully it lasts. I don't know if it will.
John, I think you wanted to provide a contribution to that point.
Yeah. So I heard Ian say something just now, and then also Captain say something. But in both their statements, and this isn't trying to come at any of you guys, or trying to find fault in what you said. You guys made truthful statements. Like for instance, Ian, you led with, you hit the nail. You said you hit the nail on the head when you talked about when any side holds power, then you kind of see this aggressive shutting down of the other side, and then directly after that, strictly argued one side. So and I think you see how easy it is to kind of fall into some certain narratives. And I'm not even saying that what your opinion is a narrative. What I'm saying is you just see how fast it happened, because that's your opinion, right? And Mario was talking earlier about the idea that something did happen, right? One instance happened, a fact happened. What an opinion is basically your interpretation of the fact. So like we can both look at the same fact, right? The same original. We can both watch the same video or the same, or be at the same protest or killing or something like that, and we could both walk away with different opinions of why, how, and can it happen again, and also why and how. So I think that needs to be talked about more. But also, there's something that I kind of thought maybe Name might have been getting to, was this idea that a lot of people should count themselves lucky to be in a space this large, that has this pervasive idea of having the consistency that I see in this space, because of just both sides, and then purposely trying to make sure it stays balanced. You don't see that elsewhere. I mean, try and find me a space that is 150 or above people, that is kind of just a jerk off, right? You're not going to find one, and this is probably one of the biggest spaces on Twitter consistently, right? And and the framework they have going on here. A perfect example is how I got into this space. Suleiman hopped in a space that I was in, and we were trashing him. We were trashing him. If I'll be dead honest, we were trashing him. And then it occurred to me afterwards, like, he kind of ate that, and he came in there for no reason. He didn't have to come in there, and he put forward the idea of this space. So I hopped in the next day, and it was awesome. It was the best debate, and there are people in here who I talk with, people like All Source, like me and All Source. But it's someone that I trust pretty well when it comes to disseminating information and other things like that. So, and the conversation was great. Sometimes it gets heated, but that's going to happen. So I think we should really count ourselves lucky, but also try and make sure that if you're going to make the argument for arguing both sides, actually do that. That's just something I want to throw in the mix.
I mean, thanks for your contribution, John, and I agree with almost everything you said. You try to trash me, but trying is good enough. Colonel.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad things have calmed down a little bit. And Mario, I truly appreciate you bringing Eric in because I think he spoke with a clarity that a lot of us truly appreciate. And there's no way, and I completely agree with him, and there's no way that I could have spoken with that. But something that you said kind of resonated with me, and it made me think through a current issue, right? And what the government's doing. And look, I might be a military guy and I might have served 30 years, but I've been to combat 7 times, and I tell you, I hate war, right? I'm with Tara. I don't want war. I truly don't. I think it is one of the most obscene, horrible things on the planet. But when we talk about Ukraine, I've been advocating very hard for the United States to send F-16s. You might disagree with that, and that's completely okay. But as I dive into this issue, right, one of the things that I find that's absolutely fascinating is the government's created this situation where they've created false arguments and they throw these out into public, and then we all fight about them, right? Whether or not the F-16 is survivable in the S-300 and the S-400 threat ring, or they're too much money. And at the end of the day, all these actual narratives that we fight about, whether or not that they're operationally capable or the training timelines, none of that's actually true. I truly don't believe it. I think that this is a political decision. It's a policy decision that the current administration doesn't want to have a discussion about. So we end up right having these ridiculously long arguments on whether or not an F-16 can survive in a surface to air missile system. And I bring that up only because of this, right? And I think actually Tars probably end up going to agree with me on this. If Ukraine's been flying in a war for a year against the Russian surface-to-air missile systems with not only fourth-generation aircraft, but also third-generation aircraft, and they're still flying, perhaps the Russian surface-to-air missile systems, the S-300 and S-400, are not as capable as once perceived by the U.S. military. And if that's the case, maybe the F-16 is a good enough airplane in today's world to actually fly. Why are we spending so much money on F-35s and F-22s and the new X-bomber that's coming out? Because I'm not so sure. These are really expensive new future weapon systems.
F-15E.
And I would venture to say, that Lockheed Martin would probably not be very happy if F-16s did go in and actually started kicking ass on the Russian surface-to-air missile systems. So what's the point of spending all the extra money on the F-35? So anyway, I'll wrap this up really quick, right? I think Eric's 100% correct. I think that the governments they've gotten really good globally at throwing out false narratives and then letting places like this just rip each other apart when the actual issue's been buried and they don't want us to talk about it.
I mean, you made an extremely true statement about Lockheed Martin and their and if you can go deeper into the way they propagated stealth, the idea of stealth. I haven't heard someone put all those arguments that are so key together in one statement in a while. So
I think we shouldn't estimate the strength of Lockheed Martin's marketing department. Particularly, like, one of the great metaphors in salesmanship of all time is someone who can sell ice to Eskimos. Well, Canada has need of a fighter interceptor to fly over the North Pole to intercept, Russians who come knocking on NORAD's door. That's like that's probably the chief function of the Royal Canadian Air Force. And occasionally, they will go overseas in support of some kind of NATO mission or UN mission. But their chief thing they do is fly up north. That's why for years we've paid a premium to fly F-18s instead of F-16s, because an F-18 has a higher likelihood that it will start in cold weather because it has 2 engines, and if only one engine starts, the other engine can start the other. But someone at Lockheed Martin in this brilliant, super genius marketing department has persuaded the government of Canada, which, by the way, during the election said they would never buy the plane, that for their Polar Fighter Interceptor, they are going to buy a stealth aircraft, that we need stealth to intercept, for instance, the equivalent of a Russian B-52. So, I mean, we're making the point about like whether Lockheed Martin will be happy or not, but I actually don't think we should gloss over that, because they are powerful enough that they caused at least one government, the government of Canada, to reverse a position that it took very, very demonstrably in a national election. They said, look, no, this is too expensive. We have public health care. We're going to pay for health care. We are never buying the F-35. And now Trudeau's buying a whole wing of F-35. So, like, I hear your point. I know you said it with your tongue in your cheek, but I believe it.
Yeah, Liam, Captain, I want to piggyback real quick, right? So since Lockheed Martin and the United States governments refused to send F-16s and they're not willing to do it, I've actually made a call to the European defense industries, and I think for a $30 million gamble, whether it be Airbus with the Eurofighter and the Typhoon, or whether it be Saab with the Gripen, if they send these airplanes in, which are fourth generation fighters, are relatively similar to F-16s, and they actually prove to be combat proven and effective, I think Lockheed Martin's in a world of hurt, right? Because if you can slap a token on your airplane that says combat proven against the S-300 and the S-400, and you're selling them at a fraction of the cost of what an F-35 goes out for, that's going to be a big issue. So I've made the call out here in Europe. We'll see what happens. Again, I realize there's a lot of people that disagree with me on how much the world should be supporting Ukraine. I get that. I hopeful people understand that that's not the foundation of the argument that I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
right
the
now.
most important part of the marketing that I can discern that helps people sell it politically is the idea of the supply chain. That if your country does not purchase the F-35, then no component of it will be built in your country, and the jobs that come with it, which are substantial, are attached to the idea of these government contracts. But the second most substantial idea is the idea of like nationalism. Look at the flag of your country flying this plane, and it works. If Lockheed Martin refuses to provide these planes, and then someone else does and they work, I think they run the risk of really having egg on their face that they had the opportunity to purchase it. And I mean, let's imagine the Ukrainians are victorious. That's a lot of egg on your face to say, you could have participated, but you chose appeasement instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And real quick, Lockheed Martin's in a situation where F-35 orders and F-16 orders are going out for the next 3 years. I mean, they're literally fat on orders, whereas Airbus is very concerned. They might have to be shutting down their production line along with the Saab Gripen because they just don't have orders coming in right now. So Lockheed Martin's in this wonderful situation, and it's somewhat frustrating.
Well, maybe it's time for
Tara,
Avro Canada to bring back the Avro CF-105 Aero.
Oh man,
Colonel, are you
I can't believe.
There's a good miniseries on that from
Yeah, there's a really good. I just wondered if Jeff had seen it because he obviously is actually a pilot and I'm not. I only read Combat Aircraft magazine and fascinated about these things in my quiet moments. But yeah, once upon a time, Canada was manufacturing a fighter jet and still, according to all the performance that it had at the time, could perform well enough to shoot down these Chinese weather balloons, and still, I believe, outperforms the F-16 in a variety of categories. Canada doesn't make cars. We make car parts, and we export them to the United States. But if Jeff was familiar with the Avro Aero, that would warm my cockles.
I am, but I feel bad because I stepped on Tara, and I think she has something to say.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Colonel. Tara, go ahead. I know you.
I just think it's really remarkable to talk about F-16s or anything when it's been made clear that would be a red line, and that once those weapons are in the air, once this war is in the air, that would mean a hot war and an escalation. So while Lockheed Martin wants to sell its toys and wants to make a lot of money, the losers are American citizens, Ukrainians, and Russians, and Europeans, frankly. It's really strange to hear you talk about all these fighter jets as if it's a fun thing when it's really a symbol of the beginning of the end and also a hot war. That's my opinion.
Wait, but Russia said that about 10 other red lines.
Yeah. I mean, he's used hypersonic missiles, which was a red line for the West. He's actually bombed citizens, which was a red line for the West. He's now an indicted.
Ukraine bombed citizens. They're bombing them like there was just another one today.
Tara, can we please talk about that, right? So if you have a situation where you literally
Can you define what your definition of a red line is, just to be clear?
Are you talking about mine or Tara's?
Yeah. Yours.
Yeah. So the West has come out and has laid out what they said. You know, they don't want escalation in the war, and continually escalation of the war, in my opinion, Mario, is a red line, right? They've tried to find ways not to allow this to escalate, and Putin continually finds way. But I think that there's an academic issue here, especially in look, I've flown air combat for a very, very long time. Higher altitude domain is not available to either side, right? So you don't have the high domain. You don't have the ability to actually allow GPS weapons to find precision targets. If you watch the videos of what's going on with the helicopters and the way they're shooting rockets, right? They have to fly very, very low level. They pitch the rockets up into the air, and then it's like throwing lawn darts, right? So when we talk about Ukraine actually targeting civilians, yes, unfortunately that's happening. And I say unfortunate because here's the deal. They're not able to use precision weapons. These things are affected by air. They're not being employed in the way that they're correctly supposed to be employed. However, I will point out Ukraine is not shooting long-range drones that are using GPS. They're not shooting long-range rockets as in off of UAVs. Russia is shooting massive amounts of waves of UAVs at high altitude. Yes, the 75% to 80% are being intercepted, but the 20 to 25% that are getting through that are precision weapons are actually targeting Russian citizens. So it's a false narrative to say that, you know, well, Ukrainians are doing it too. Ukrainians are literally shooting the only way that they can, which is low altitude pitch up rocket attacks, which is very, very, unfortunately, it's not precise.
But there aren't trained Ukrainian pilots. That's the other issue. And
No, that's
I just
not
think
true.
that
That's absolutely not true. They have tons of trained pilots.
And there's
They
been
have-
a lot of data talking about how I mean, even the U.S. military is talking about ways to train Ukrainian pilots, that there's simply not enough that know how to do it. But
That's
the
not-
point
okay,
is that
the Ukrainian spokespeople have 50 pilots ready to go to be trained that speak very good English to actually come in. The Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, C.Q. Brown, took 2 Ukrainian pilots. He sent them in a relatively covert manner all the way to Tucson, Arizona, to do an assessment to see how quickly they could be trained. In less than 1 month, they realized that the Ukrainian pilots could be trained to fly F-16s in well under 6 months. Tara, I don't know where you're getting your narratives, but I can show you all these press statements that show that all these people exist.
all right, so let's say you have trained Ukrainian pilots taking this war to the air. What possibly good outcome will come from that when you know?
I can tell you exactly. Let me tell. Can I answer that, please? Because I
Yes,
will
absolutely.
tell you that when an air campaign happened in 1999 with overwhelming power, which is the Powell Doctrine, when you go to war, you don't want to win 51 to 49. You want to win 99 to 1. In that war in Serbia, okay, with only an air war, it lasted 78 days. It was done. Slobodan Milosevic capitulated.
How many civilians died?
Let me finish. Wait. Exactly. I'm getting there. Please. 3,500 civilians. Those are Serbian numbers. 3,500 people died in 78 days. In this war, that's going to be a rounding error. Okay. So yes, overwhelming force. You do not allow two sides to continually fight at the same level, because you literally will have a war of attrition. So if you want this war to end, the answer is quite simple. Give them overwhelming force, let them go in, and bring Putin to the negotiation table after they get Crimea back.
Colonel.
Oh my gosh! There's no way they will bring Crimea back. That will lead to World War III, and you know that. And we can go back to the whole, and not to forget that even mainstream media will admit this, that 80 to 90% of Crimeans, even polled today, do not want to go with Kiev. They want to stay with Russia. And let's say, and let's look at that.
So
of course they want to stay with Russia. They've already voted.
A vote at the end of a gun barrel is not a vote.
We need to get them to vote again and
right?
again until
So
we get the
there's an
result that we
international
want,
organization called
It's
ODIHR. They go in and do elections, monitor, bring Crimea.
Right. 1 second, Colonel. You just let Ian have an input, and then you come back because you've spent 20 minutes making your point. So Ian, and then Colonel, go for it, Ian.
Yeah, I think it's a bit absurd to tell them to have a vote again. I mean, what is this? The fucking Nevada elections? How many votes are you going to have? You know, are you going to vote until you get the result that you want? Like, this is ridiculous and it's impossible. And furthermore, the people living there, they don't want to become a part of Ukraine. They're not wanted in Ukraine. And let's just say, for the sake of argument, okay? Let's just say Ukraine manages to take Crimea. What happens then? Are they going to expel every single person living in Crimea? Are those people just going to move to Russia? I mean, what are we looking at? Are we looking at ethnic cleansing here? Is that going to be humanitarian? I mean, does the UN have to step in and put some blue helmets on the ground and have them, take over the place for like what, 5 years, 10 years? Like, how long did East Timor get basically taken over by the United Nations? Not that it was bad for them to be there, but I mean, what's the end game here, right? I mean, what are we looking at here? Like, realistically, if Ukraine does take it, which it's very unlikely, I don't think they will, but let's just say for the sake of argument that they do take it, what happens then? What happens to the people living there? Are they going to be hunted down and killed and executed? You know, like all the so-called collaborators that were killed in all the other places that they've managed to retake, right? I mean, I think no one is really wanting to ask these questions because they don't want to hear the answers. The answers are not very nice, right? We know what the answers are. It's going to look like an ethnic cleansing. It's going to look like mass executions. So I don't think people want to ask the question. So, I mean, if we're all acting like we're liberals in here and we want to do this for a humanitarian purpose, then we have to be realistic. We have to be honest about this. Like, what does this actually look like? If you actually do care about these values and liberal values, then actually ask the real questions. Be honest about it, and come up with a proper solution. Because this wishy-washy notion that the people living in Crimea are suddenly just going to embrace the Kiev regime doesn't make a lot of sense, right? It's not realistic. It's not grounded in reality at all, whatsoever. So, if we want to pretend that we're liberals, then be honest about it, and let's talk about the solutions.
Wait, but so just to interject real quick. So Ken did it again and didn't put forth any solutions. Oh, my bad.
So number one, I'm not a liberal, and to look at this war through a political lens is absolutely ludicrous. Okay, you need to stop with the name calling, because I think that's absurd. Number two, with respect to Crimea falling or not falling, I will tell you what. The Russians believe that there's a very good chance it's going to fall, because if you look at the amount of money that they've invested in defending in multiple levels of lines in defense, that Crimea is going to fall, you'll realize that they get it. Like, they're scared to death that they're going to lose Crimea. They're investing over 30% of their current military effort just to kind of shore up Crimea. So they get it. They think it's going to fall, or they're very afraid it's going to fall.
They think it's going to fall. They have to defend it, right? I mean, if they don't defend it, then it will fall. I mean, doesn't that make sense? I mean, don't you have locks on your doors? I mean, you don't assume that a person's going to break in, right? But you can.
Ironically, I do have locks on my doors, and if someone broke into my house and then after they took 25% of my house and said they wanted to negotiate peace, I tell them to fuck off and say, get out of my goddamn house.
That is not what I'm saying. So, I'm saying that you have locks on your house because you assume.
I let you speak, buddy. Ian, I let you speak. Let me speak.
You are turning this metaphor against me, which is not what I intend.
The man's a combat officer. I think we can show him the respect of allowing him to speak.
I don't care.
Your mom cared.
Like, why does it matter?
and I think that speaks volumes, right? I think that I'm good. All right.
Yeah. Because
I mean,
that's
if you're a combat
of
officer and a veteran, I think
validity
you
of
can
your
handle
argument.
it a bit. I don't think you need somebody defending you, telling me that I need to shut up so that you can speak. I mean, are you a baby? I don't think so, right? You don't think you're a baby. So I think it's.
I'm absolutely not a baby, but I will tell you, there's at least 14 general officers that have come out publicly from the United States military that do say that Crimea is going to fall and is going to come back into the correct hands. And if you want to have a fair vote, let's have a fair vote. It's not about
who
taking
decides
the vote
what
so
the fair hands are? I mean, does America decide who the fair hands?
But he wasn't talking about
Crimea. I mean, this is not. That doesn't even make any sense. Also,
it's not the United States. I said there's an international organization called the OSCE. It is located in Vienna, Austria. I worked there as a diplomat. There's 57 nations that are involved there. Under the umbrella of that organization, please let me finish. Under the umbrella of that organization, there's a section called ODIHR, which does election monitoring. They actually come to the United States and do election monitoring. And when the votes took place in Crimea, O'Dear was denied the ability to go in and actually do it. So if we want to have a fair election, let's do that. Let's send O'Dear in and let's have people vote and let's actually get an international certified valid election. Stop telling me that the election that happened at the end of a gun barrel, when I was actually a diplomat there in 2014 and watched what happened, that was somehow a fair election. That's ludicrous.
I've got a question for Colonel and Ian. One second. I've got a question for Colonel and Ian. And it'd be interesting actually how you both answer this. I'm not sure how you would. Would you be okay with another election, but overseen by the organization Jeff said, as well as a joint with Russia? So a joint Russia.
100%. 100%.
Sure, I'd be okay with it.
See, I think that would be a good way of getting some kind of agreement. I think that would be a good way of.
It'd be insulting to the people living there, but I'd be okay with it. Like me personally, I think that would make
I'd be totally fine with
Look
it
at us.
as long as Zelensky and Putin still get to fight their duel. I think that should happen.
I think we all want to see that
I
happen.
mean, if the war's based on that, then Russia's already won, haven't they?
Yeah, Russia
John-
wins in that case. Yeah,
I don't know, man. Zelensky's scrappy.
I mean, he might.
He's not a fighter, he's a
put
comedian.
out a nice little ballet dance. So if it's a dance off, then I'm not sure.
Lomachenko was a ballet dancer
He can
as
do
well.
a dance off. Yeah, Putin is an actual fighter, right?
Well, if it's a dance off, then Mario has to go.
Yeah, but Mario will go for you. Well, we don't know what Mario will go for. He keeps telling us he's neutral. So, and John.
Oh yeah, so I didn't want to kind of dogpile on Ian, but there were some certain like intrinsic like falsities that you kind of put forth. Tara as well, but yeah, and I get where you're coming from. I understand your point because there were kind of times where I found myself understand, kind of getting to that area, of I don't care, but you can't say that because you just argued to earlier, like 15 minutes ago, about looking at both sides, and then you just said you don't care about someone's side simply because they disagree with you. So
No,
that's kind of what
I did say I didn't care about his opinion. I said I didn't care about his veterancy. That's all I don't care about because I don't think it's pertinent to the conversation.
I mean, we can agree to disagree on that one, but there's some things you guys kind of made, like a lot of these statements, but you didn't back anything up. You kind of just spoke real fast, and there wasn't really much backing it up. Terry, you made multiple false statements that didn't that I don't know what they were grounded in.
Well, then specify the falsity.
So what are the
Yeah,
false statements,
yeah.
John? Let's hear 'em.
So I think the one that kind of stood out the most to me was this idea that that because Ukraine doesn't occupy ethnically, right, mostly of Crimea, they still don't have a right to take it back, and there's something you both kind of propagated. So I tried to pick one that
I didn't make
kind
that
of both
argument. I
put
think
forward.
Sarah made that, but I didn't say that specifically. No.
Yeah, but you didn't say those specific words, but I mean, you so much said it though. I mean, did you not?
What about ethnic cleansing? Yeah, sure. I mean, that's been
Yeah,
ongoing.
but I mean, so while I don't support what some of the actions that Ukraine has taken after they have made sweeping counteroffensives, I wouldn't account it to ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is closer to what you would see that happen to the Armenians, things that Russia has actually propagated, or the way that Russia has actually gone after people. Or we can talk about the systematic taking of children. That's something you can talk about.
Oh,
because you have
actually
seen
proven.
that
No, I
Ukraine
think
comes
that's
into the
not
battle
proven.
space.
That hasn't been proven. That's just an
It's
allegation.
the simple fact that you're not seeing
That's an
that at
allegation that's
scale
false.
when Ukraine
Like,
comes into the
No, it
battle
is
space.
true.
That is
Look at the
horrendous,
European
That's a
media.
fact.
BBC is reporting on it.
Oh, the
Yeah,
BBC
BBC?
reported on it. It must be true.
Even Russian state media is
There's
minutes
nobody
worth.
on the ground who's actually claiming this, right? No one who's in these camps, right? These refugee camps, has even said this. So I mean, I don't know where they're getting their reporting from.
That's 100% not
Third-party
true.
sources.
Yeah,
Then
but
they're-
The
wait,
children,
who's putting-
the
who's
children
putting
were
the
taken from
refugees in
war
refugee
zones and
camps?
rescued. The children were rescued. They were not kidnapped.
Oh, the
So
children.
Okay,
they
so- and then
were
that's a
rescued
narrative
from what?
thing
They
then.
were rescued from going to the
They're
playground.
From
They were
shelling
rescued
by,
from-
this was in the Donbass.
Both sides are
border.
shelling the
They were-
place, and if Russia controls a certain area, of course they're going to evacuate the citizens. I mean, what do you expect them to do? Let them die? I mean, we would be.
That would have
How
Yeah,
that would
but
have been a
it's
war
true
crime.
they
We'd
brought
be
them
saying-
afterwards.
We would
They
be
didn't, they
saying,
didn't
"Oh
bring
my
them back
God,
to their
look, the
families. They
Russians are
just
letting
took
all the
them.
civilians die. They're letting them be killed by these artillery shells." I mean, look,
The Russians
as
are
much as you
shooting
want to
precision
portray,
weapons into
as
freaking
much as you
apartments.
want to
Of course
portray
they want people
Russians
to die.
as this genocidal, Hitler-esque
machine, that's not the case at all. Like, I mean, that's not
But
reality.
that's not what I was doing.
I know that you're not doing that, but
kind of
that is what the
extrapolating
media is
on my
trying to do,
points.
right? I mean, when you have these news outlets, particularly the British press, not so much the American press, because I think the American press has slightly higher standards, right? But we had the Telegraph, the Sun, and the Daily Mail, and so on, all reporting on.
But I'm not even using press
regime
as a
that's
source.
Can I say something? I wanted to bring it back to the UN Security Council last week to just address this issue, because one of the remarkable things is they brought witnesses, they brought proof, and you know what happened at the UN Security Council? I don't know if you all know this, but the UK and US cut the UN web feed and wouldn't allow it to be broadcast and wouldn't allow the evidence to be brought forth by the Russian delegation. I mean, so what's happening is the Western NATO and US are actually not allowing truth to come forward. And they had witnesses and they had documentation that proved the children were not kidnapped. And so you can find it on YouTube, but you can't watch it on the UN website. So what is the US and
But the
UK so
transcripts are
scared
still there.
of that they would actually cut the web?
Yeah,
So
who's the chair
but
of
the
the UN
transcripts are
Security
still there,
Council
and I
right
still
now?
have
Who's the chair?
This month, the Russian delegation is the chair.
No, that's the
They do rotation every month.
I can also say this thing that that Eric was saying about sharing personal truth. I can say Jeff was mentioning 2014. I was in Ukraine in 2014 as well, not in any military capacity, but just in a business capacity. And I did see, ethnic cleansing on the side of Ukrainians in Crimea. I mean, people had their businesses taken. People were beaten. Friends of mine had everything stolen from them from Russians who came across the border from Russia, came in and started taking everything. Some were lowballed. Most property was seized by Russian people, and that's something I saw and experienced myself with people that I know. So
yeah, I wasn't supporting that, but that's still not ethnic cleansing, and I don't support that those actions. But we're not seeing. So I guess what I'm trying to say is we're not seeing Buka when Ukraine takes back land. That's my point, basically. If you want to boil it down, right?
Forcing Ukrainians out of Crimea, ethnic cleansing.
Because ethnic cleansing, it kind of comes with this idea that you're not providing them the ability to come back either. You're killing them, right?
But that's what they alleged. That's what they alleged the Serbian government to have done in 1998. So I mean, like, if that's the definition of ethnic cleansing, the widely, popularly accepted definition of it. So if Ukraine were to do this and expel every single Russian sympathizer or whatever from Crimea, I mean, that would be the very definition of ethnic cleansing, whether you like it or not, whether you support Ukraine or not.
Could they do that? And practically, though,
Yeah, that's my fault.
Vast majority of the population is Russian, isn't it?
It is in that location.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that.
Well, the reason for that is that Russia invaded Ukraine and kicked out every Ukrainian. I mean, like these people still have the deeds and from their houses that they have that have been taken by Russian nationals. So it's like sort of a weird.
That is also untrue. That's also a bit untrue.
Well, no, that's not untrue. It's something.
Well, some people left willingly. And there's no doubt about it, right? And they're not being captured.
I went to school with a friend.
You can't make the claim that they kicked out every single Ukrainian person there. That's absurd. I mean, like.
Well,
if you actually look at who's in charge of the SMO, it's Ukrainians as well. It's Ukrainians living in Russia who are promoting the SMO, because they don't see the regime in Kiev as being legitimate. I mean, a lot of this is not even being. This idea that this is Russian people versus Ukrainian people, that is absurd. That is.
I don't know where Ian. Again, like, this is from my own personal experience. I'm not on any Telegram groups. I'm not getting my information from any
I'm not
blogs.
getting it from Telegram groups.
People that I know.
Themselves.
I'm telling you, people that I
know.
People I know had their property taken by Russian nationals, were kicked out of Crimea as a result of the invasion from Russia, and they still have all their documents. They still have, like, they had their bank accounts taken. These people still have their deeds to their houses, deeds to the hotels they own, deeds to the business they run that were taken. So, like, if it would be very reasonable for them to go back to Ukraine and reclaim their property, don't you think?
Mickey,
I can't dispute that. I mean, sorry, what were you saying, Sulaiman?
No, sorry. I was gonna say, like, I need to check up about the veracity of that. But in terms of when I read about this issue, what I read was that it was actually Ukrainians who had committed essentially genocide in Donbass, killing. I think, if I remember right, reports were like 14,000 pro-Russian separatists and civilians. So
And most
I mean,
children, yeah. Well, not mostly children, but
Multiple children, yeah.
It's the Alley of Angels, yeah. There's the Alley of Angels, and it keeps getting defaced on Wikipedia. Surprise, surprise, right?
Yeah.
Whenever they add it back in, they add it in the draft mode, so it's technically there, but they won't put it on the front page. It used to be there because it
secondary sourcing for that.
Hold on a second. Are we talking about Crimea or Donbass?
Yeah, because I thought we were talking about Crimea.
Well, Sulaiman's talking about Donbass. I'm talking
yeah,
about
I was talking about Donbass because they're all
One thing that you all haven't really talked about that's happened just in the last few days as well is the way Zelensky has gone in to the Orthodox religion and gone after Russian nationals. And I mentioned it earlier about how now Russian is being banned from being spoken in Orthodox Church in Ukraine. So you have this leader, Zelensky, who has banned opposition parties, banned media, except for friendly Western media, and now is going after the Orthodox religion.
They've been expelled.
Wait, if China invaded mainland United States, would you want to be watching, CCP news on the TV
So
every
this
day?
this is something.
I
Do you think the BBC CCP News, John? I don't think
This
so.
is something
I mean,
that
you can have whatever
even
opinion you have.
Yeah, but
British
global
Light
times.
Country,
Like,
but they were
you know what I'm
expelled,
talking
right?
about.
When they were trying to report on Bucha, they got expelled for reporting on the ground because it kind of showed what Ukrainian people doing Ukrainian soldiers doing not so good things, right?
Look, I'm
Listen, you're here for
But that's an example of
civilians.
it's not a democracy.
guys.
Hold on.
I'm an Orthodox Christian. There's no one here who should be
The
more
Russian
upset at
Orthodox
this
Church
than I
has
am.
actually started to take
We're talking about the
orders from
Ukrainian Orthodox Church, not the Russian.
These are not
Orthodox Church,
different.
guys.
This is what you need to
That's not what she
understand,
said, man.
Is like if you actually read about the 5 patriarchates and go back to the Book of Acts and read Callisto's Ware's book about the Orthodox Church, it's the church. It's the one thing, and I belong to it. No one should be more upset about this than I am. But I recognize you've got a patriarch in St. Petersburg who's saying that everyone in Ukraine who fights against them is going to hell and is excommunicated, that it's a holy war and they're going after it. Even in my country, in Canada, there's open discussion of deporting the Russian Orthodox Archbishop in Montreal.
I hope they do it. Trudeau can show his true colors, right? Just
Ian, you know what,
to-
Ian? The Wagner is actually recruiting forces. You should go fight. I mean, if you're this passionate, you should go fight for Wagner.
That's no, but you know what?
Yeah,
No,
that's
but the
rude, isn't it?
Orthodox really what?
Jeff,
Let's
sorry.
go to the monastery. The
I
the
just want to
monastery.
ask Jeff, Tara, I'm going to ask Jeff. I just want to understand this right. I mean, sorry, Tara, this is to you. Are you saying it's the Russian Orthodox Church or the Ukrainian? Now, I understand the Orthodox Church is the Orthodox, but then they have the argument previously was when the Orthodox Church was banned, it was because it was the Russian and therefore their affiliation to Russia. Are you saying now the non-Russian Orthodox Church?
That is what she's saying. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. Yeah, they are arresting people.
Colonel, I mean, Jeff, you said you were an.
They're arresting monks and
they're preventing people from praying. There's videos of them beating up parishioners. Who are trying
So
to
it's
pray.
important
They're
to
beating them up.
recognize that
That's
the
a crazy-
leader
So let me
of
get Jeff
the
in.
Orthodox
Jeff,
I mean, how many examples do you actually need to actually show you that the Orthodox Church, as was brought up, that with the patriarch in St. Petersburg? I mean, I could show you, dead Ukrainian
Jeff,
soldiers
Jeff,
who all they
Jeff,
want to do,
Jeff,
all their mom
Jeff,
wants to do is
Jeff,
take them into the church and
Jeff,
show
Jeff,
and,
you're not-
and at least have them there. And the patriarchs the priests at the church say he's not welcome in this church. You can't bring that dead body into this church because in St. Petersburg they say that anyone who fights for Ukraine is against it. And the mother's sitting there crying because
Jeff, you're not answering the question. Jeff, I've tried to ask you. I understand people like going on their little long stories, but specifically because we're having a discussion, there's only about 5 or 6 of us on here. She specifically, I understand the argument about the St. Petersburg one, so it makes sense to me. Even though I may have a problem with it, I can understand the Ukraine side that look, these guys are subservient to Russia, so this is our reason for it.
They're not
But
subservient to Russia.
I'm saying that's the Ukrainian argument, isn't it?
No.
That's the Ukrainian argument. Yeah, they're calling everybody a spy.
So why did they ban the Russian Orthodox Church then?
Well, yeah. So that's what you have to understand is the difference between the newly created Ukrainian Patriarchate, which is part of the Orthodox Church, which was created.
Now I'm talking about the Russian.
Right.
No,
So if you let me speak for 7 seconds, when I identify that I'm going to speak about 2 things, and I've only said one of those 2 things, and you interrupt me to say, why haven't you said the second thing yet? It's because you're speaking, sir. And then the second thing we have to identify is the pre-existing Patriarchate of St. Petersburg, which occupies both Muscovy and what we call Russia, and still has remaining institutions in Ukraine. Now, the head of this church, the head of all of it, the ecumenical patriarch, who is, I'll call it Constantinople, on the map it says Istanbul, Bartholomew I, the ecumenical, like, he's the man in the Orthodox Church. Since the schism of 1054, since, the Pope of Rome is separate, he is now the highest ranking person in Orthodoxy. And even he has come out in public statement and said, the Russian church is fucking up. I have no idea what the hell they're doing, but maybe after this war is over, we'll let them all back in. So that is the level of clarity we're getting from the Orthodox Church. And it was him who created the separate Ukrainian Patriarchate, I think, expressly for the purpose of avoiding this Russian influence in Ukraine.
Another
but what was the
is
reason
that the Russian
question was
Orthodox about
I mean, Captain, it is like 7 a.m. here, so I just want to make sure I understood it right. So, I mean, but what is the specific reason why they banned the Russian church?
Espionage.
You said they fucked up espionage.
They're claiming that the monks and the
essentially
nuns are.
That's what I said, subservient, and then you argued, and then you made the same point. So thank you for that. Right, and so, Colonel, so I understand why they banned the Russian church, because they were subservient, but what Colonel wanted to say was espionage, which is essentially what.
It's not for guys a lot of fun. That's all I'm.
Yeah, it's just word games. But Jeff, the question to you is, why would they ban specifically the Ukrainian church?
This is what you do when you can't admit you're wrong. You just say word games and move on.
No, I'm not. I mean, it's not wrong. It's just you've been childish because you're literally like, it's not subservient. Let me.
I mean, he thinks he's a dog, right? He thinks he's a cock dog. Of course, he's childish. I mean, so he assumes that you're childish as well because he's projecting.
Yeah, exactly.
But this was my point by bringing this up. It was a bigger point, and to the military people that are here, you'll get my bigger point. You're talking about defending democracy as one of the reasons why the U.S. should be in Ukraine and NATO, but yet Zelensky has demonstrated through recent actions regarding the church, regarding the press, regarding all of this, that it is not a democracy. It is not a democracy. We are not defending a democracy. We are experimenting. And you guys were talking about the fighter pilots and all of that stuff. I mean, excuse me, the planes and all the different kinds of planes. This is actually the U.S. military testing out some of its new equipment and using Ukrainians as cannon fodder, and it's wrong. And we shouldn't, this is blood money that is being earned by the military industrial complex. That is my point.
Because we made Russia invade Ukraine, yeah.
No,
yeah,
Russia.
We forced Russia to actually go in and take the Donbass and Crimea. Look, the reason, and by the way, you're 100% wrong on why the U.S. military, folks like me, actually support what's going on in Ukraine. The reason we support it is, for the 30 years that I was in the military, I've read numerous classified reports that actually, and our leadership and our politicians who said that Russia is an existential threat. You can completely disagree with me if you want, but I will tell you that there's tons of documents that actually support that. The reason that I support this war is we had an existential threat that we are now getting by with pennies on the dollar by actually just pushing actually military equipment in. We have not lost any lives. Ukrainians are willing to do the fighting and dying to actually get their land back. And we are removing an existential threat for literally 10% of what the cost is.
That is fucking insane.
We're going to be able to
That's
pull our
literally
forward. Let me
insane.
finish, Ian. Stop, Ian.
No,
We're going to be able
that
to
is
pull our
literally
forces
fucking
out of
insane. You are literally fucking insane when you say stuff like that.
All right. Let me say this.
How am I insane? That's 100% true.
You're arguing
This
on a
is
moral level.
this is fucking insanity. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I totally get it. This is where boomers come from, right? You think that Russia's this existential threat to the world, that it needs to be destroyed. I mean, this is the kind of nonsense that Russia has to deal with every single day, and this is why their war is completely justified, if you ask me.
Okay, wait. Let me bring this back.
I mean,
the
thing is,
3 days ago, the guy.
Right, guys, too many people are talking. I'm going to give it to John. Just before I do, I mean, I don't think war is justified from either side. We should never be in a situation where we think this war is okay. So yeah, some of this talk is essentially talking points, which are actually what these people are thinking. Like, it's good to go on a war path essentially, which is for me concerning. Like I'm not cool with any war or death. John, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. So I can't remember who made it because it kind of the point was made so far back. But someone had made the point, and this is kind of how when I approach geopolitical issues and defense issues, and I also stress that I'm not in the military. I don't want people to confuse stolen valor. I do take that seriously. I have many friends and family in the force. So, but one thing I will say though is someone had mentioned before that the idea of that you're noticing everyone's arguing geopolitical matters and even worse, and I don't want to say worse because that there are things, war is intrinsically bad, right? It shouldn't happen. But you're arguing these things and you're trying to figure out why people are doing things, but you're arguing from a totally wrong standpoint, and you're never going to get to the why if you continue to argue geopolitical strategies from a moral standpoint, because you're not going to understand why Putin invaded, right? Because I understand why Putin invaded, and to me, right, it makes sense. I can see how he can think, or how he can frame, or how he could be threatened by NATO. I can understand that if you look at it from a geopolitical standpoint. I can also see how he maybe thought that Ukraine was going to roll over because he didn't take into account certain defense measures and aid sent by Western nations. That's not me arguing from a moral level. That's just me saying, looking at the facts and saying what's going on the ground, and how I interpret the situation. I can be wrong once the situation plays out, as we kind of saw Putin being very drastically wrong about Ukraine's force posture. But that he's not sitting there. So I think when you see countries, put forth these moral dilemmas and stuff, that's not for the casus belli, right, or the reason for war. That's just to convince you guys that to let them do it, right? Let's convince us to let them do it, right?
So I think you followed up Eric's point sort of rather nicely in allowing us like discuss one thing and come to the truth. Is you've expressed something that is one of your values that I don't share. Now you're in good company because you said what Dr. Kissinger said, which is you can't use the personal morality of individuals and apply them to countries. That's not how we do statecraft. I believe the opposite of that. I think that world leaders have an obligation to make the world better and should make choices that achieve things like peace and prosperity. But now that we've agreed,
I wasn't trying to say that.
Okay, then I misunderstood you, and I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I was saying I wasn't trying to say that my moral standpoint is that I believe that any country should basically do what it wants because if it sees it as good for the country. But I understand that that's why they're doing it. So you kind of also kind of help me out a bit. But yeah,
I wanted to bring up a historical point.
Yeah.
A historical point. In
Right, guys. It's now 7:20 in the UK, so I do appreciate everybody taking the time out to listen. We've had a long, 8-9 hours of discussion. Panelists have changed. We've discussed a variety of topics, a variety of areas. We will be back tomorrow. Most likely the same topic, but it could be something else depending on the news. I do appreciate everybody's time. And yeah, just thanks. So, 1 second, sorry guys. So I do appreciate your time. And make sure you check out the newsletter that is pinned up on the top. And it does provide you with an overview of all of the information that we've discussed. Well, hopefully not all of it, but an overview of the information that we discussed, and so you can check it out. So yeah, just please check it out and see you guys tomorrow.